हाम्रो प्रेजेन्टेसनहरु र मिक्स्ड हामीले चाहिँ नेपालबाट पनि प्रेजेन्टेसनहरु छन् र विदेशीबाट आउनु भएकोहरुको
so अहिले चाहिँ हाम्रो चाहिँ कोर टिममा चाहिँ myself समीजना as a president, then vice president मा रामकृष्ण हुन्छ. रामकृष्ण, can you stand up and introduce yourself? Yes. So रामकृष्ण from सुबिसु. Then treasurer उत्तम श्रेष्ठ राणा हुनुहुन्छ जो चाहिँ अहिले अस्ट्रेलियामा हुनुहुन्छ, युके बस्नुहुन्छ. So आज उहाँ आउन सक्नु भएन आफ्नो पर्सनल इश्युजले गर्दाखेरि. त्यसपछि then we have general secretary कविन्द्र श्रेष्ठ, उहाँको नि आफ्नो पर्सनल इश्युजले गर्दाखेरि ट्राभल गर्न सक्नु भएन. Then we have Kijus Marjan. Kijus, can you please stand up and introduce yourself? Yeah. So, and this is just a brief timeline of NPNOG. I mean, we are still young, but still, मैले यसो हेर्दाखेरि चाहिँ टाइमलाइन प्रिपेयर गर्न चाहिँ अब हुने भएछ हैन. सो 2016 मा we first established and we did NPNOG1 in Himalaya Hotel. सानो टर्न अप थियो, but yes, so but it was a start. And then NPNOG2 हामीले काठमाडौँमै गर्यौँ. Basically we decided to conduct two workshop in two NPNOG workshop and conference in a year. One चाहिँ काठमाडौँ भित्र, एउटा चाहिँ काठमाडौँ बाहिर भनेर. But first year भएको भएर we did the second NPNOG in Kathmandu. Then we moved out of Kathmandu in 2017. We did NPNOG3 in Bharatpur. Then in 2018 back to Kathmandu. And 2019 again in Kathmandu. For some reason we were not able to do it outside Kathmandu. त्यसपछि 2020 मा चाहिँ अलिकति कोभिड को डेल्टाले अलिकति दुःख दिएर चाहिँ so we did a virtual event at that time. Then 2020 मा नि फेरि त्यही कन्टिन्यू भयो. I think it's Omicron, some whatever it is, हैन, कोभिड को कन्टिन्युटीले गर्दा त्यति बेला पनि हामी इभेन्ट नै गरेनौँ. त्यसपछि फाइनली आएर 2022 मा SANOG 38 सँग चाहिँ NPNOG6 चाहिँ हामीले गर्यौँ. Then in 2023 again we came to Pokhara, and then again we did a second event in Kathmandu. And 2024 मा चाहिँ फेरि हामी चाहिँ भरतपुरमा गर्यौँ. त्यसपछि now NPNOG10 पोखरामा चाहिँ हामी आज गर्दै छौँ. अब यसमा ब्याकएन्डमा धेरैजना मान्छेहरूले चाहिँ कन्ट्रिब्युट गर्नुभएको छ. सो यु सी द्याट जति पार्टिसिपेन्ट हुनुहुन्छ अलमोस्ट त्यसको 1/3 चाहिँ ब्याकएन्डमा चाहिँ धेरैजनाले काम गर्नुभएको छ. सो वी हेभ अ प्रोग्राम कमिटी होइन, दिव्य कतिवटा चेयर हुनुहुन्छ गर्नुहुन्छ. सो अनि त्यसपछि देन वी अल्सो हेभ एडभाइजर गौरव होइन, रूपेश, इन्दिवर, विनय दाई, दीपक दाई होइन. सो सबैजनाको चाहिँ ब्याकएन्डमा चाहिँ धेरै मेहनत छ यो एउटा प्रोग्राम अर्गनाइज गर्नको लागि. सो अब टु एड मोर, सो वी हेभ एक्सिलेन्ट presenters and papers lined up throughout the day, you know. So please stay back till end of the day, you know. Take this event not only just for a learning, just also take this event as an opportunity to network with each other, you know. And again, we are very honored to have a representation from our regional NOG, like, you know, Kabir Bhai from BD-NOG, then Suman Bhai also from BD-NOG, then we have Jichen from BT-NOG, then we have Pubudu from LK-NOG, and we have Pankaj from INOG from India. Where is Pankaj? No, he's not come. Okay. Oh, Mas from IIJ and JP-NOG. So we are very, very honored. Thank you for coming here. You know, so flying so for a very long flight. But hope you guys have enjoyed this majestic Pokhara. Hope the view of Machapuzre, right, takes away all your, you know, tiredness, you know, throughout your travel. So thank you so much. Similarly, not at last but not least, I also need to thank our sponsors, right? So without them, this event would not have been possible. So thank you AWS for sponsoring Platinum and also being represented here. Where is Nagraj? Nagraj? Thank you, Nagraj. Thank you so much. Then we have sponsorship from Juniper. And we have also sponsorship from Cisco. Anyone from Juniper and Cisco? Not yet. Okay, then we also have a sponsorship from Nokia. Vishal, thank you so much. Thank you so much for your... Then we have... Where else? I will forget to... have support from Flex Optics as well. Then AppNIC, right? Thank you, Terry. Thank you to AppNIC for your continued support. Then who else? Okay, so yes, Snyder, Data World, and thank you Pokhara Internet as well. So हामीलाई चाहिँ यहाँ इन्टरनेट देखि लिएर सबै कुराहरुको लागि चाहिँ तपाईहरुले हैन. So हामीलाई चाहिँ यहाँ इन्टरनेट देखि लिएर लोकल सपोर्ट चाहिँ एकदम राम्रो गरिदिनु भएको छ. So thank you Pokhara Internet. Then on the community front we have ICANN. Then we also have other sponsors like Worldlink, Subisu, Vianet, Web Surfer, Dishfrom, TechMine, Classic Tech, Home Networks, Kalas, Maverian, Workalai, PCH, what's that called? Home Networks, yeah. So जति पनि यहाँ चाहिँ हाम्रो वर्कसप पार्टिसिपेसन पठाउनु भएको छ अर्गनाइजेसनहरुले हामीले उहाँहरुलाई चाहिँ एज अ स्पोन्सर नै हामी क्याटेगोराइज गर्छौं. Then we also have a support from Nepal Internet Foundation. Vikram छ यहाँ. Vikram, thank you so much for your support. Then we have support from NREN, Nirajan and Neeraj, right? So they are here. So they are very, very instrumental and they are working really hard in the back end of event success. Then we have also support from
Thank you, Samit. Next up, I would like to request Mr. Suman Ahmed Sabir, Chairman of BDIX, Bangladesh Internet Exchange, as well as CIO of Fiber at Home from Bangladesh, as well as EC of NPNOG, as well as a very respected and renowned personality from our region. I will leave it up to Mr. Suman to say a few words.
Hello. I pushed it. Oh yeah. Namaste and good morning, everyone. It's an honor and privilege to be here in Pokhara, and thanks for inviting me. First, and I'm always happy to be here in and second time in Pokhara. And first time I came in Nepal is actually for SANOG 4, if I remember correctly. So since then, closely working with my Nepalese friends. And one thing I must say that in Bangladesh and Nepal, we are kind of similar economy in the economic perspective. The terrain is different, population is different, but we have some similar challenges like lack of resources and not finding all the technology all the time. And we, both the country, we see there a lot of internal innovation that we try to tweak something for our own need and customize thing. And in these regards, my feeling is that Nepal is well ahead compared to all the South Asian countries. And I'm seeing it from the very beginning. It produces so many intelligent and really people who can really actually lead technology and other thing. Our keynote will be talking after me probably that his experience. And honestly speaking, in many cases, and even till now, I see that different innovation like other countries, people are buying technology from the vendors and deploying. Those are fancy, nice looking, but Nepal always actually produce their own solution in many cases. For internet services, like providing internet in the mountain, I have seen earlier the wireless deployment into the Nimza Lake and other places, and now we are seeing that fiber in the. These are really, really amazing. And in other platforms, like you see that Nepal have their own OTT platform developed by themselves. And a couple of years back, I came here for kind of security thing with some Nepali organization, and I found that the Nepal has their own SOC team with their own sourcing solutions, tweaking open source solution and providing the banks, which is not present in any other South Asian country. We're using expensive solutions by the vendors and doing that. So in this regard, I really, I'm proud of what you guys are doing actually in Nepal. And I've seen a lot of young faces here. You've done workshops and probably will take it from here, from the next level. And as an old man, we always try to advise. That's the problem with the old people. But I know that most of the advice may not help you out, but because of the challenge we have faced, you have different challenges. And what we done in a hard way, now it's very easy and simple for you, but you have a different set of challenges now. And life you had with the change of technologies, like the use of AI and other things is coming up so heavily. So probably we'll be facing a different sort of challenge. And I hope that the Nepalese community will continue their innovative journey and progress the nation and will help others in the region to take benefit out of it. Having said that, I have seen the 3 workshops have been done in the workshop time in the NPNOG, and those are all interesting things. One thing I will tell that when we started working, that for our case it was kind of building network by, so we need to know networking, like the routing and all these things, configuring servers. But nowadays, one thing I must tell that it's not enough to be the network engineers only. So you have to need a lot more things. You have to be some sort of programmer to actually, if you survive as a network engineers. So those who are in the automation workshop probably had the feeling of that. So for the others as well, whatever you work in the technology field, you should have some sort of coding experience. Those who doesn't have, please try to start learning from now, so that you can actually improve your skill set capabilities to match the demand and need. Along with that, Rupert does. In fact, we started BDIX following NPIX, and Gaurav is the person actually who helped us to set up the BDIX in Bangladesh. So traffic-wise is much bigger because we have a lot of populations, and yes, the NPIX is the model we have followed, and still trying to follow that model and doing the IX thing there. Rupert said, I'm in Epic EC, so I should talk about that as well. You know that, how many of you are NPNOG member actually here? I hope most of you should be NPNOG member, because most of you are from ISP community. And I have heard some challenges from, like, my old friend Jishan was complaining that there is something more from NPNOG. The thing is that we daily hear voice from all of you. And the problem with our region that we shy about saying our needs. So I'll request them to come out from the shyness, speak up what you think, what should have been done. For example, one problem we know that in our region, a lot of new ISPs are growing, and so nowadays the scarcity of IP addresses. So NPNOG has a set of policy, and those policies are defined by. So members actually propose this policy, how it should be shaped up, and that how it goes. But what do you think? We never propose. We know we have a problem. So, not meeting, but I'm saying that even we are technical people, but we should look at the policies as well, especially those who are interested in technology. At least technical resources you need. So, how the best you can get the resources. So, I'll request you to follow the policy meetings, and you can actually propose. Looking at the policy, you can propose what should be good for the community, not only for Nepal, not only for the South Asia, but also for the whole region. So requesting that to keep an eye on that, right? And another area is that regarding the internet governance area also becoming very, very critical. And the problem is that our governments, they are setting up some policies and decision making, and what I see especially in South Asia, the policy related to the internet governance, like the cybersecurity or the privacy or the accessibility to the people, we lags behind, and something we're doing that is not really helping the people. So from the technical committee, I now feel that the technical people should actually engage a bit more on that as well, so that we can raise our voice and what better, what is helpful for our country, and we should be doing all those things. So I'm trying to diverting your focus from just on the technology. Definitely our technology lover will be with the technology, but to ensure the best use of the technology, how it can benefit the people, also the growth for the technology business, we need some influence in the policy development process for the country, for the region, and for in the global level. So for that, I will request that those who are interested in this area, please focus on that. And for technology development, a lot of challenges coming up, a lot of interruption, and a lot of change is happening. So it's and nowadays we cannot only focus on a specific area. Yeah, we have expertise in a specific area, but we should have a clear vision of the whole ecosystem. That's how actually we can really develop the nation and country and all these things. I'll not be too long, because I know you all are waiting for the keynotes. And thanks again for inviting me. And I'll be happy to come Nepal again. And I'll also invite you to join in the NPNOG meeting, SANOG meeting. Last one day we actually discussed about how we can actually, after 20 years, how we can actually reshape SANOG. And one challenge we are facing that in SANOG and other NOGs as well, we're not getting new people to take the lead, because we are getting old and it's time to retire. So please come forward and join the community. This year, some of you are come as a participant. Next year, we'll have to see you as instructor in NPNOG, maybe in SANOG, maybe in Apricot, maybe in NPNOG workshops. So I'll request you to participate in those events. And before closing, another thing I should mention, that is that we try to innovate. I mentioned earlier that we try to innovate a lot of new things to solve a specific problem to ours. But those solutions may be helpful to other part of the world as well. And in some cases, we are having lack of funds to do those things. So I think Ethnic Foundation has initiative that to support this kind of initiatives. And I don't know how many of you heard of ISIF fund. That funding will come up in request for proposal will come up in January or February, I presume. So those who are doing some kind of thing that actually helps to develop a new solution and services using internet, you can apply for that, and there's a handsome amount of fund to support. So you can all, those who are interested can try to get some support from that to develop it and to share it to a bigger platform. And thank you very much from my side.
Thank you, Suman Bhai. Thank you for your nice words. Thanks for reminding about NPX. NPX चाहिँ हाम्रो साउथ एसियाको फर्स्ट इन्टरनेट एक्सचेन्ज पनि हो. अहिले इन्टरनेट एक्सचेन्जेसहरूको यो अहिले धेरै नै भनौँ न रेभोल्युसनै आइरहेको भन्ने पनि हुन्छ. It's a lot of internet exchanges are coming up, both community based as well as commercial. NPX चाहिँ not for profit भन्छौँ हामीले, not for profit community based internet exchange हो. NPNOG को अघि कुरा गर्दै गर्दाखेरि हामीले यो नेटवर्क अपरेटर्स ग्रुप हो है. अब हाम्रो त लिगल प्रोभिजनको लागि रेजिस्टर पनि गरेका छौँ, तर ग्रुप भनिसकेपछि अघि समीर सरले देखाउनु भएको मात्र NPNOG को चाहिँ ऊ होइन कि ओनर्सहरू होइन कि तपाईँहरू सबैजना चाहिँ NPNOG को चाहिँ हैन एउटा कम्युनिटी मेम्बर्सहरू हुनुहुन्छ. सो हुएभर इज पार्टिसिपेटेड इज पार्ट अफ NPNOG कम्युनिटी. सो अघि सुमन भाइले पनि भन्नुभयो जस्तै धेरैजना अब यङ हुँदाखेरि हामी अलिकति अपफ्रन्ट हुँदैनौँ, कुरा गर्न होइन खोज्दैनौँ, कति समस्याहरू भन्न खोज्दैनौँ. सो वी एक्सपेक्ट एभ्री वान टु कम अप विथ द देयर ओन च्यालेन्जेस अथवा केही कुरा गरेँ भन्ने पनि भन्नु पऱ्यो, सेयर गर्नु पऱ्यो. सो NPNOG भन्ने प्लेटफर्म बनाएकै त्यही कारणको लागि हो. सो नेपालमा हामीले जे गर्छौँ, जे समस्या भोग्छौँ, जे सोल्युसन्सहरू निकाल्छौँ, जे एक्सपिरियन्स गर्छौँ, त्यो कुरालाई अरूसँग पनि सेयर गऱ्यौँ भने चाहिँ अझ कम्युनिटी अझै राम्रो र बलियो बन्दै जान्छ. र आई एम भेरी प्राउड टु से द्याट नेपालमा चाहिँ धेरैजनाले एउटा एक्जाम्पलको रूपमा पनि लिन्छन् कि नेपालको कम्युनिटी कस्तो राम्रो, कस्तो स्ट्रङ छ होइन. वी आर बाई नेचर वी आर भेरी हेल्पफुल पिपल होइन, एकदम नाइस पिपल, हेल्पफुल. बट एट द सेम टाइम त्यो नाइस हुँदाखेरि त्यो आफ्नो भाव प्रकट गर्ने भन्छ नि, आफ्नो समस्याहरूलाई एक्सप्रेस गर्ने कुराहरू चाहिँ कहीँ न कहीँ लुक्छ क्या त्यो. सो द्याट एक्सप्रेसन हेज टु कम आउट अलङ विथ द बिङ नाइस. देन ओन्ली वी क्यान आर्टिकुलेट वाट वी वान्ट टु से एन्ड वाट वी वान्ट टु डु है. त्यस्तै वान मोर थिङ, लास्ट 4 डेजदेखि चाहिँ यो कन्फरेन्सको 4 दिन अगाडिदेखि चाहिँ वी हेभ बिन डुइङ वर्कसप्स. वी डिड 3 डिफ्रेन्ट वर्कसप, 2 of them supported by NPNOG. एउटा नेटवर्क अटोमेसन को वर्कसप र अर्को राउटिङ एडभान्स राउटिङको वर्कसप चाहिँ NPNOG को सहयोगमा हाम्रो कम्प्लिट गऱ्यौँ 4 दिनको ट्रेनिङ. त्यस्तै किसिमले कन्टेनराइजेसन भनेर नयाँ टपिक पनि हामीले स्टार्ट गऱ्यौँ. NPNOG ले विभिन्न NPNOG प्रोग्राम्सहरूमा हामीले कम्युनिटीलाई चाहिने नयाँ नयाँ वर्कसप्सहरू निकाल्दै र त्यो ट्रेनिङ्सहरू गरेका छौँ. जस्तै फाइबर स्प्लाइसिङ गर्ने अथवा फाइबर टेक्नोलोजीको बारेमा कहीँ ट्रेनिङै थिएन, NPNOG को करिकुलम पनि थिएन. हामीले नै NPNOG ले नै र NPX मिलेर नै हामीले स्टार्ट गऱ्यौँ र ISP कम्युनिटीबाट नै त्यो सहयोग पनि जुट्यो र वी डेभलप द करिकुलम. भुटानमा त्यही किसिमले L1 L3 को चाहिँ ट्रेनिङ्सहरू निड थियो, त्यो ट्रेनिङ करिकुलम बनाएर त्यहाँ त्यही करिकुलमहरू स्टार्ट भयो. भन्दाखेरि जति पनि हाम्रो कम्युनिटीको निड्सहरू छ त्यो बेसिसमा हामीले चाहिँ ट्रेनिङ र प्रोग्राम्सहरू चाहिँ बनाउँदै सेप गर्दै जान्छौँ है. त्यस्तै मा पनि हामीले अहिलेसम्म 42वटा सानो गर्दाखेरि वी अलरेडी ट्रेन अराउन्ड 3000 पिपल ट्रेनिङमा, त वर्कसप ट्रेनिङमा त 3000 जनाभन्दा बढीलाई चाहिँ हामीले ट्रेनिङ चाहिँ दिइसकेका छौँ भन्दा साउथ एसियाको विभिन्न देशहरूमा. सो द्याट्स बेसिकली वाट वी आर ट्राइङ टु कन्ट्रिब्युट एज अ NOG इन दिस रिजन. NPNOG okay. Okay, that's good. You can. अब नेक्स्ट म यो ओपनिङ प्लेनरीको कीनोट प्रेजेन्टेसनको लागि हाम्रो गौरव राज उपाध्याय सरलाई यहाँ स्टेजमा आमन्त्रण गर्न चाहन्छु. जस्ट अ ब्याकग्राउन्ड अफ गौरव राज उपाध्याय, I think we've said that enough. He is the founder of NPIX and SANOG. उहाँले एउटा भने नि अघि एउटा इनिसिएट यङ भर्खर जवान हुँदाखेरि चाहिँ इनिसिएट गर्नुभएको कुरा हो. सो त्यो कतिपय कुराहरू आफूले सुनिन्छ गरिन्छ त्यसलाई इनिसिएट गर्यो भने हि इज द पर्फेक्ट एक्जाम्पल द्याट हाउ इट वुड बेनिफिट द कन्ट्री एन्ड हाउ इट बेनिफिट्स द कन्ट्री। उहाँले त्यति बेला ल आइएक्स सुरु गर्नुपर्छ नेपालमा भनेर चाहिँ होइन ल्यापटप बोकेर चाहिँ ल्यापटप के हामी प्रेजेन्टेसन बोकेर चाहिँ नेपाल टेलिकम वर्ल्ड लिङ्क हाम्रो इन्फोकममा नधाइदिनु भयो भए होइन हामीले म पनि त्यति बेला आइएसपी एसोसिएसनमा थिएँ नधाइदिनु भयो भए हामीले त्यो जमर्को नै हुँदैन थियो कि वी निड टु सेटअप त्यति बेला कति केबिएसको सायद प्रेजेन्टेसनमा हुन्छ होला सर्टन केबिपिएसबाट हामीले आइएक्स थियौँ र अहिले कुन स्टेजमा छ पनि भनिहाल्यौँ। सानोग स्टार्ट पनि त्यस्तै उहाँ नानोगमा गएर होइन त्यस्तै अमेरिकामा यस्तो किसिमको हुन्छ भन्ने कुरा थाहा पाइसकेपछि स्टार्ट गर्नुभयो। सो वाट एभर यु एक्सपिरियन्स इफ यु डोन्ट इनिसिएट इट होइन त्यो त्यतिकै हराएर जान्छ तर इनिसिएट चाहिँ गर्नुपर्छ भन्ने कुरा आई थिङ्क इज अ पर्फेक्ट एक्जाम्पल अफ द्याट। गौरवजी हि इज अल्सो अ पास्ट एक्जिक्युटिभ कमिटी मेम्बर अफ एपिनिकको इसी भनेर भन्छौँ हामीले बोर्डै भनेर पनि भइहाल्यो इसीमा हुनुहुन्थ्यो 1 वर्ष सर्भ पनि गर्नुभयो होइन र आई थिङ्क तपाईँहरू मध्ये कतिजनालाई उहाँको लागि भोट माग्नलाई पनि हामीले कम्युनिकेट गऱ्यौँ होला। सो यु सुड अल्सो थ्याङ्क एभ्री वान वाज भोटेड फर यु। सो ह्याभिङ सेड द्याट थ्याङ्क यू भेरी मच गौरव। सो आई ह्यान्ड इट ओभर टु यु फर द कीनोट स्पिकर।
थ्याङ्क यू रुपेशजी। पहिलो कुरा त यहाँ अब थुप्रै विदेशीहरू पनि हुनुहुन्छ त्यही भएर अघि समितले भने जस्तै अङ्ग्रेजी नेपाली मिसाएरै कुरा गर्छु होला म। Apologies, I'll probably go into Nepali quite a bit in this audience. पहिलो कुरा मलाई यहाँ बोलाएकोमा र बोल्ने अपर्च्युनिटी दिएकोमा धन्यवाद यो एनपिनग कम्युनिटीलाई। साथसाथै एउटा अपोलोजी पनि म अहिलेसम्म आउनै पाएको थिइनँ 2016 देखि आउँछु भन्यो तर पोखरामा आउनुपर्ने लेखा रहेछ त्यही भएर योचोटि चाहिँ फाइनली आउन मिल्यो। अनि मैले केमा कुरा गर्ने त भन्दाखेरि दिव्य प्रोग्राम कमिटी चाहिँ दाइ तपाईँको त यत्रो वर्ष काम गर्नुभयो आफ्नो एक्सपिरियन्सको बारेमा कुरा गर्नुहोस् न त भन्ने सल्लाह गरेकोले मैले चाहिँ यो 10-15वटा स्लाइडमा एउटा आफ्नो जर्नी प्रेजेन्ट गर्न खोजेको छु र यो मेरो मात्रै होइन यो चाहिँ हाम्रो नेपालको पनि इन्टरनेटको जर्नीको एउटा रिफ्लेक्सन हो। अब भाइ बहिनीहरू धेरै हुनुहुन्छ यहाँ होइन हामीले सुरु गर्दा के थियो र अहिले के थियो यो धेरै फरक छ होइन। म जस्तै योचोटि म माथि मर्दी हिमाल चढ्न गएको थिएँ यहाँ पोखरा इन्टरनेटको कोही हुनुहुन्छ एकदम गुड जब है माथि हाई क्याम्पमा पनि यस्तो हाई स्पिड इन्टरनेट के त्यो इट्स ए गुड त्यो हुन्छ नि हामीहरूले कुनै जमानामा त्यो सोच्नै सक्दैन थियौँ कि मैले अहिले पछि कुरा गर्छु होइन हामीले त्यो खोप्रामा इन्टरनेट जोड्दाखेरि बल्ल 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 वायरलेस हालेर गरेका थियौँ भने अहिले माथि जाँदाखेरि पनि फाइबर तानेको छ सबैतिर। अनि मैले स्क्रिनसटहरू पनि ल्याएको थिएँ अब पुरै अरू बेला प्रयोग गरौँला यसमा चाहिँ गरिनँ। सो त्यसरी हो म कुरा गर्छु र अब समय कति हुन्छ त्यसमा बेस भएर विल डु सम Q&A अथवा म दिनभरि यहीँ हुन्छु बेलुका सोसल पनि छ होइन कुनै कुरा सोध्नु छ भने आएर पछि कुरा गर्दा पनि हुन्छ। यो फोटो मैले छानेको के भन्दाखेरि यो एउटा साइकलै हो के हामी सबैकोमा अघि उसले सुमनले पनि भन्दै हुन्थ्यो हाम्रो च्यालेन्जेस एउटा थियो तपाईँहरूको च्यालेन्जेस डिफ्रेन्ट हुन्छ। हामीले एक प्रकारले त्यसलाई सल्भ गऱ्यौँ तर सल्भ गर्ने र सोचाइ चाहिँ एउटै हुन्छ क्या एउटै तरिकाले सोच्नु पर्यो होइन। त्यो अब मैले के भयो चल्यो ओके मेरो आफ्नै बारेमा कुरा गरेको मेरो घर चाहिँ विराटनगर हो मैले एसएलसीसम्म विराटनगरै गरे हो बस्या हो पछि काठमाडौँ आइयो त्यसपछि सिङ्गापुर गइयो त्यसपछि अमेरिका गइयो होइन लामै फड्को मारियो भन्नु पर्यो बिस्तारै है। मैले सिस्टम एडमिनिस्ट्रेटर नेटवर्क एडमिनिस्ट्रेटर रेडियो प्रड्युसर विकासे कार्यकर्ता पत्रकार यो इभेन्ट अर्गनाइजर एन्टरप्रेन्योर अनि कम्युनिटी लिडर यो सबै काम गरे रहेछु क्या मैले हिजो यो बनाउँदाखेरि पनि आफैलाई पनि धेरै धेरै गरिएछ जस्तो लाग्यो धेरै ह्याट वेयर गरियो। त्यस्तै अघि रुपेशले भने जस्तै लकिली भनौँ न अथवा एउटा समय र परिस्थितिले गर्दाखेरि धेरै कुरा सुरु गर्ने एउटा जमर्को पनि गरेको थिएँ मैले जस्तै NPIX सुरु गरियो, SANOG सुरु गरियो, अनि त्यस्तै मैले बङ्गलादेशमा BDIX पनि सुरुवात गर्न हेल्प गरेँ, त्यस्तै फिलिपिन्समा गरेँ, त्यस्तै थुरैमा गरेँ र अहिले चाहिँ म एमाजोनमा काम गर्छु अन्तिममा गएर सियाटलमा। अब यो चाहिँ सुरुवात के मैले यो गर्दाखेरि यो अडियो आएन? अडियो आउनु पर्ने थियो एउटा, खोइ त ला अघि त आएको थियो। के भयो यहाँ? ल अहिले पछि प्ले गरौँला त्यसलाई। भयो? यो आवाज कतिले सुन्नु भएको थियो? है आधा रुमले सुनेको छ, आधाले सुनेको छैन। हाम्रो नेपालमा इन्टरनेटको सुरुवात ठ्याक्कै यही हुन्थ्यो। यसमा पनि कतिजनाले चाहिँ यो आवाज सुनेर कति बर्डको मोडेम हो भनेर थाहा पाउन सक्नुहुन्छ? How many of you can do that? 3-4 people. 2400 बर्डको मोडेमबाट 9600मा जाँदा र 96बाट 14.4 अनि 28 अनि 33.6मा जाँदाखेरि टोन चेन्ज भयो क्या अलिकति, होइन? त्यो नेपालको इन्टरनेटको हाम्रो सुरुवात चाहिँ त्यसरी गरे हो। अहिले त हामी फाइबर स्प्लाइस गर्दै हिँड्छौँ, होइन? त्यसपछि त्यतिखेर हामी जेनरली 9.6 kbps मा इन्टरनेट चलाउँथ्यौँ। 2400 बर्डको मोडेमहरू खासै चलेन, केही समय चलाइयो, त्यसपछि चलेन। त्यो चाहिँ हाम्रो सुरुवातको समय थियो, मेरो पनि सुरुवातको समय थियो। 96मा यो आइएससी गरेपछि के भन्छ, मैले एउटा कम्प्युटर अपरेटरको रूपमा काम गर्थेँ र त्यतिखेर हाम्रो चाहिँ UUCP-मा हुन्थ्यो, होइन? अहिले कसैले चलाउँदैन, युनिक्स टु युनिक्स कपी प्रोटोकल भन्ने। इमेल जति सबै त्यही हुन्थ्यो। वर्ल्ड लिङ्क र मर्कन्टाइलले अनि अर्को एउटा आइएसपी थियो CCSL भन्ने, तिनैजनाले गर्थ्यो। यहाँ कतिजनाले BBS भन्ने सुन्नुभएको छ? BBS कसैले BBS पढाएको छैन? सबै BBA पढे कि आयो? BBS, तर यो कन्टेक्स्टमा BBS मिन्स कम्प्लिटली डिफरेन्ट। इट इज कल्ड बुलेटिन बोर्ड सर्भिस। इन्टरनेट आउनुभन्दा पहिला एउटा सर्भरमा डायल गर्थ्यौँ, अनि चाहिँ यस्तो मेनु हुन्थ्यो, त्यसमा गएर यताउता गर्ने, गेम डाउनलोड गर्ने, होइन? काठमाडौँमा एउटा थियो BBS अनलिमिटेड सफ्टवेयरमा, होइन? म त्यसको फ्रिक्वेन्ट युजर, होइन? त्यतिखेर त्यस्तो थियो। अनि ISD लाइन युज गर्न सक्नेले विदेशतिरको, अमेरिकातिरको BBS-मा पनि डायल गर्न सक्थ्यो भयो भने। त्यसमा चाहिँ अलिक बढी फेसिलिटीहरू हुन्थ्यो, तर अब NTC-को टेलिफोन बिल चाहिँ एफोर्ड गर्न सक्नुपर्ने हुन्थ्यो, होइन? जुन चाहिँ अब त्यतिखेर भयङ्कर धेरै नै, मिनेटकै 60-70 रुपियाँ पर्थ्यो त्यतिखेर, 20-22 वर्ष पहिला त्यो थियो। अनि त्यतिखेर हामी चाहिँ अब नेटवर्किङ भन्ने कुरा थिएन भन्नु पर्ला त्यतिखेर। विन्डोज 95ले गर्दाखेरि हो अहिलेको जस्तो एकदम सजिलै नेटवर्किङ हुने कन्सेप्टहरू आएको। त्योभन्दा पहिला त कम्प्लिकेटेडै थियो भन्नु पर्ला। मैले व्यक्तिगत रूपमा र मेरो ख्यालमा धेरैजना हाम्रो नेपाली सुरुवातमा इन्टरनेट पब्लिकली चलाएको भनेको क्यान इन्फोटेक ब्लू स्टार होटेलमा 1996मा भन्न चाहन्छु म। मर्कन्टाइलले बुथमा 5वटा कम्प्युटर राखेर कहाँबाट लिज लाइन ल्याएको भन्थ्यो। मेरो ख्यालमा द्याट वाज स्टिल डायलिङ अप। उनीहरूले डायल अपमा ब्याकग्राउन्डमा डायल अप गरेर हामीलाई पब्लिकली इन्टरनेट चलाउन दिएको। त्यतिखेर मैले गएर yahoo.com टाइप गरेर सट्टा आउँदाखेरि ओहो यो त के चाहिँ हुँदो रहेछ यस्तो भन्ने एक्सपिरियन्स थियो। द्याट वाज रफली 96-97 को 97 को जनवरीमा भन्छु म क्यान इन्फोटेकमा। त्यही टाइममा एउटा प्रोजेक्ट थियो नेपाल नेट भन्ने। त्यसले चाहिँ हामीलाई एउटा फड्को मार्ने अपर्च्युनिटी दिया हो त्यतिखेर चाहिँ यो IDRC को फन्डिङमा इसी मोडमा एउटा नेपाल नेट भन्ने प्रोजेक्ट थियो त्यो प्रोजेक्टले चाहिँ सबै आइएसपीहरू 3टा आइएसपी थियो त्यतिखेर लाई चाहिँ ल यी एनजिओहरूलाई अथवा यी हाम्रो नेपाल नेटको मेम्बरहरूलाई झन्डै 30+ एनजिओजलाई इन्टरनेट सब्सिडी गरेको थियो र द्याट सब्सिडी हेल्प क्वाइट अ बिट किन भन्दाखेरि अर्गनाइजेसन्सलाई इन्टरनेट भनेको के हो यसमा पैसा किन फाल्ने भन्ने एउटा सोचाइ हुँदै पनि त्यो फन्डिङले गर्दाखेरि थुप्रै एनजिओ र त्यसपछि मल्टिप्लायर इफेक्ट भएकोले इट हेल्प क्वाइट अ बिट र मलाई जहाँसम्म लाग्छ आइएसपीहरूले त्यतिखेर ठट्टाएर पैसा ल्याएको थियो त्यही भएर उनको त्यो सस्टेनेबिलिटीमा पनि अलिकता सहयोग पुगेको थियो किनभने ल फन्डिङको पैसा हो लिनुपर्छ भन्यो होइन आइएसपी 3टा आइएसपीले पनि लिएको हुनाले त्यतिखेर मलाई याद छ 33.6 kbps को मोडेमहरू 3Com को भर्खर आउन थालेको थियो हेज 3Com भन्थ्यो द्याट वाज द बिग वान र खासै भन्यो भने हामीले धेरै समयसम्म नै 33.6 चलायौँ नेपालमा 56 kbps आयो तर त्यति धेरै पपुलर भएन किनभने त्यो 33.6 को मोडेम 18,000 रुपियाँ पर्थ्यो त्यतिखेर 14 देखि 18 र त्यो किनिसकेपछि 5-6 वर्ष मजाले चल्थ्यो र हाम्रो एनटिसी को कपर लाइन 33 भन्दा माथि गयो भने अलिकता केपीजी माइन्ड नगर्नु होला तर यु नो द रियालिटी हाम्रो कपर लाइन्सहरूले हाई स्पिड सपोर्ट गर्न पनि गाह्रो हुन्थ्यो हैन त्यसकारण हामी धेरै समयसम्म 33.6 kbps मै बस्यौं डायलअपमा अनि यही क्रममा हुँदै गरे यता उता गर्दाखेरि मेरो पर्सनली चाहिँ मैले यो 99 मा त्यो 97 मा मैले यो नेपाल नेट प्रोजेक्टमा पनि काम गरे र रमाइलो कुरा त्यो मैले केही महिना काम गरेको I got enough money to buy a computer त्यति हुन्छ नि पहिलोपल्ट जागिर खाएको त होइन तर अलि कतिले पैसा पाउँदाखेरि त्यतिखेर मलाई गाली गरे त्यसले मोटरसाइकल नकिनेर किन कम्प्युटर किन्या आई रिमेम्बर त्यतिखेर हैन अब त्यतिखेर त मोटरसाइकल किन्नुपर्छ भन्ने थियो सबैलाई मैले हैन म त कम्प्युटर किन्ने हो र यसमा चाहिँ कस्तो पनि हुन्छ भन्दाखेरि जुन मैले त्यतिखेर साथीहरु बनाएको थिए कम्युनिटी बनाएको थिए द्याट हेल्प्ड अ लट त्यतिखेर त्यो पैसामा मैले कम्प्युटर पाउने थिइन तर त्यो पहिला मैले भनेको थिएँ नि विन्डोज 95 नेटवर्किङ गर्ने भने मैले त्यतिखेर थुप्रै कम्पनीहरुलाई हेल्प गराएको थिएँ के उनीहरुलाई यसरी गर्नुपर्छ भनेर अनि तिनै मध्ये एउटा कम्पनीले चाहिँ मलाई गर भाइलाई कम्प्युटर चाहिएको रहेछ ल देऊ इन्स्टलमेन्टमा देऊ भाइले धेरै हेल्प गराएको छ हामीलाई हैन बेला बेलामा तिमी कन्सल्टेन्सी गर्ने त्यतिकै पैसा तिर्ने भनेर खासमा पाएको मैले हैन त्यसकारण त्यो नलेज शेयरिङ हेल्प्स अल्टिमेटली कर्म गर फलको आशा नगर भन्छ मैले त फल पनि पाएँ भन्छु के त्यो कहिलेकाहीँ अनि 97 मा चाहिँ अब युएमएन युनाइटेड मिसन टु नेपाल यहाँ पहिला आइएनएफ थियो के थियो हैन त्यहाँ थुप्रै विदेशीहरु हैन उनीहरुले आफ्नै एउटा इन्टरनल आईएसपी चलाउँथ्यो र दे हायर्ड मी उनीहरुको चाहिँ त्यो एउटा फरेनर ल्याएर सेटअप गरेर गाह्रै छ यो कसरी गर्ने भन्ने थाहा नहुँदाखेरि त्यहाँको एकजना किरणजी भन्ने हुनुहुन्थ्यो उहाँले आएर गर भाइ यो हाम्रो आईएसपी लाई फिक्स गरिदिनु पर्यो भन्नुभयो अनि म त्यहाँ गएँ त्यो पनि रमाइलो काम थियो त्यतिखेर आईएसपी हरुभन्दा बाहिर सायद ठुलो गतिलो नेटवर्क त्यहाँ हामीले बनायौं र युएमएन काम गर्दाखेरि नै हो मैले यो एनपीआईएक्स भन्ने चीज बनाउनु पर्यो भनेर मेरो दिमागमा आयो किन भन्दाखेरि मेरो अफिसमा युएमएन को सर्भिस मर्कन्टाइलबाट मैले घरमा वर्ल्डिङ चलाउने अनि त्यसपछि त्यतिखेर यो काठमाडौँ पोस्टमा यो डाक्टर अहिले त डाक्टर भयो डाक्टर राजीव सुब्बाले यो साइबर पोस्ट भन्ने म्यागजिन निकाल्नुहुन्थ्यो एक पेजको आईटी सम्बन्धी 97 to 2001 मा अनि त्यसमा म रेगुलरली राइटिङ गर्थे के अनि उहाँको इमेल एड्रेस चाहिँ CCSL भन्ने अर्को आईएसपीमा अनि कहिलेकाहीँ अट्याचमेन्ट पठायो भने 5-10 मिनेट लाग्दिने के किनभने लिटरली त्यो थापथलीको युएमएन बाट मैले पठाउँदाखेरि मर्कन्टाइल गएर सिङ्गापुर जान्थ्यो वर्ल्डिङको डाउनलिङ्क चाहिँ हवाईमा थियो अनि सिङ्गापुरबाट त्यो मेसेज हवाई जान्थ्यो अनि माथि स्याटेलाइटमा गएर अनि त्यसपछि त्यो जावलाखेल हैन यिनीहरुको अलिक तल कतातिर थियो एकान्त गुनानिर थियो स्याटेलाइट अनि त्यसपछि ब्याक द्याट वाज अ लङ वे के यो चाहिँ भएन साह्रै यति डिले पनि हुन भएन अनि जस्तो मैले त्यतिखेर अब यो उसमा बिगर प्रब्लम चाहिँ के हो भन्दाखेरि त्यतिखेर इन्टरनेट आइसकेको थियो अनि जुन इमेल मैले युएमएनमा होस्टिङ गरेको थिएँ त्यसलाई मैले घरबाट एक्सेस गर्दाखेरि त्यही पाथ जानु पर्थ्यो क्या सो इट वाज भेरी भेरी डिफिकल्ट अनि त्यही भएर यो त भएन साह्रै भन्ने त्यतिखेरदेखि मेरो सोच आएको थियो यो एनपिआरएक्स बनाउनुपर्छ भन्ने कसरी गर्ने थाहा थिएन तर यो त साह्रै भएन भन्ने जस्तो मलाई एकदम मेरो मनमा लागिरहेको थियो कि यो यस्तो यस्तो पनि हुन्छ भन्ने अनि त्यतिकै चल्यो भन्नु पर्ला तर त्यतिखेरसम्म चाहिँ यो मैले त्यहाँ 1 MBPS लेखाएको छु 2001 सम्ममा फाट्ट फुट्ट यो वायरलेसबाट 1 MB सम्म दिने लिङ्क स्पिडको कन्सेप्ट आइसकेको थियो तर इन्टरनेट स्पिड चाहिँ सबै सेटेलाइटमै थियो क्या त्यो भएर हामीले 64 kbps ब्यान्डविड्थ पाउनु भनेको त एकदम ठुलो यसले त 64K को लिज लाइन हालेछ भन्दाखेरि इट वाज अ बिग डिल किनभने सायद वर्ल्ड लिङ्कको पनि टोटलमा 1.5 MB 2 MB भन्दा बढी ब्यान्डविड्थ थिएन त्यतिखेर मर्कन्टाइलको पनि 1.5 MB 2 MB भन्दा बढी थिएन ब्यान्डविड्थ सो द्याट वाज हाम्रो हुन्छ नि पुरानो कुरा अनि त्यही बेलामा अब नेपालमा इन्टरनेट चलाउनेहरूको जमात भनेको एकदम सानो थियो रेगुलरली भेट्न सकिन्थ्यो क्या हामी एभ्री ट्युजडे कि वेडनेसडे त्यो निर्वाचन आएको छ नि काठमाडौँमा त्यसको अपोजिटपट्टि चाहिँ एउटा साइबर क्याफे थियो त्यहाँ चाहिँ सञ्जीव दाई हाम्रो मर्कन्टाइलको सबैलाई चिया पनि खुवाउनुहुन्थ्यो उहाँको साइबर क्याफे थियो अनि त्यहाँ भेटघाट गर्थ्यो त्यहाँ एउटा हाम्रो ग्रुप थियो अनि त्यसैबाट म चाहिँ यो साइबर पोस्टमा लेख्ने त्यतिखेर हामीले एउटा पिसी क्वेस्ट भन्ने आई थिङ्क स्टिल पब्लिस हुन्छ इन्डियामा त्यसको नेपाली एडिसन निकाल्ने त्यो सब गरियो भन्नु पर्यो त्यतिखेर इट वाज growing time we started त्यतिखेर अरू पनि मैले फाटाफुटो काम अरू पनि गरिरहेको थिएँ म कम्प्युटर एसोसिएसन अफ नेपाल क्यान अहिले त एफ क्यान भयो क्या अरे होइन त्यतिखेर क्यान मात्रै थियो मा पनि इन्भल्भ भएँ एउटा हुन्छ नि न्यू फ्रन्टियर भन्छ क्या त्यतिखेर यो के चाहिँ रहेछ भने अनि कसैलाई पनि त्यस विषयमा सबै कुरा थाहा थिएन भन्नु होइन अनि हामी सबै एक्सप्लोर गर्ने होइन जस्तो अब यहाँ खोइ दीपक विनयहरू आइपुगेको छैन उनीहरू भर्खर इन्जिनियरिङ सिद्ध्याएर इन्डियाबाट आएको थियो मर्कन्टाइलको आएको थियो हामी सबै एकैचोटि सिक्ने कसरी सिक्ने के हो यो कसरी गर्ने भन्ने कुरामा चाहिँ सानो ग्रुप थियो कि केपिजी हुनुहुन्थ्यो केपिजी त्यहाँ भरे उहाँको किनोट छ हामी भेट्ने कुरा गर्ने किनभने सबैले पहिलोपल्ट फेस गरेर प्रब्लमहरू थियो कि त्यतिखेर यो कसरी गर्ने भन्ने कुरा यो के भयो त सरेन त हौ त्यसपछि यो 2001 to 10 भनेर मैले राखेको छु यो चाहिँ हामी त्यतिखेर चाहिँ धन्नै 1 MB बाट 1 GBps सम्म गयौँ है त्यतिखेर म चाहिँ डिफ्रेन्ट काम एउटा आफ्नो आइटीको इन्टरनेटको काम त छँदै थियो तर म रेडियो सगरमाथामा कार्यक्रम प्रड्युस गर्थेँ हिमाल खबर पत्रिका नेपाली टाइम्स वेभ म्यागजिन त्यो हिमाल मिडियाको पत्र पत्रिकामा फुल टाइमै लेख्थेँ अलमोस्ट कि म त पत्रकारको आइडी बनाएको थिएँ मैले त्यतिखेर त्यो चाहिँ मेरो एउटा साइड फुल टाइम जब जस्तै थियो अनि 2001-2 मा अहिले कतिजनाले CCNA गर्नुभएको छ अथवा सुन्नुभएको छ CCNA को बारेमा होइन त्यो CCNA प्रोग्राम चाहिँ नेपालमा मैले इन्ट्रोड्युस गराएको त्यतिखेर 2001-2 मा यो प्राइम कलेज काठमाडौँमा KCM र IOE मा यो सिस्को नेटवर्किङ एकाडेमी प्रोग्राम भनेर अनि त्यो पनि इन्ट्रेस्टिङ छ त्यो पनि मलाई थाहा थिएन हुन आँटेको छ भनेर मैले पहिला इसी मोडमा काम गरेँ एकजना हुनुहुन्थ्यो त्यो नेपाल नेट प्रोजेक्टको इन्स्टिगेटर अचानक एक दिन फोन गरेर त्यो त्यतिखेर उनीहरूको मलेसियामा रहेछ त्यो प्रोग्राम गौरव आई निड यु टु डु दिस वाट डु यु वान्ट मी टु डु भनेको आई जस्ट रन द प्रोग्राम तिमीलाई थाहा छँदैछ अनि त्यसपछि म चाहिँ युएनडिपीमा जागिरे हुन गएर त्यो बेसिकली लन्च द 2 प्रोग्राम र त्यति नै खेर हो नेपालमा पहिलोपल्ट आइसिटी फर डेभलपमेन्ट को प्रोग्राम चाहिँ युएनडिपीले फन्डिङ गर्यो बाई देन त्यो VUE पियर्सन यो के एक्जाम दिने हुन्छ नि उनीहरूको लागि भएर पनि मलाई चाहिँ 1 MB इन्टरनेट चाहियो हैन त्यतिखेरसम्म चाहिँ वर्ल्ड लिङ्कले रिलायबली यो कि मोटोरोलाको क्यानोपी भन्ने प्रडक्ट युज गरेर उनीहरूले 512 kbps सम्म चाहिँ इन्टरनेट दिन सक्ने अवस्था थियो यो 2001 र 10 को बिचमा मलाई एक्ज्याक्टली चाहिँ मैले हिजो अस्ति खोजिरहेको थिएँ तर मैले त्यो मेरो यो ल्यापटपमा त्यो पुरानो डेटाहरू थिएन हामी फाइबरमा पनि गयौँ टुवर्ड्स 8-9 जस्तो लाग्छ मलाई तर त्योभन्दा अगाडि सबै नै स्याटेलाइटमा थियो के त्यो भएर त्यसमा इन्ट्रेस्टिङ कुरा छ अहिले म कुरा गर्छु इनोभेसन जुन अघि हाम्रो सुमन भाइले गर्नुभएको थियो हामीले गरे हो भन्छु क्या त्यो चाहिँ 1-2 वटा कुरा अहिले म त्यो कुरा गर्छु यसमा तर त्यतिखेर मैले त्यो गरेँ 1 to MB वायरलेस पाउन थालिसकेको थियो बट देयर वर 2 इभेन्ट्स 2002 that basically set my path 2000 and that is where अघि जुन रुपेशले भन्यो समितले भन्यो सुमनले भन्नुभयो कम्युनिटी र कन्ट्याक्ट त्यो की हुन्छ क्या जहिले पनि 2002 मा म 2टा इन्टरनेसनल इभेन्टमा गएँ आई वेन्ट टु 2 इन्टरनेसनल इभेन्ट्स वान वाज दिस थिङ कल्ड एप्रिकट भन्ने यो NPNOG को ठुल्दाइ चाहिँ सानोग हो भने सानोगको पनि ठुल्दाइ चाहिँ एप्रिकट हो क्या हैन सो एप्रिकट 2002 मा चाहिँ ब्याङ्ककमा म त्यतिखेर युएनमा काम गर्ने भएकोले ल यो अलिकति सस्तोमा टिकट खोजेर ढाङढुङ गरेर जानुपर्छ भनेर त्यतिखेर आरएनएसीले ठिकै प्राइसमा टिकट दिन्थ्यो अनि जान्छु भनेर आई वाज रेडी टु गो हैन फन्डिङ पाए पनि नपाए पनि जाने हो यहाँ त यति अपर्च्युनिटी पाइदिएर भनेर त्यसमा गएँ त्यहाँ जाँदाखेरि चाहिँ आई द रेस्ट अफ द वर्ल्ड ओपन अप फर मी जस्तो यहाँ जुन वर्कसपहरू गऱ्यो नि एडभान्स राउटिङ मैले पहिलोपल्ट त्यहाँ गएर रियल राउटिङ चाहिँ कसरी हुँदो रहेछ भन्ने थाहा भयो सेम थिङ आई मेट पिपल देयर द्याट हेल्प मी अन्डरस्ट्यान्ड हाउ टु डु एन IX अलिक दौडाउनु पऱ्यो है हाउ टु डु एन IX NPIX कसरी बनाउने भनेर मैले त्यतिखेर मैले त्यहाँ एक्सपर्टहरूलाई सेयर गरेँ कि हाम्रो यस्तो प्रब्लम छ बहुत के भन्छ प्रब्लम छ भन्दाखेरि होइन IX त यति सजिलै हुन्छ नि भने त्यसपछि म त्यही इयरमा मे महिनामा त्यस्तै एउटा कम्पिटिसन जितेर डिसिजन पाएँ त्यहाँ गएर मैले पहिलोपल्ट 10G सर्किटहरू देखेको त्यतिखेरको अप्टिक्स झन् अहिलेको हाम्रो ल्यापटप जत्रै यत्रो XFP पनि होइन अहिले त हामी SFP भन्छौँ होइन SFP प्लस त्यतिखेर अनि XFP हुन्थ्यो त्यतिखेर यत्रो ठुलो बिर्सिसकेँ मैले के भन्दै त्यसलाई 10 गिग सर्किटहरू मैले देखेको त्यहाँ है सो ब्याङ्ककबाट फर्केर आएपछि रुपेशले भने जस्तै म प्रेजेन्टेसन बनाएर सबभन्दा पहिला रुपेशकोमा गएको हो ऊ किनभने ऊ ISP एसोसिएसनको जेनरल सेक्रेटरी तिमीहरूको ISPहरू काम नलाग्ने यो गर्नुपर्छ भनेर गएको अनि उसले थ्याङ्क्स टु रुपेश होइन उनीहरूले पनि बुझे यो त हो तिमीले भनेको तिमी न्युट्रल पार्टी भयो हामी त्यतिखेर ISPहरूको एकदम कम्पिटेटिभ कन्सेप्ट थियो अनि गएर अनि प्रेजेन्टेसन गरेर उसले म सबैलाई बोलाउँछु चिया खुवाउँछु तिमी प्रेजेन्टेसन गरेर भनेर पहिलोपल्ट इन्फोकममै गरे हो क्या त्यो हादिसामा अनि त्यसपछि सबै प्राइभेट ISPहरू मिलेपछि अनि हामी NDC पनि गयौँ होइन NDCमा गएर ल तपाईँहरू पनि जोइन गर्नुपर्छ भनेर त्यो मलाई जहाँसम्म याद छ त्यो इन्जिनियरिङ क्याम्पसको छेउको अफिसमा गएर मैले प्रेजेन्टेसन गराएको थिएँ केपीजी हुनुहुन्थ्यो बिमलेशजी हुनुहुन्थ्यो लोचनदाई हुनुहुन्थ्यो अनि त्यसरी चाहिँ NPIX सुरु भयो यो चाहिँ जुलाई 2024 को NPIX को ग्राफ हो 2.4 MB हाम्रो पिक त्यसमा हामी धेरै खुसी थियौँ अहिले कति छ निराजन हाम्रो 50 Gbps छ 52 Gbps छ यो 2004 हो 2004 24 भएछ त्यहाँ होइन त्यसरी हो क्या हामी यति हुँदाखेरि धेरै खुसी थियौँ 2004 मा त्यस्तै 2003 को जनवरीमा चाहिँ यो SANOG पनि सुरु गरियो किनभने एप्रिकटमा गयो त्यत्रो मान्छे आउँदो रहेछन् यिनीहरूलाई कसरी यहाँ ल्याउने सबैलाई त लान सकिँदैन एप्रिकटमा अनि त्यतिखेर म क्यानमा सचिव थिएँ त्यो IT कन्फरेन्स भन्ने म अर्गनाइज गर्थेँ के यसो विचार गरेँ यो IT कन्फरेन्समा काम छैन भने SANOG बनाइदिएँ त्यसलाई अनि त्यसमा चाहिँ हामीहरूले धेरै यो एपिनिकलाई बोलायौँ अहिले जो आइक्यानको CEO हुनुभयो कर्टिस उहाँ चाहिँ हाम्रो त्यतिखेरको किनोट स्पिकर होइन सो त्यतिखेर वी गट अ भेरी गुड पार्टिसिपेसन होइन त्यसपछि SANOG त्यसपछि आफै ग्रो गर्दै गर्दै अहिले SANOG को 42 भयो अस्ति भर्खर त्यसपछि यो 2001 to 10 चाहिँ मैले धेरैतिर यो हुन्छ नि यता पनि गरेछ उता पनि गरेछ समय रहेछ के मैले आफै हेर्दाखेरि पनि when I look back 2002 मा म यो प्याकेट क्लियरिङ हाउस भन्ने अर्गनाइजेसनमा काम गर्न थालेँ यहाँ थुप्रै भाइहरू छ प्याकेट क्लियरिङ हाउस त्यसले मलाई धेरै इन्टरनेसनल एक्सपोजर दियो र त्यो किन भन्दाखेरि उसले के भन्यो भन्दाखेरि गौरव यु डिड अ रियली गुड जब विथ NPIX lot of people struggle with this how to do an IX how to solve the problem how to bring people together why don't you help us do IX अनि मैले पहिलो पल्ट BDIX बङ्गलादेशमा गएर अनि अर्को IX हेल्प सुमन भाइसँग मिलेर अर्को IX सेटअप गर्नलाई हेल्प गरेँ त्यसपछि फिलिपिन्समा गरेँ त्यसपछि मोजाम्बिकमा गएँ त्यसपछि हुन्छ नि त्यो PCS ले मलाई थुप्रै ठाउँ दौडायो त्यतिखेर चाहिँ मेरो त्यो थियो त्यस्तै 2003 मा ल यो भएन अलिकति कमर्सियल काम गर्नु पर्यो खानु त पर्यो नि घुमेर मात्रै हुँदैन भनेर वी स्टार्टेड अ कम्पनी म एन्टरप्रेन्योर भएँ त्यही टाइममा महावीर दाइसँग भेट भयो एक दिन बुढा आए तिमीहरूले त वायरलेसको काम गर्छ रे भनेर खोइ कसले पठाइदियो होइन अनि त्यसपछि उहाँसँग मैले धेरै यो पोखराको यताको बेल्ट त्यो खोप्रा भन्यो मोरे भन्यो राम्चे भन्यो सबैतिर छारे सबैतिर त्यही भनेर मैले पोखरा इन्टरनेट एप्रिसिएट गरेँ त्यो मोरे र खोप्रामा इन्टरनेट हाल्न यति दुःख परेको थियो हामीलाई होइन वी कान्ट इमेजिन के त्यहाँ फाइबर पुग्ला भनेर अहिले माथि माथिसम्म फाइबर छ होइन सो यो त्यतिखेरको डिजाइन थियो क्या हाम्रो रिले स्टेसन नाङ्गीमा कसरी इन्टरनेट पुर्याउने भने यो मैले बनाएँ नि यो महावीर दाइले बनाएर पठाएको थियो मलाई यस्तो गर्नु पर्यो भनेर बुढाले पठाएको थियो क्या मलाई अनि सो वी ह्याड टु फिगर द्याट आउट र यो त्यो पनि हुन्छ नि एउटा कामको अर्को इफेक्ट के हुन्छ भन्दाखेरि अहिले हामी वाइफाई निष्क्रिय चलाउँछौँ है यो 2008 भन्दा अगाडि नेपालमा वाइफाई चलाउनलाई लाइसेन्स लिनुपर्छ भन्ने थियो कानुनमा इक्विपमेन्ट मगाउन पाइँदैन थियो 2.4 गिगाहर्ज 5.8 को इक्विपमेन्ट पनि मगाउन पाइँदैन थियो अनि महावीर दाइले यसलाई लिडरसिप गरेर हामीहरूले चाहिँ संसदमा गएर पार्लियामेन्ट्री कमिटीमा हल्ला गरेर त्यो महावीर दाइकै देन भन्छु के हामीहरूले बनाएर त सुन्दैन थिए उहाँले गर्दाखेरि खुल्न पाइयो तर त्यो एक्चुअल ड्राफ्ट त मैले र सतीश खरेल भन्ने लयरले मिलेर लेखाएको थियौँ के अनि त्यो चाहिँ मलाई प्राउड मोमेन्ट लाग्छ महावीर दाइसँग धेरै काम गरियो तर उहाँले धेरै काम गर्नुहुन्छ हल्ला गरेर केही गर्नुहुन्छ होइन तर नेपालमा वाइफाईको यो लाइसेन्सिङ ओपन गर्ने चाहिँ एउटा बिग अचिभमेन्ट जस्तो लाग्यो कि अब त्यसमा त लागेको थिइनँ म तर प्रब्लम पऱ्यो नि त्यसलाई त सल्भ गर्नु पऱ्यो नि कसरी सल्भ गर्ने हाउ डु यु सल्भ इट द ओन्ली वे टु सल्भ इट इज चेन्ज द ल चेन्ज गर्न त पार्लियामेन्ट जानु पऱ्यो होइन सो त्यसरी चाहिँ इट कहिलेकाहीँ नजान्दिलो पाराले पनि चेन्ज आउँछ कि तर द्याट अल्सो इज द डिमान्ड अनि मैले यो 1 to 10 गरेँ लट अफ थिङ्स त्यतिखेर म एपिनिकमा इन्भल्भ हुन थालेँ एपिनिकमा IX भन्ने थियो त्यसपछि एप्रिकर्डको बोर्डमा गएँ र यो 2010 सम्म पुग्दाखेरि चाहिँ हामी 10G को आसपास पुगिसकेका थियौँ जहाँसम्म मलाई याद छ 2008 या 9 मा NPIX मा जुन स्विच किनेका थियौँ त्यसमा चाहिँ 10G पोर्ट थियो हाम्रो एक्सट्रिमको स्विच किनेको थियो त्यसमा चाहिँ 4वटा 10G पोर्ट थियो फर्स्ट टाइम वी आर अलरेडी देयर त्यसपछि चाहिँ यो 2010 मा हो म यहाँबाट सिङ्गापुर गएको आई बिकम मोर के भन्छ यो फिरन्ते घुमन्ते काम थियो PCS को आई हेभ मोर सोलिड तर नेटवर्क ठुलो भयो त्यतिखेर म यो लाइमलाइट भन्ने कम्पनीमा गएको थिएँ फर्स्ट 2 महिना त मैले 1G निकालेर 10G जोड्ने काम मात्रै गरेँ पुरा एसिया पेसिफिकभरि नै त्यति ऱ्यापिडली द थिङ वाज चेन्जिङ कि हामी यहाँ 1G स्ट्रगल थियो मैले त्यतिखेर यो समितिहरू त्यो आइएसपीलाई तिमीलाई त्यो 1G अप्टिक्स चाहिन्छ म किलोमा लिएर आउँछु सिङ्गापुरबाट भन्थेँ कि किनभने हामी निकाल्यो अब के गर्ने 1G फालिदिने भन्थेँ मैले कति त्यतिकै झोलामा गएर ल्याएँ इट वाज लाइक द्याट हामी यहाँ 1G मा स्ट्रगल गरिरहेको थियौँ फाइबर ल्याउने कि नल्याउने भनेर उहाँ मान्छेहरू 1G छोडेर 10G जान थालिसकेको थियो 2012 मा लन्डन ओलम्पिक्स लाइमलाइट बिग पार्ट थियो त्यतिखेर फर्स्ट टाइम 100G प्रोडक्सनमा हालेको मैले भनेपछि कति 10 वर्ष चाहिँ भयो 12 वर्ष भयो 10G प्रोडक्सनमा हालेको 100G प्रोडक्सनमा हालेको सरी होइन अनि त्यही हो काम गर्दै गयो नेटवर्क बढाउँदै गयो बाई 2015 आई वाज रनिङ ग्लोबल नेटवर्क एन्ड त्यसपछि दे ट्रान्सफर्ड मी टु द US होइन मेरो यसमा एक्साइटिङ चाहिँ के छ भन्दाखेरि त्यो टेक्नोलोजिकल इनोभेसनहरू चाहिँ भेरी भेरी ऱ्यापिड कति ऱ्यापिड हुँदो रहेछ हामी 9.6 1G गरिरहेको थियौँ जबकि रेस्ट अफ द वर्ल्ड वाज मुभिङ सो फास्ट के हामी क्याचअप गर्नलाई गाह्रो हुने रहेछ अनि 2023 one thing for me is I've always been day job work काम गर्नुपर्छ कम्युनिटी सर्भिस प्यारललमा छ मेरो कन्स्ट्यान्टली सो त्यो लाइमलाइटमा गए पनि यो 11 मा म एपिनिक एक्जिक्युटिभ काउन्सिलमा इलेक्टेड भएँ र 2010 मा यो डिएनएस रुट सर्भर कतिजनालाई थाहा छ क्वाइट अ फ्यू यो पिसिएस को मान्छे नट इन्क्लुडेड डिएनएसमा डिएनएस सेक एड गरेर डिएनएस रुटलाई सेक्योर गर्नुपर्छ भन्ने कुरा चाहिँ यो राजनीतिक भेरी पोलिटिकल टपिक हो क्या कसले चाहिँ त्यो साँचो राख्ने भन्ने होइन अनि त्यसको सोल्युसन चाहिँ के निकाल्यो भन्दाखेरि साँचो जसले राखे पनि 14 जना चाहिँ वर्ल्ड वाइड सेलेक्ट गर्ने जसले चाहिँ त्यो प्रोसेस मोनिटर गर्नु पाउँछन् भनेर अनि त्यसमध्येमा छानिए म पनि अनि लास्ट इयरसम्म त्यही 2 वर्षलाई साइन अप गरेको 12 वर्षसम्म गरेँ सो द्याट वाज अल्सो भेरी युनिक के त्यो रुट सिस्टममा त्यो पनि एउटा कन्ट्रिब्युसन थियो त्यति नै खेर हामीहरूले यो एनपिआइएक्समा अराउन्ड 2010 मलाई याद छ म सिङ्गापुर जानुभन्दा पहिला माई बिग प्रोजेक्ट वाज मेरो अलार्म बज्यो टाइम अप बिग प्रोजेक्ट वाज मैले यो सिङ्गापुर जानुभन्दा पहिला सबै फाइबरमा हाल्नुपर्छ है भनेर यो निराजन त्यतिखेर अरू भाइहरू थिए एउटा एकदम पुसै गराएको थिएँ कि यो धेरै डिले गर्नु हुँदैन भनेर अब त्यसपछि त म म्यानेजमेन्ट भएँ त्यसपछि मैले हुन्छ नि राउटर थुत्ने राउटर कन्फिगर गर्ने चाहिँ बिस्तारै सिस्टम एडमिन गर्न त मैले पुरै छोडिदिएँ नेटवर्क एडमिन चाहिँ गरि नै रहेको थिएँ धेरै समयसम्म तर यो युएस ट्रान्सफर भएपछि चाहिँ आई बिकेम म्यानेजमेन्ट तर म्यानेजमेन्टमा पनि इट इज इन्ट्रेस्टिङ इज प्रोसेस इम्प्रुभमेन्ट टिमलाई कसरी काम गर्ने एक्लै त गर्न सकिँदैन नि त्यो इम्प्याक्ट ठुलो हुन्छ क्या कहिलेकाहीँ सोचिन्छ ए म्यानेजमेन्ट भएर पनि के काम वाट इज द युजफुलनेस बट एउटा सर्टन पोइन्टमा पुगेपछि आफैले गर्न सकिँदैन टिम चाहिन्छ र टिमसँग मिलेर काम गर्नुपर्छ द टिम विल डु द एक्जिक्युसन यु क्यान डु द प्लानिङ र इनोभेसन क्यान कम्स अन अदर साइड्स एज वेल टेक्निकल मात्रै इनोभेसन हुँदैन प्रोसेस इनोभेसन कन्ट्र्याक्चुअल इनोभेसन प्रडक्ट इनोभेसन त्यो सबै इज अ डिफ्रेन्ट एलिमेन्ट तर त्यो सबै गर्नको लागि यु हेभ टु हेभ अ भेरी भेरी गुड अन्डरस्ट्यान्डिङ अफ द टेक्नोलोजी इट्सेल्फ इफ यु डोन्ट अन्डरस्ट्यान्ड द टेक्नोलोजी इट्सेल्फ जसले ट्रेन्चमा गएर काम गराएको छैन नि इट्स नट पोसिबल टु गो एन्ड इनोभेट एट अ हायर लेभल एट लट अफ टाइम्स स्पेसली यो एमबिए गरेपछि मान्छेहरू आई थिङ्क दे क्यान इनोभेट एट द टप तर अनलेस यु गन फ्रम द बटम एन्ड वर्क इन द ट्रेन्चेस इज भेरी भेरी डिफिकल्ट टु इनोभेट एट द हायर लेभल In 2016, I became the EPNIC chair. र यो 2016 to 18 मा मैले के रियलाइज गरेँ भने मैले धने 10-12 वर्षदेखि आई वाज इन लिडरसिप पोजिसन SANOG-मा भन्यो एनपिएक्समा भन्यो एपिनिकमा भन्यो आई स्टार्टेड स्टेपिङ डाउन सधैँभरि त चलाएर त हुँदैन नि नयाँ जेनेरेसन बिल्ड गर्नुपर्छ सो 2018 सम्ममा त्यो कोभिड नलागेको भए म सबैबाट डाउन हुन्थेँ होला तर आई एक्टिभली स्टार्टेड टु स्टेप डाउन फ्रम माई लिडरसिप रोल त्यो पनि एउटा इम्पोर्टेन्ट काम हो सधैँभरि हाम्रो नेपालको नेताहरू जस्तो त्यो बसेर मात्रै हुँदैन के नयाँ आइडियाजहरू त नयाँ मान्छेहरूबाट आउँछ नि होइन अनि त्यो भएर आई स्टार्टेड एडिङ डाउन तर एउटा भन्थ्यो नि जस्तो रुपेशले भन्थ्यो तिमी होइन छोड्नु हुँदैन भन्थ्यो तर होइन त SANOG इज डुइङ वेल राइट इट इज गोइङ अन एनपिआइएक्स पनि त म कहाँ झन् 10 वर्ष भयो नेपाल पनि त बाहिर बसेको ग्रोथ त छ नि त्यही भएर राम्रोसँग काम गरिरहेको छ र राम्रोसँग संस्थालाई इस्टाब्लिस गरिरहेको छ भने यु किप गोइङ अन नाउ यो अलिकति स्किप गर्छु म एमाजोन गएँ एमाजोनको स्केल इज बिग के लाइमलाइट वाज अ ग्लोबल नेटवर्क बिग नेटवर्क वर्ल्डको टप 5-6 नेटवर्कमा आउँथ्यो एमाजोन इज 10 times बिगर होइन एमाजोनमा म जाँदाखेरि 2018 मै इन्टरनली 400 gig वाज भेरी प्रिभेलेन्ट जबकि 400 gig मार्केटमा देयर वाज नट अ स्ट्यान्डर्ड इट वाज नट भेरी ओपनली एभाइलेबल वेन आई वेन्ट टु एमाजोन आई स्टार्ट बिङ अ म्यानेजर ठुलो कम्पनीहरूमा एन्ड दिस मे बी न्यू फर यु गाइज जस्तो वर्ल्डिङमा मात्रै देखाएको छु मैले अहिलेसम्म ठुलो कम्पनीहरूमा देयर इज अ अप्सन टु गेट प्रमोटेड विदाउट बिङ अ म्यानेजर. यु डोन्ट ह्याभ टु बिकम अ म्यानेजर टु गेट इन्टु सिनियर लेभल. त्यसमा चाहिँ के हुन्छ भन्दाखेरि होइन म आफ्नो इन्डिभिजुअल काम गर्छु, आई डोन्ट वान्ट टु डु पिपल म्यानेजमेन्ट भन्यो भने यु क्यान किप अन डुइङ वर्क. तर त्यसमा चाहिँ यु डोन्ट ह्याभ डाइरेक्ट कन्ट्रोल ओभर पिपल, यु ह्याभ टु ह्याभ कन्भिन्सिङ आर्गुमेन्ट. फोर्स मल्टिप्लायर भन्छ क्या त्यसलाई होइन. यु मल्टिप्लाई बाई बिङ इन्फ्लुएन्सियल अन वाट अदर पिपल आर डुइङ. हुन्छ तिमी चाहिँ एउटा अथोरिटी जस्तै हुन्छ क्या. द्याट इज वाट आई डिड एट एमाजोन फर अ फ्यु इयर्स. अब एमाजोनको बारेमा म कुरा गर्दिनँ. एमाजोनको बारेमा युट्युबमा जहाँ यति धेरै राइटिङहरू छ, कुनै क्वेसन छ भने भरे बेलुका डिनरको टाइममा आएर सोध्नु होला. एपिडिक इसीमा पनि गएँ. पल विल्सन 26 इयर्स डिजी, उहाँ रिटायर हुनुभयो. उहाँसँग धेरै काम गर्यो क्लोजली फर मेनी इयर्स होइन. र त्यो हाम्रो फोटो भाइ थियौँ भुटानमा खिचेको हो त्यो 2-4 वर्ष पहिला. त्यो पनि म्यानेजमेन्ट रोलै थियो क्या. इसीमा हुँदाखेरि बोर्ड मेम्बर मात्रै हुँदाखेरि जे भन्यो पनि हुने. अब चेयरम्यान भइसकेपछि त युआर इफेक्टिभली द बस अफ द सिइओ होइन. अनि त्यो हुँदाखेरि त इट्स अल्सो अ म्यानेजमेन्ट रोल. तर मैले त्यहाँ इन्टरफेयर त गर्न भएन नि, पललाई त आफ्नो काम गर्न दिनु पऱ्यो नि. मैले एउटा कुरा यहाँ मिस गरेँ. यो 2015-18मा पुग्दाखेरि 100 gig वाज प्रिभेलेन्ट इभन इन नेपाल. र त्यो चाहिँ एउटा हाम्रो आई कङ्ग्रेचुलेट हामी सबैजना यो इन्डस्ट्रीमा. हामीहरूले त्यो जति टाइम लाग्यो नि 9.6बाट 1 MB पुग्न र 1 MBबाट 1G पुग्न, 1Gबाट 100 gig पुग्न हामीलाई धेरै टाइम लागेन. इट वाज रियली रियली ऱ्यापिड अक्रस द बोर्ड होइन. किनभने फाइबर फालाफाल भएपछि, फाइबर सस्तो भएपछि किन उहाँ ब्यान्डविड्थ त सधैँ छ, अप्टिक्सको प्राइस पनि घटेर आयो. द्याट मे बी अ बिग डिल. तर वी मुभ रियली फास्ट. नाउ यो लास्ट कुरा, अब 2020मा 19मा एमाजोनले लाइभ स्पोर्ट्स स्ट्रिमिङ गर्न थाले. दे स्टार्टेड स्ट्रिमिङ लाइभ स्पोर्ट्स. नाउ यु माइट से वाट इज द बिग डिल अबाउट इट? The big deal is Amazon, when it streams, it is doing it exclusively, meaning it is not available anywhere else. It is not available on TV, it is not available on cable, nowhere else. Only way to watch certain sports event is on the Amazon app. भनेपछि it changed the dynamics. First time I got seconded. किनभने एउटा मैले भन्नु त्यो Amazon 10 times bigger भयो पनि मलाई त बोरिङ भइसकेको थियो कि. त्यो लाइमलाइटमा गरेर काम हो, इट्स जस्ट बिगर. वाट इज द बिग डिल भन्दाखेरि सो दे सेन्ड मी टु प्राइम भिडियो. र गएको 4 वर्षदेखि भन्नु पर्ला आई एम भेरी इन्भल्भ इन कन्ज्युमर सेटिस्फ्याक्सन के. मान्छेले भिडियो स्ट्रिम गर्दाखेरि प्रब्लम नआओस् होइन. नर्मल्ली डे टु डे त प्रब्लम आउँदैन होइन. तर जब 1 करोड चाहन्छन् 10 मिलियन भने 1 करोड हुन्छ नि होइन. 1 करोड भन्दा माथि 1.5 करोड मान्छेले एकैचोटि स्ट्रिम गर्दाखेरि हाउ टु मेक इट वर्क, द्याट इज अ भेरी डिफ्रेन्ट प्रब्लम सेट. किन भन्दाखेरि सो अमेरिकन फुटबल भनेको अमेरिकनहरूको लागि एउटा रिलिजन हो क्या त्यो. एभ्री इभेन्ट इज वाच्ड बाई 13, 14, 15 मिलियन पिपल होइन. भनेपछि दे विल अल वाच इट एट द सेम टाइम. जस्तो अब हामीले मुभी रिलिज गऱ्यौँ भने सबैले एकैचोटि हेर्दैन, बिस्तारै हेर्छन्, फरक पर्दैन क्या. तर फुटबल गरे जस्तो यहाँ पनि त हुन्छ नि, त्यो क्रिकेट हुँदाखेरि हाम्रो एनपिआरको ग्राफ माथि जान्छ नि, त्यही हो क्या, कन्सेप्ट त्यही हो. तर हाम्रो डिफ्रेन्स के छ भन्दाखेरि यहाँ चाहिँ स्ट्रिमिङमा पनि आउँछ, टिभीमा पनि आउँछ होइन. स्ट्रिमिङ चलेन भने मान्छेले टिभीमा गएर हेर्छ. जियो हटस्टारको पनि त्यही, एपमा आएन भने टिभीमा गएर हेर्छ. एमाजोनले गर्दाखेरि चाहिँ नो अप्सन, ओन्ली एभाइलेबल अन द इन्टरनेट ओभर द प्राइम भिडियो एप. एन्ड द्याट इज वाट आई बिन डुइङ for last 4 years. US-मा every Thursday night, आज चाहिँ हुँदैन, आज अमेरिकामा थ्याङ्क्सगिभिङ हलिडे हो. We've been doing close to 120 terabits every night, every Thursday night. होइन. अब त्यसको हिसाब के हो भन्दाखेरि 10, 12, 13 million concurrent users streaming at an average of around 8 to 9 megabits per second. And मैले exact data नदिए भए पनि you can think that if people are streaming at HD or 1080p, 1080 progressives भन्दाखेरि HD streamमा 120 last हाम्रो peak terabits per second is what we do every Thursday during NFL season. US मा त्यो भयो तर we just broke traffic records. म आज भर्खर यो क्याचअप गर्दैछु यो ट्र्याकबाट फर्केर आएपछि यो week on Tuesday we broke records in Italy, on Wednesday we broke records in Germany because त्यहाँ पनि हामी Champions League streaming गर्छौं के हैन. Both countries we broke records. I think we broke records in Japan last year when we did the baseball, world baseball. Japanese are baseball crazy. World Baseball Championship ko final ma, there is two guys, Otani and Markman. They are like the same. The last over bhन्छ नि cricket ma, उनीहरुको last round ma, we saw such a spike in Japan. We broke records, okay? Even in Japan. So multiple countries, Brazil also we broken records. America ma yo 100T number is interesting. But the key thing is we are going 4 or 5 times your daily traffic. Scantelai manage कसरी गर्ने भन्ने कुरा चाहिँ is what I am looking at. यो traffic को graph मैले राखेको थियो. That is what we see. Now this is what very complicated video delivery looks like. मैले चाहिँ यो Amazon बाटै मेरो यो presentation मैले previously गराएको थिएँ. It's complicated हुन्छ नि. यो जुन बिचको mesh छ नि, यो mesh यो भनेको internet हो के. यो mesh बिचको चाहिँ पुरै this is the internet. किन भन्दाखेरि there are so many CDNs, content delivery, एउटा content delivery network ले deliver गर्न सक्दैन. यो American ISPs हरु हो, big ISPs, top 7. धन्ने US मा हामीले 1000 वटा ISP track गर्छौं के. We have a database, we have contacts. उनी हामी तिनीहरुसँग कुरा गर्छौं. कसरी गर्छौ? कहाँ छौ तिमीहरुको capacity? How are you doing it? And then we deliver it. त्यस्तै upstream मा पनि origin cloud मा origin राख्यो, encoding सोडिङ सबै भएर आइसक्दाखेरि पनि यो यसमा ओभरलोड हुन्छ भनेर बिचमा अर्को टियर पनि राख्नु पर्छ. So this is a very simplified view of a very complicated video delivery. That's fine. Your website ma halnu bhanda पहिला I'll remove it. So last almost last slide. जतिसुकै पुरानो कुराहरु धेरै एक्सपिरियन्स को कुरा गरे मैले हैन, इन्टरनेट को ग्रोथ को कुरा गरे, we talked about it. Ultimately those 20 वर्ष पहिला मैले गरेको काम त्यतिखेरको लागि रेलेभेन्ट थियो. अहिले आएर it might not be as relevant. आज गएर मैले साइबर पोस्टमा आर्टिकल हाउ टु युज द इन्टरनेट भनेर लेख्नु पर्दैन, राइट? आज मैले लेख्नु पर्यो भने एआई एमएल के विषयमा लेखौँला, तर त्यसको लागि पनि देयर आर इनफ पिपल हु क्यान डु इट. त्यसकारण लास्ट 5 इयर्स के एक्सपिरियन्स गर्दाखेरि अथवा मैले यो डिस्टिल गरेर यो अडियन्समा भन्दाखेरि चाहिँ इन्टरनेट डिस्ट्रिब्युसन र स्केलिङ मा मैले डिस्टिल गरेँ. र त्यो डिस्टिल गर्दाखेरि चाहिँ राइट नाउ अहिलेको उसमा कन्टेक्स्टमा चाहिँ यो इन्टरनेट इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चर जुन जेनरली हुन्छ वर्ल्ड वाइड डाइभर्स भइरहेछ अलिकति. पहिला त्यस्तो थिएन, अहिले अलिकति डाइभर्स भएको छ. एउटा चाहिँ क्लाउड छ, क्लाउड सबै सेन्ट्रलाइज गर्न खोजिरहेछ, यहीँ गर सेन्ट्रली गर मेरो क्लाउडमा राख भन्ने. अर्को चाहिँ डिस्ट्रिब्युसन हो, भिडियो डिस्ट्रिब्युसन, क्यासिङ हाल कहाँ डिप राख्नु पर्यो, फर्दर लानु पर्यो हैन. अहिले हामीले त्यो अघि मैले भने नि युएसमा 10,000 जना मान्छे भएको ठाउँमा क्यास पठाइरहेको छु के म. किन भन्दाखेरि 10,000 जना मान्छेले 10 मेगामा स्ट्रिमिङ गर्यो भने त द्याट इज सब्सटेन्शियल इनफ द्याट इट निड्स अ बक्स बाइ इट्सेल्फ हैन. सो द्याट इज गोइङ वान डाइरेक्सन. तर क्लाउड भने फेरि एडब्ल्युएसले त ठुल्ठुलो हैन 50 मेगावाटको डेटा सेन्टर बनाउने भन्छ. सो इट इज नट क्लियर. र यो चाहिँ फेरि कन्टिन्युअस हो. जस्तो अहिले नेपालमा क्लाउड छैन, एज होला, भोलि काठमाडौँमा क्लाउड आउला अनि एज तल तल जान्छ. र यो चाहिँ आई थिङ्क अहिले ऱ्यापिडली नेक्स्ट 5-10 इयर्स द्याट विल कन्टिन्यू टु गो. र अर्को चाहिँ के छ भन्दाखेरि यसको एउटा कारण के छ भन्दाखेरि युजर्स आर ग्लोबल इभन इफ कन्टेन्ट इज लोकल. भोलि यहाँ एनटिसीले एउटा सोसल मिडिया बनाएको थियो नि, कतिजनाले युज गर्नुभयो केपिजी बाहेक हैन. त्यो हो नि, सबैजनाले फेसबुकै युज गरे, सबैजनाले इन्स्टा नै युज गरे होइन किन मान्छेलाई त त्यो वर्ल्ड लिङ्क चाहिन्छ नि अनि त्यही भएर सिस्टमहरू ग्लोबल भए पनि कन्टेन्ट लोकल भए पनि सिस्टमहरू चाहिँ ग्लोबलै हुन्छ कि सो द्याट इज वेयर यु एज ISPs एज अपरेटर्स यु विल बी फोर्स टु ब्रिङ दोज सिस्टम्स इन किनभने युजरलाई यु कान्ट कन्ट्रोल म आफै बनाउँछु भनेर हुँदैन यु हेभ टु फेसिलिटेट यु बिकम अ इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चर प्रोभाइडर होइन distribution at scale is always complex and it is always expensive. सस्तोमा गर्छु भनेर हुँदैन स्केलिङ गर्नलाई. How you do it हुन्छ नि is up to you, up to your situation. यसरी नै गर्नुपर्छ भनेर म चाहिँ भन्दिनँ. मेरो सिचुएसन डिफरेन्ट होला from someone else's situation and you have to think through them differently all the time. उसले गर्यो भन्दैमा मैले गर्छु भन्न हुँदैन के द्याट इज वाट आई हेभ लर्न हुन्छ नि जस्तो हामीले जुन सिस्टम जुन मेकानिजम युएसमा युज गर्छौँ द्याट डज नट वर्क इन जापान फर मी जापानमा वी युज अ स्लाइटली डिफरेन्ट अप्रोच युरोपमा इटाली जर्मनी वी युज डिफरेन्ट एप्रोचेस इभन द ट्राफिक त हो नि भन्ने हो नि तर इट इज डिफरेन्ट के कन्टेक्स्ट आर डिफरेन्ट युजर्स आर डिफरेन्ट एउटा इक्जाम्पल भन्छु दिस इज द फन वान इटालीमा स्ट्रिम गर्दाखेरि यु हेभ टु बी प्रिपेयर्ड त्यो ठ्याक्क गेम सुरु हुने बेलामा एभ्रिबडी विल कम एन्ड जोइन त्यो इटालियन र मस्त भएर बस्छ होला अनि चिया खाएर बस्ने होला कफी खाएर गेम सुरु हुन आएपछि भर्र दौडेर आएर प्ले थिच्छ क्या सो यु क्यान सी दिस बिग स्पाइक वेयर जर्मन्स एकदम गेम सुरु हुँदा आधा घन्टा अगाडिदेखि बिस्तारै जोइन गर्दै आउँछ सबै नाइस ऱ्याम्प के सो जर्मनी आई डोन्ट हेभ टु वरी अबाउट दिस फ्रिकिङ स्पाइकी नेचर हामी रेट लिमिट गर्छौँ लिटरली इटलीमा त किनभने त्यो रेट अफ जोइन इज सो हाई बिकज एभ्रिबडी कम्स एट द ठ्याक्क त्यो किक अफ हुने ए ल ल ल ल हारे 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 आइज भनेर अलमोस्ट द कल्चरल थिङ के एन्ड सो यु हेभ टु एडाप्ट एभ्री कन्ट्री अकर्डिङली लास्ट वान वाट हेभ यु लर्न यो म मेरो मोस्ट रिसेन्ट फोटो भन्छु र मैले त्यहाँ जे लेखाएको छु त्यो सबैभन्दा one step at a time, one stone at a time. होइन मैले यो किनोट दिनलाई फोटो खिचे होइन तर आई थट दिस वाज अ गुड वान सानो बेस बनाएर थप्दै जाने हो कि यु विल नट गेट टु माछा पुछ्दै त हुँदैन हामी होइन तर जति गर्छौँ बिस्तारै बिस्तारै गर्नुपर्छ र स्केलिङ गर्दाखेरि यु अलवेज थिङ्क मैले नथिङ इज एभर बिग इनफ होइन अहिले कतिजनाले 400 गिग भनेर सोच्नु भएको छ यहाँ 5-6 जना होइन सबैले सोच्नु पर्यो पढ्नु पर्यो हाउ डज इट वर्क अल्टिमेटली 400 गिग अहिलेको टेक त भनेको 4 100 गिग त हो नि द्याट्स इट आई हेभ पर्सनली टेकन आउट 1G बाट 10G 10G बाट 100G 100G बाट 400G जाँदाखेरि चाहिँ म यता गइसकेको थिएँ आई पर्सनली डन द्याट निकाल्दै राख्दै गर्ने काम कम्प्लेक्सिटी इज द नेसेसरी इभिल फर स्केल कम्प्लेक्सिटी हुन्छ सिम्पल बनाएर पनि हुँदैन सर्टन कुरा कम्प्लेक्स हुन्छ स्केलिङ गर्दाखेरि you just have to find a way to either engineering concept में भन्दाखेरि you break it down into smaller pieces and do one at a time or find other ways हुन्छ नि कहिलेकाहीँ बिजनेस सिम्प्लिफिकेसनले पनि कम्प्लेक्सिटी हराउँछ र अल्टिमेटली यु डिपेन्ड अन अ लट अफ पिपल टु गाइड यु एन्ड हेल्प यु जस्तो मैले धेरै काम गरेँ मैले एक्लै गरे होइन यसमा धेरैले मलाई हेल्प गर्नुभयो धेरैले नज गर्नुभयो अनि धेरैजना यहाँ हुनुहुन्छ जस्तो समित भयो रुपेश भयो इनिबर भयो होइन यहाँ दीपक कोही भर्खर आइपुग्यो दीपक विनोदजी सुमन जिसेन दे अल हेल्प मी ल यसो गरौँ ल गरौँले गऱ्यो सपोर्ट गरौँ होइन जस्तो केपीजीहरू हुनुहुन्थ्यो एनटिसीमा त्यतिखेर उहाँ र विमलेजीले नभनेको भए एनटिसी सायद एनपिएक्समा जोइन गर्नलाई धेरै अप्ठ्यारो राम्रो काम गरेपछि यु गेट अ लट अफ सपोर्ट र यु मुभ अलोङ विथ द्याट एन्ड द्याट इज भेरी इम्पोर्टेन्ट अनि एक्लै दौडेर मात्रै हुँदैन के त्यो चाहिँ एउटा मेरो बिग लर्निङ हो यु हेभ टु टेक कहिलेकाहीँ आफू स्लो डाउन भएर पनि अरूलाई पनि सँगै लिएर जानुपर्छ र इन्टरनेट यो लास्टको मेरो एउटा कुरा इन्टरनेट किन काम गर्छ भन्दाखेरि आई से दिस अ लट द मोर आई अन्डरस्ट्यान्ड हाउ द इन्टरनेट वर्क्स आई वन्डर हाउ इट एक्चुली वर्क्स होइन इट्स अ लट अफ थिङ्स आर लाइक त्यो कहिलेकाहीँ मैले म्यानेजमेन्टलाई एक्सप्लेन गर्नुपर्छ के ओ या दिस इज पियरिङ दिस इज बेस्ड अन अ ह्यान्डसेक देयर इज नो कन्ट्र्याक्ट भन्दाखेरि हाउ डज द्याट वर्क भनेको इट वर्क्स होइन 80-90% अफ द इन्टरकनेक्सन अन द इन्टरनेट इज ह्यान्डसेक बेस्ड होइन इन्टरनेटको 80% इन्टरकनेक्टिभिटी इज ह्यान्डसेक बेस्ड भनेपछि इट जस्ट वर्क्स होइन किन भन्दाखेरि पिपल टक टु इच अदर दे नो दे फलो अ रुल एन्ड दे मेक इट वर्क होइन हाम्रो एनपिएक्समा पनि त कन्ट्र्याक्ट त हुँदैन नि एनपिएक्सले स्विच मात्रै दिने हो होइन तर सबैजनाले एक आफ्नो बेनिफिटको लागि यु मेक इट वर्क अल्टिमेटली द कम्युनिटी इन्टरेक्सन मेक्स इट वर्क कथै सुन्ने भयो त मसँग कति छ 20-22 वर्षको होइन हाउ इट हेज हेल्प अस र अहिले आएर मलाई अस्ति होइन त यो आजकल त के छ र यस्तो के नयाँ कुरै हुँदैन भन्दाखेरि हो नयाँ इनोभेसन जुन रेटमा हामी गरिरहेको थियौँ पहिला होइन स्पिड बढाइरहेको थियौँ वायरलेस गऱ्यौँ फाइबर गऱ्यौँ अहिले त्यो अलिक स्लो भएको छ होइन किनभने इट्स गन टु 100 गिग ब्यान्डविड्थ पुगेकै छ 400 गिग जान्छ इट इज जस्ट अबाउट बिगर इनोभेसन छैन भन्दाखेरि तर अपरेसनल प्रेसर त बढ्यो नि इन्टरेक्सन त स्टिल गर्नु पर्ने डाउन भयो भने अब त ठुलो प्रब्लम हुन्छ नि 100 गिग सर्किट 200 गिग सर्किट डाउन हुँदाखेरि त प्रेसर इज हायर के पहिला 1 MB डाउन हुन्थ्यो स्याटेलाइट जान्छ फर्केर आउँछ भन्थ्यो त्यतिकै इज नट इभन मान्छेलाई इन्टरनेट डाउन भएछ भन्यो घाम लागेछ भने पनि हुन्थ्यो कि त्यतिखेर त बादल लाग्यो मेरो स्याटेलाइट चलेन भने पनि हुन्थ्यो अहिले त मिल्दैन नि यु निड टु नो कसलाई कल गर्ने त ल मेरो इन्टरनेट चलेन फलानुसँग प्रब्लम आयो भने त यु चिनेको हुनु पऱ्यो नि होइन अफिसियल प्रोसेस मार्फत मात्रै गएर त कहिलेकाहीँ त हुँदैन नि जस्तो अब एनटिसी वर्ल्डिङको बिचमा केही प्रब्लम आयो भने त दे निड टु टक टु इच अदर भेरी क्विकली किनभने त्यो त नेपालको दुईवटा ठुलो भयो होइन सुबिसु यो जुन ठुल्ठुलो प्रोभाइडरहरू छ उनीहरूलाई त एकअर्काको डाइरेक्ट फोन नम्बरै चाहिन्छ नि त्यस्तै लोवर लेभलमा पनि त्यो चाहिने हुन्छ कि र त्यो चाहिँ कहिले पनि काहीँ पनि जाँदैन त्यो चाहिँ यो नगहरू भनेको इट्स अ बिग प्लेस जस्तो एनपिनगमा अहिले थुप्रै इन्टरनेसनलहरू हुनुहुन्छ जस्तो अब सानोगमा एप्रिकटमा गुगलबाट फेसबुकबाट हाम्रो एमाजोनबाट पनि आउनु भएको छ यहाँ अनि त्यो त त्यही इन्टरेक्सनको लागि हो कि र त्यो चाहिँ कहिले पनि जाँदैन र त्यसैबाट नयाँ कुरा निक्लिने हो र त्यसैबाट चाहिँ यु किप अन ग्रोइङ आई थिङ्क आइम डन यो क्वेसन चाहिँ अब टाइम छैन है अब टी ब्रेकमा गरौँला लास्टमा चाहिँ आई निड टु एक्नोलेज यो बिकज यो प्रेजेन्टेसन बनाउँदा मैले थुप्रै साइटहरूबाट फोटोसोटो कपी गर्नु परेको थियो जस्ट एक्नोलोजिङ देम यो कुन सानोग हो मलाई पनि थाहा छैन इट्स अ लङ टाइम अगो एनिथिङ समित one question एउटा question anybody has a question for me
सबभन्दा ठुलो कुरा चाहिँ यहाँ के देखिन्छ भने यत्रो लामो समयको जुन एक्सपिरियन्स देखियो कस्तो कस्तो खालको च्यालेन्जेसहरूलाई चाहिँ स्मुथली चाहिँ त्यो च्यालेन्जलाई के क्वालिटी हुनुपर्छ सो द्याट त्यो जुन च्यालेन्जेसहरू त्यो अप्ठ्यारो चिजहरूलाई चाहिँ तपाईँले एकदम सजिलोसँग चाहिँ अब पार गर्नुभयो
थ्याङ्क यू विक्रम दुईटा हुन्छ एउटा पहिला टेक्निकल काम गर्दाखेरि चाहिँ जेनरली आउट अफ द बक्स थिङ्किङ वाज युजफुल हुन्छ नि यसरी भएन भने उसरी गरौँ अलिकता जुगाड गर्ने भन्छ नि अर्ली डेजमा हाम्रो लागि द्याट वाज अ प्रब्लम ल यो लिज लाइनले भएन वायरलेस जोडिदिउँ अथवा यो भएन त्यो गरौँ यु कन्सटेन्टली हेभ टु थिङ्क आउट अफ द बक्स होइन त्यो गरेर टेक्निकल प्रब्लम्सहरू सल्भ गर्नलाई द्याट इज इजियर वे टु डु इट तर म्यानेजमेन्टमा गएपछि र पोलिसी लेभलमा गएपछि दुईवटा कुरा एउटा मैले अघि भने सबैलाई सँगै लिएर हिँड्नुपर्छ होइन त्यो जरुरी छ तर एट द सेम टाइम डिसिजन लिन सक्नुपर्छ कहिलेकाहीँ यु टेक द रङ डिसिजन यु स्टिल मुभ फरवर्ड होइन द्याट इज हाउ यु हेभ टु किप मुभिङ के र एक ठाउँमा स्टल भएर बस्यो भने यु विल नट सल्भ द प्रब्लम यु विल एक्चुली मेक द्याट इज माई फिलोसफी समटाइम्स हुन्छ नि बेसिक यो इकोनोमिक कन्सेप्ट अथवा एनी कन्सेप्टमा जाँदा पनि माई फिलोसफी इज किप मुभिङ फरवर्ड बिस्तारै अलिकति भए पनि यु ट्राई टु सल्भ अ स्मल प्रब्लम र मैले अघि भने इन्जिनियरिङमा जहिले पनि ठुलो प्रब्लमलाई सानो बनाऊ र सल्भ गर भन्ने हुन्छ द्याट मे बी फिजिबल बट इट्स नट अलवेज फिजिबल होइन त्यस कारण चाहिँ मेरो एक्सपिरियन्स र मेरो एप्रोच चाहिँ अलवेज गो आउट अफ द बक्स यसरी खाएन भने यसरी पनि खाऊ कहिलेकाहीँ लामो बाटो पनि जाऊ तर यु किप मुभिङ फरवर्ड र द्याट हेल्प्स राइट अर्को चाहिँ डेफिनेटली यु कान्ट नट डिसाइड के म त्यो चाहिँ एउटा टेन्डेन्सी देख्छु हाम्रो नेपाली कम्युनिटीमा नेपाली समाजमा हामी जहिले पनि एल्डरलाई डिफर गर्छौँ क्या डिसिजन मेकिङमा यो त्यसरी हुँदैन यु हेभ टु डिसाइड मुभ फरवर्ड आफ्नो लेभलमा सक्ने गर्ने नभए गएर ल तिमी डिसिजन गरिदेऊ भन्नुपर्छ नि गएर फोर्स गर्नुपर्छ नभए चाहिँ प्रब्लम सल्भ हुँदैन प्रब्लम त्यत्तिकै त्यो गुम्सेर बस्छ अनि पछि गएर विस्फोट हुन्छ द्याट इज इभन वर्स
थ्याङ्क यू गौरव दाई इट वाज भेरी इम्प्रेसिभ जर्नी मेरो क्वेसन हजुरलाई नेक्स्ट 5 इयर्समा हजुरले नेपाललाई कहाँ देखिन्छ इन टर्म्स अफ इन्टरनेट भनौँ न आइएसपीज एन्ड अल टेक्नोलोजीमा
त्यो क्वेसन चाहिँ यहाँ यो समित यो दिपक अनि उता केपीजीलाई अगाडि राखेर गर्नु पर्ला होइन अब आई हेभ टु से अब म स्पेसली यो कोभिडले गर्दाखेरि मेरो ग्याप भयो क्या ट्राभलमा नेपाल आइरहेको थिएँ गइरहेको थिएँ थाहा भइरहेको थियो अलिकति ग्याप भयो र टाढा पनि भयो म धेरै टाढा भयो तर जुन रूपमा मैले यो ट्रिपमा माथि इन्टरनेट देखेँ आई थिङ्क द्याट इज इट द रिस्क चाहिँ अहिले यो नेपालको मात्रै होइन वर्ल्ड वाइडै हो यो सामाजिक सञ्जालले दुइटै पोजिटिभ र नेगेटिभ ल्याउँछ र त्यसको इफेक्ट के हुन्छ भन्ने कुरा चाहिँ आई डोन्ट थिङ्क एनीबडी क्यान क्लेम न द्याट इज वान साइड तर इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चरमा त भनिहाल्यो नि वी जति भन्यो भने ब्यान्डविथ जति गरे पनि पुग्दैन होइन त्यो बालुवामा पानी खनाए जस्तै हो क्या त्यो ब्यान्डविथ पुग्दैन सो विल किप ग्रोइङ होइन डिसेन्ट्रलाइज होला त्यो होला तर रिस्क चाहिँ नट अन द इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चर साइड इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चर त आइ एम सो कन्फिडेन्ट सो ह्याप्पी हाम्रो नेपाली आइएसपीजहरू नेपाली नेटवर्क्स दे आर ग्रोइङ डुइङ रियली वेल तर के भन्छ हाउ पिपल युज इट द्याट विल डिटर्मिन द नेक्स्ट 5 इयर्स र यो सामाजिक सञ्जालको चाहिँ पोजिटिभ नेगेटिभ इज गन बी भेरी भेरी डिफिकल्ट टु मेजर गुड
Thank you. A round of applause for Gaurav Rajapadhyay. Thank you, Gaurav, for your interesting journey. हुन त ब्रेकबाट फर्किने बेला भइसक्यो ब्रेकलाई एक्सिट गरेर अरूको प्रेजेन्टेसन भयो त बिचमा रोक्नुहुन्थ्यो अब की नोट प्रेजेन्टेसन भयो रोक भन्नु पनि नमिल्ने भयो सो थ्याङ्क यू फर बियरिङ अबाउट बट इट्स वाज अ भेरी इन्ट्रेस्टिङ आइम स्योर है तपाईँहरूले इन्जोय गर्नुभयो होला आइम नट स्योर कति यङ जेनेरेसनले कम्प्रिहेन्ड गर्न सक्नुभयो कि भएन अब हामी अलिकति त्यो जर्नीबाट पास भइसकेकोले त वी कुड रिलेट त्यो नयाँ जेनेरेसनले त्यसलाई रिलेट गर्नुभयो कि भएन जसरी हिस्ट्री पनि होइन हामीले पढ्दाखेरि कति कुरा बुझिँदैन नि के गरे किन गरेर आइएछ किन लड्न गएको रहेछ भन्ने लाग्छ होला होइन अब त्यतिकोमा त्यो जेनेरेसनले यो दे ran through that होइन सो दे अन्डरस्ट्यान्ड वाइ इट इज नेसेसरी सो यो जर्नीले यो प्रेजेन्टेसनले के पनि देखायो भने यो बाटो बनाउने काम चाहिँ पुरानो जेनेरेसनले गरिदिनु भयो होइन मल्ल राजाहरूले त्यहाँ मन्दिर अथवा दरबार बनाइदियो र अहिले टुरिस्टहरू आएर हेर्न उनलाई केही देखाउने ठाउँ भयो हामीलाई त्यति बेला गौरव राज उपाध्याय अथवा सञ्जीव रोना दिलीप अग्रवालहरूले चाहिँ इन्टरनेटको लागि नगरिदिनु भयो भए अहिले हामीलाई होइन इन्टरनेटको बारे जुन डिफल्टमा लिइरहेछौँ एज भनौँ न ग्रान्टेड लिइरहेछौँ त्यो हुने थिएन होला अब मेबी यो बाटो ठुलो 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 हुने भन्ने कुरा अब बनाउँदै जान्छ गर्दै जान्छ भन्ने कुराहरू हुन्छ होला मेबी यो जेनेरेसनमा मेबी नयाँ कुरा भने एप्लिकेसन साइडतिर अहिले धेरै कामहरू भइरहेछ बाटो बनिहाल्छ गाडी चाहिँ नयाँ नयाँ गाडीहरू होइन अब जिप ल्याउने एसयुभी ल्याउने अथवा चाहिँ इभी ल्याउने कामहरू चाहिँ हुँदै गर्छ सो thank you Gaurav once again for being part of the development of this road infrastructure and whatever you've done for Nepal. अब हामी क्विकली ब्रेकमा ब्रेक त लिउँ, ब्रेक चिया कफी चाहिँ रेडी होला, तर मेबी वी सुड कम ब्याक इन मेबी 10 मिनट्स, अदर 10 मिनट्समा चिया कफी लिएर भित्रै आउनु भए पनि हुन्छ है. So we'll just break for 10 minutes and we'll start another session. I'll hand it over to Mr. Ram Krishna Pariyar for handling the next session. Ram, over to you. Thank you.
त्यो गल्ती भयो कि तिमीले मलाई फोन देखाउनु पर्यो नि अनि म त्यो स्पिड अप गरेँ फोन देखाउनु पर्यो 10 मिनेट लाग्यो
Hello, hello. Hello, hello.
माइक अन छैन क्या हो अन छ यो माइकले काम गर्दैन सर
Hello, hello, hello.
यो माइक अन गर्नु
No, 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 no. Check. हेलो हेलो सबैजना भित्र आइदिनु होला है प्लिज
टाइमर चाहिँ राख्नु पो लाग्छ है सर है सर
हेलो हेलो सबैजना भित्र आइदिनु होला प्लिज हजुर गुड मर्निङ एन्ड नमस्ते यहाँहरू सबैजनालाई हाम्रो यो किनोट पछाडिको फर्स्ट सेसन टेक्निकल सेसन हामी सुरु गर्न गइरहेका छौँ यो एकदमै इन्ट्रेस्टिङ सेसन छ यो इन्डस्ट्रीमा काम गरेका एक्सपर्ट स्पिकरहरूबाट आफ्नो एक्सपिरियन्स यो आइसिटी सेक्टरलाई हामीले कसरी ग्रो गर्न सक्छौँ भनेर डिफ्रेन्ट एङ्गलबाट उहाँहरूले चाहिँ एउटा प्रेजेन्टेसन गर्नुहुनेछ जहाँसम्म लाग्छ यो प्रेजेन्टेसन्स हाम्रो डे टु डे टास्कमा पनि एकदमै युजफुल हुन्छ र यस्ता खालका प्रेजेन्टेसन्सहरूबाट हामीले लर्न गर्ने कुराहरू थुप्रै कुराहरू हुन्छ हैन त्यसले गर्दाखेरि चाहिँ एकदमै ध्यान दिएर सुनिदिनु होला र साथसाथै केही क्वेसन्सहरू छ भने हामी एउटादेखि दुईटासम्म क्वेसन्स पनि हामी लिन चाहिँ प्रयास गर्नेछौँ समय एकदमै लिमिटेड छ यो सेसन्सको लागि हामीसँग एकदम लिमिटेड टाइम भएको कारणले गर्दाखेरि पनि म ढिला नगरिकन हाम्रो यो फर्स्ट स्पिकरलाई म बोलाउन गइरहेको छु इज फ्रम एपिनिक हेल्थ चेक विथ एपिनिक ड्यासबोर्ड पुबुदु
20 minutes.
I think it's ready. Okay, good morning everyone. I'm from NPNOG, originally from Sri Lanka. I wish I can speak Nepalese, but if I speak in Sinhalese, no one will understand. If I speak Japanese, only Mars will understand a little bit. So I'll stick to English. So this, like prerequisite to this presentation, have you been blacklisted? When do you get blacklisted? When there's spams coming from your network, these kind of projects mark you as spammers and then you get blacklisted. Have you been hijacked? Or have your traffic been dropped because of incorrect configuration of routing? So I just took these screenshots yesterday. So this is from the workshop, not picking out anyone, but so web surfer, they are not doing route origin validation at the moment, and this is from NCell, they're also not doing it. But none of the ISPs in Nepal are doing it, so I'm not picking on anyone. I just could find these two samples from my devices. So this is the website that you can find out who is safe doing the BGP validations. So Nepal is almost 96% ROA covered, but now it's time to do the route origin validations, which is like checking who's doing the correct announcements. So if I switch to my WARP, Cloud WARP, which is from Cloudflare, you can see that it is a success. So they are doing route origin validation. And there's a list available who are safe. So you can see some of the large ISPs in the world are already doing it, and I have highlighted there's Tata from our region who are already dropping the invalids. So if your upstream happens to be Tata, make sure that your ROAs are correctly configured. And most of the large ISPs are now slowly catching up, so soon all of them will be starting to drop invalids, and you need to make sure that your ROAs and routing are correctly configured. And these are some of the ones, like even the big ones. So you can see Singtel at the bottom, they are not doing any filtering at the moment, but they will also start doing. So dashboard is where you can make sure that none of these things happen to you. If this is almost like looking at yourself, your network. We are always worried about getting attacked by outsiders, but what about the traffic that's originating from your network which can harm others? That's also important to control. And this dashboard is available for all NPNOG members. There's no additional fees, so it's part of my NPNOG. So currently it will give you a status of routing status and what kind of suspicious traffic is originating from that, and there's a manners readiness, which is mutually agreed norms of routing security. And also soon we will also deploy Bogan announcements which are coming from your network, which will be released pretty soon, December. So this is a look at the routing status. If the ROAs and RPKIs are very, sorry, it's not very clear, but this is like the dashboard that you will see. So, like I have a demo for a few of the ISPs which I met in Kathmandu, and also I think I met Pokhara Internet before. So this is a dashboard. So it will show you if there are routing ROA mismatches or route object mismatches. So ROAs can harm you if someone is doing route origin validation, your traffic can be dropped, and IRR validation has been there for a long time. So if there are mismatches, again, your traffic is at risk of getting dropped. So this dashboard will allow you to get notified about these mismatches. For example, this one, the origin is 45163, but the BGP announcement is from 24021. So there's a ROA mismatch for that prefix. So these kind of alerts can be originated from this dashboard. And how do you do this? Yeah, that's what I just said. So you can create these alerts. What to get an alert for, like for which prefix or number, you can decide what to trigger the alert and create an alert for that. And then at when is it supposed to be triggered? Is it when one prefix has been compromised or number of prefixes has been compromised? You can set it up according to how you wish. And once it's set, you can create multiple alerts from the same dashboard for different prefixes, for different AS numbers. And when you get an alert, this will be very informative. You can see what is when it happened and what is the mismatch, and you can get these alerts on your email or SMS, or if you have Slack or WhatsApp, webhook. So any of these notification forms you can use to get notified about these mismatches. And suspicious traffic, why is it important? Just like I said before about the getting blacklisted, when you have this kind of suspicious traffic coming from your network, we collect that from a set of honeypots. So honeypot is, I'll go to the next slide. What is a honeypot? This is taken from Kaspersky. It's like a sacrificial computer or a device which the attackers will think it's a valuable target and try to attack. And because it's already under supervision, we will understand the attack vectors and take precautions about how to tackle that kind of attacks in a real system. So why does it matter? So I got this screenshot from Nepal, some government website. So your network is at reputation. If your network is originating a lot of suspicious traffic, you get notified, you get blacklisted. And legal consequences, I think Nepal also has a cyber crimes law. And it's also collecting reports which are generated against your network, and we will ask you to correct them. So IRTs are for that. And of course, when there is suspicious traffic or DDoS attacks originating from your network, your customers will complain about poor network quality. I mean, for an ISP, maybe you don't even know who's creating this suspicious traffic, but these alerts, you can take action even before the customer complains to you about having a poor quality. So it's an added service that you can provide to your customers. And this is just a sample that we have taken in Australia. It will show you the percentage going up or down. Probably this is taken by our software team at some point. So honeypots actually doesn't collect all the attacks, so the number actually doesn't give a correct value, but if it is going up or down, then you know something is going in the network, and that is when you need to take action. And managed readiness is another thing that you can read about. It's about routing security, and it's a best practice form. So if you keep to that, it ensures that your routing is properly managed and it has no issues. And we all encourage all of you to join the Manners program and implement security according to that. Manners score is also appearing like that. I'm not going to explain what are the each criteria is, but if you have MyEpinic access, you can go and have a look. And this is what the Manners readiness will show, like the routing info, routing RPK readiness, anti-spoofing, filtering, coordination. So all of these are captured, and it will give you a graphical view of how good your network is. Larger the network, you will find there are lots of gaps in that. The small networks we have, like I have checked in Nepal, don't have any issues. Not because they are ready about it, but for some reason it's not happening yet. So before these problems appear, you can get ready and make sure that it doesn't happen. So when I explained this to, like last month I went to Bharati Airtel and I explained about we looked at this course, and these graphs are not very good looking, and from their government side they're asking reports about what are the suspicious traffic coming from their network, and they found this very helpful to generate reports so they can give it to the compliance where they are checking compliance. That's a short presentation. I won't take too long. So these are still I mean, we are already all adding more features in the coming. Need feedback. Have a look at this dashboard and give us feedback how we can improve this. What are the benefits that you can get from it? Please explore. And if you need a demonstration, I'm here, or I can to the software team, and we can get a Zoom call, and you can have a good look at it, and we can help you to set up all the alerts if you want. Yeah. And thank you, NPNOG, for inviting us. This is the 4th time I'm coming here. Yeah, I made lots of good friends and have had some really delicious food. Yeah, any questions?
Okay, thank you, Pudu, for your presentation. I just have one small question. Basically, for the members, you have this service, right? So, for any other people like researchers, do you have access to this kind of information? I mean, like, not very detailed, but in general?
Yeah, so this is actually the health check about your network. I mean, just like your health, we would not like to leak your problems to the community. So this kind of detailed version is not available. But if you go to the APNIC statistics page, that is where you can find most of the general information, like the country statistics about how much ROA has been deployed, how much ROV coverage is there, what's the IPv6 uptake. So those kind of information is generally available. But this one, like your network health, is only available to the owners of that network at the moment. Not at the moment. That's a good feedback. So we can ask our software team if we can add that. Yeah. Any other question?
Other questions? Asalai?
Just extending our Dibeshar's point. So basically, when we're working in the community, the feedback that we have for the APNIC is like there are researchers, there are academicians who want intel, especially to gather intel, like what sort of progress is going on. Like for example, when we work with the Nepal Telecommunication Authority, they are known because they work with this community. But at the flip side, there are people in the NTA itself who needs to have the access with this platform. So if we can develop a platform that will be that'll be awesome for researchers or academicians and the law enforcement agencies as well. A genuine feedback from our side. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Kasala ke questions are? Any questions for Pubudu? Only two? Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much, Pubudu. हामीले के कुरा बुझ्नुपर्छ भन्दाखेरि हामीले अरूलाई दोष लाउनु भन्दा पनि पहिला आफू क्लिन हुनु पर्यो, सफा हुनु पर्यो. द्याट मिन्स मेन अब्जेक्टिभ भनेको चाहिँ हाम्रो नेटवर्क हामीले क्लिन गर्न सक्यौँ भने अरूको नेटवर्क पनि क्लिन हुन सक्छ हैन. र अरूको नेटवर्क क्लिन छ अथवा छैन भनेर हेर्नको लागि जुन एपिनीको जुन ड्यासबोर्डमा हामीले त्यसको चाहिँ मजाले हेर्न सकिन्छ हैन. प्लस अर्को कुरा के पनि हो भन्दाखेरि चाहिँ यो एपिनीको जुन ड्यासबोर्ड छ एकदमै हेल्पफुल पनि छ हैन. र अर्को कुरा जुन म्यानर्सको कुरा गरे आउनुभएको थियो नि, राउटिङ सेक्युरिटीमा जुन हाम्रो रोआ नेपालको इन्डेक्स हेऱ्यो भने 96% आइएसपी एनएसपी जुन हाम्रो एएसहरूको छ नि, आइपी क्लिननेस चाहिँ 96% भनेर जुन डेटा देखिरहेको छ, इज अ भेरी गुड डेटा हैन. यसलाई हामीले 100% कसरी बनाउन सकिन्छ भनेर लाग्नुपर्छ. र त्यसको लागि चाहिँ एनपीनोगको तर्फबाट म सबैलाई चाहिँ इभन एनपीनोग, सानोग, एपिनिकको थुप्रै ट्रेनिङहरू, त्यस्तै गरेर चाहिँ हाम्रो एनआरएनको ट्रेनिङहरूले पनि यसलाई एकदमै हेल्पफुल गरेको छ है हैन. ओके, थ्याङ्क यू पुबुदु वन्स अगेन, भेरी वन्डरफुल इनसाइट. Next speaker is Maz. He's going to present about the RPKI deployment experience at IIJ. RPKI को deployment चाहिँ IIJ मा कस्तो खालको छ भन्ने खालको चाहिँ experience भने share गर्न गइरहनु भएको छ.
Thank you very much. Namaste. Mero nama Matsuzaki ho. Hope that works. But the people call me just Maz. Where's the clicker? Is this? So this is the next. Okay. People call me just Maz because of my email account. So ms@iij. So actually I'm working for ISP named IIJ. The official name is Internet Initiative Japan. So sounds like a kind of a private company. It's a pioneering ISP established in the early days of the internet as a commercial ISP. So we eating our own dog food. So we deploy IPv6, DNSSEC, and RPKI. So RPKI is a today topic. We focus on the enterprise market, but in modern days we use mobile a lot. So we are providing the mobile service for our users as an MVNO. And also we provide 22 other ISP, so you can check our status on the PRNDB information. Our S number 2497, so by clicking this URL, you can fetch our network information, like where we are connected to the XP or such. So this is our timeline to deploy RPKI. 2005, we had a workshop about RPKI, but since then we bit stalled. But we restarted in 2019 because our engineers decided to give it a try, because at that time big ISP in US like AT&T and others started to deploy ROV, RPKI validation. So that motivated our engineers. So we decided to give a try. And then 2020, our engineer got feasible, comfortable to deploy RPKI in our network. So we issued several ROA by using the Internet Registries portal. That was easy. Also, in the same year, 2020 November, we started to deploy ROV, the verification on our routers. So, route origin authorization, or ROAR, it's an object, so it's a data. So states which is authorized to announce the particular prefix. So the major component in the data is IP prefix and maximum length of the prefix and the S number, right? You can create an ROAR by using the NPNOG portal, or if you really want, you can establish your own CA and handle OpenSSL parameters, and you can issue own certificate as a ROAR. But usually we can use the Internet Registry system. We have over 3,000 employees at IIJ. So each one has sales responsibility, or some team has a responsibility for network, and we have our own local internet registry team. So they are managing our resources as a team. So they have RIR account. They have a JPNIC account, right? But the network team who want to issue the ROAR doesn't have the account, because the account is too powerful, right? You can change whose information, like an address or country code or reverse DNS entry, or even you can return the IP resource to the internet registry. We didn't want to make any mistake related to the such kind of the important account, important information. So we decided to provide a very strict use for the NOC team, just to manage LoRa on the interface, right? So, and then now the NOC team has account for the APNIC and the JPNIC. And they can handle LoRa creating and modifying the information as such. So need to be careful. We have a plan how to handle LoRa at an IIJ. So when we have a new prefix, I mean, it's a rare case in these days, but we sometimes need to buy new IP prefix from other networks, because we have a cloud system, we have a server segment. So for that, we need more IP space. In that case, we need to buy some IP prefixes from others. In that case, we issue AS0 LoRa for such an IP prefix at first. Because we had the hijack case before. So to prevent such a case, we issue AS0 LoRa for such an IP prefix as soon as it's coming to our account. Then, before announcing the prefix, the NOC team issue AS2497 LoRa for the prefix, and then delete the AS0 LoRa. Then started to announce the prefix to the internet. And it's not, we don't have such case, but just in case if the prefix are going to the LOL team, like the most of the customer return to the prefix to us, then we reissue the AS0 LoRa just in case. So our basic policy is creating LoRa for all of our IP resources. And LoRa max length is the announcing prefix length. So RFC suggested this. So, and also IAJ does not deaggregate. Only aggregated prefixes only to simplify the internet routing table. But there are some punching holes. So sometimes customer want to use the DOS mitigation service provided as a network. In that case, we need to issue a special LoRa for that particular IP prefix. Right. And need to coordinate with the customer. Yeah, we had done several interesting cases. Most of our resources are allocated by JPNIC or assigned by JPNIC, including the historical IP resources. And the historical IP resource is a special case in the internet. It looks like usual number, but still in the system they treat it a bit differently in JPNIC. So we had done several issues with those resources, but it's already fixed. And we had the case that we reallocate the entire IP prefix to our customers, like an ISP, middle class ISP. They originate in they operate in the BGP by themselves, and they need to originate the announcement from their AS, right? So in that case, we need to ask the child ISP or downstream ISP whether they want to issue LoRa for that prefix or not. And punching hole, as I said. So we need check every single announcement related to our IP prefix in advance to change or modify or issue laws that should match it to our announcement from our network. But still, our coverage is under 40%. Why? We have many customer PI blocks. Because Japan started started to use the internet earlier, and we have many governmental, also academic customers in our network. They have own IP space as a PI. So for issuing law, the resource holder need to access the portal, then issue law. So it's not our responsibility to issue a law. It's a resource holder's responsibility. In that case, we need to explain the customer, like a university's network admin, the needs for the LoRa or RPKI, the benefit and the risks, and also explain the how to use the portal, and sometimes how to set up the account to access the portal, right? So that's challenge in our situation. So I think then we need a continuous effort to issue law in our network still. And then now we have a signed object. We have a certificate for our network prefixes. Then we need to verify. We need to use the information to protect our routing information, right? So for that, we can use a route origin validation, ROV. So it's a route filter based on the ROAs. You can apply policy according to match status of ROA on your edge, right? Like an eBGP connection to our network, or eBGP connection to your upstream, eBGP connection to your customers, right? And currently, you can reject or just set the BGP community attribute, or just monitoring purpose. To do that, we need a RPK cache or relying party. So it's collecting the ROA information from registries, publication servers, then verify each data based on the trust anchors. Our basic policy when we deploy ROV in our network, we deploy ROV on our eBGP routers for peers and then upstreams only so far. For customer side, we have a strict filtering policy. We put an ASPath-based filter and prefix-based filter as well. Very strict, very strict. So in that case, we don't have much benefit to deploy RPKI validation there. So currently, we just keep the existing strict filtering policy for the customer side. But in the future, maybe we change it to the ROV. But currently, yeah, just strict prefix and ASPath-based filtering. And we decided to drop ROV invalids. So if incoming BGP announcement doesn't match to ROA, then we reject. And others are treated as equal. So valid, unknown, or unverified, just we accept them. Relying party, so we have servers, right? Where to deploy and how much do we need? We decided each router has 2 RTL connection to different servers, right? Just to have a redundancy. And the servers deploy different POPs. because in Japan we have many disasters, earthquakes every day, over maybe 30,000 per year, including, of course, small ones. And tsunamis, something coming, typhoon. In that case, such a distribution is necessary to maintain the stable service in our country. So we decided to deploy servers in the different POPs and the router connect to the two different POPs, right? To have a stable connectivity. And currently, one server serving about 20 routers. We have about 100 eBGP routers, so like 2 or 3 sets of the server running in our networks. Right. That was a bit challenging for us as a network engineers. So when we decided to deploy such a change in our network, we had a discussion whether we need to explain to our customer or not. And of course, in that case, we need to let the sales team involved, right? So our sales team understand the needs for the secure routing, but they concerned about the impact of reachability because we are going to reject some our invalids. So we did a study about the RPK situation, and we found about 3,000 invalid prefixes as of 2020, just before the deployment. And it was like 0.3% of the full routing table. And we couldn't tell it's big or small or minor or major based on this number. So we measured the traffic. So at the end, as a conclusion, the impact is minimal or nothing for our customer. And even we issued some invalid law or not invalid, strange law just for testing purpose in our network. So that, of course, creating the invalid route in the internet. So yeah, it's 3,000 invalids, but still it's nothing. It's maybe researching purpose sometimes. So as a conclusion, so again, not affect our customers. Just securing the routing information, just protecting our network. So we are confident, but still we got some request from our supporting team that they need a tool to find out if the reachability issue is related to this ROV implementation or not. So we deployed a Looking Glass or RPKI web interface for our supporting team, and also a list of the rejected prefix based on the ROV. And for our customers, we decided to not to announce because it's a network administration, right? And if we got a question from customer, if is there any impact? Yeah, maybe. We cannot explain that well, so we basically gave up. And instead, we decided to put some technical information or the background of the securing the routing table through the various community. So we presented the implementation at the SANOG, and also we posted a blog. So we publicly announced our deployment, but not for our customers. So that's a way we decided to announce our change about our routing policy. And when we deployed, actually changed the configuration, we adapted the staged deployment. We almost confident that we can reject the invalids, but still we adapted the staged deployment. So firstly, we apply local preference 0 for those invalids, RPKI invalids. Then gradually changed to DOP from APAC and the Europe region, then US peers, then to our upstream. By this, you can measure actual traffic on the upstream link, right? Because we reject an invalid already, and if you want to reach the invalid destination, it goes through the upstream link. So we monitored and okay, almost nothing. Then we decide to drop all invalids and no compliance so far. Monitoring is the issue. So the RPKI cache, there are several metrics, of course, maybe too much. And sometimes your RPKI cache cannot fetch enough information from publication servers, and sometimes you have disk space issues and such, right? So the challenge is what to alert on. There are many parameters. And the router side, we don't have MIBs to monitor the RPKI situation. So we basically log into the router, then type a command, then fetch the information and record it in the disk by the script. And after deploying such an RPKI, ROA and ROV, we had a minor incident in 2022. So one European AS suddenly started to originate our prefix from their network. That was observed only at the Amsterdam node of right reads. Yeah, still it's in the data, so you can check. But of course, we contacted the AS why they started to announce our prefix from their network. And then the announcement was stopped, but then we didn't receive any reason. Just silently they stopped the announcement. But we didn't have any customer impact because thanks to the lower ROAs, most of the ISP already dropped such an invalid. So we didn't see any impact on our customer side. So it took roughly 1 year to deploy RPKI in our network. Monitoring still need to be improved in our network. And happy to have created the LoRa because we had an incident. But beforehand, as we issued a LoRa, we did what we could, right? It's already there. So to protect your network, there's a tool, there's an implementation, why not? And not to generate invalids when creating LoRa. You should be very careful. Should match with your announcement. And if you really need to deaggregate for your traffic engineering purpose, you should create LoRa for those deaggregated prefixes as well. But then I'd suggest to aggregate it only because most of the traffic coming from CDNs nowadays. So by announcing the sub-prefixes doesn't help that much anymore. It's better to ask the CDN provider or negotiate with them. It's a better way in the modern internet. And that's all from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Maj. कसैले केही क्वेसन छ? Any questions? हामी दुईटा मात्रै क्वेसन लिन्छौँ है. Any questions?
Good.
Okay. Thank you very much for your insightful. Next speaker is, I think, Subhas Khadka. He is going to present Unlocking Nepal's Internet Potential Infrastructure QoS Possible Roadmap.
Thank you. So before I begin my session, from the perspective from ISPAN, we would like to thank you for the opportunity and privilege in this forum. I'll be using both Nepali and English for the comfortability, and it has given a sense of more responsibility because our senior Gaurav Dai detailed much along on his journey side. Gaurav Dai भने चाहिँ मैले चाहिँ अब मेरो आफ्नो चाहिँ के भन्दा मेरो आफ्नो आइकन जस्तो पनि मेरो चाहिँ मानिरहेको मान्छे हो उहाँ चाहिँ गौरव दाइलाई. सो यसले एउटा चाहिँ अलिकति भावुक अनि अलिकति रेस्पोन्सिबल अनि अलिकति चाहिँ भनौँ न जर्नीमा चाहिँ अलिकति अगाडि बढ्नको लागि मलाई आज एनर्जाइज पनि गरेको छु पर्सनली. नग भनेको चाहिँ कस्तो प्लेटफर्म हो भने यहाँ भइरहेको कुरालाई चाहिँ सेयर गर्ने र यहाँ भएका कुरालाई लिएर गएर चाहिँ आफूलाई रिफ्लेक्सन गर्ने अनि 1 वर्ष पछाडि हामी कहाँ पुग्यौँ भनेर त्यसलाई चाहिँ फेरि आफूलाई अपडेट गरिराख्ने गरेर चाहिँ हामी 10औं संस्करणमा आएको छ हैन. हिजो एउटा रूपेश दाइले भन्नुभएको थियो 5 र 10 मा के फरक भयो भन्दाखेरि 5 र 10 मा चाहिँ टेक्निकली हामी धेरै एडभान्स गरिसकेका रहेछौँ हैन. तर एट द सेम टाइम देयर आर लट्स अफ बिट्स टु इम्प्रुभ हैन, विच मैले चाहिँ आफ्नो सेसनमा चाहिँ सेयर गर्नु पर्टिकुलरली यो सेसन भनेको चाहिँ एउटा रिफ्लेक्सन हो. यहाँबाट चाहिँ मैले अघि नै भनेको अनुसार चाहिँ के चिज लर्न गरेर लिएर गएर हाम्रो फोरममा हाम्रो कम्युनिटीमा चाहिँ त्यसलाई चाहिँ रिभाइभ गर्नुपर्ने अवस्था छ. एन्ड भेरी नोस्टाल्जिकली र भेरी इमोसनली चाहिँ के भन्छु सुरुमै भन्दाखेरि चाहिँ आइएसपीज आर इन अ भेरी डिफिकल्ट सिचुएसन एट दिस प्रेजेन्ट स्टेट. मैले यो चाहिँ भनौँ न अलिकति नकारात्मक भन्दा पनि रियलिस्टिक कुराहरूलाईबाट चाहिँ मैले मेरो आफ्नो स्टेटमेन्ट चाहिँ सुरु गर्न गइरहेको छु होइन. सो लेट्स स्टार्ट. ISPAN today is now working with its own structure. भनेको चाहिँ पहिला चाहिँ हाम्रो लाइट वेट फोरम जस्तो थियो, अहिले चाहिँ स्ट्रक्चर फोरममा बोर्ड अनि त्यस पछाडि आएर फङ्सनल कमिटी लाइक टेक्निकल कमिटी होइन, त्यसपछि आएर अपरेसनमा चाहिँ यो फाइबर म्यानेजमेन्ट कमिटी लगायतका यस कमिटीमा चाहिँ स्ट्रक्चरली वर्क गरिरहेको छ. आइएसपान अहिले धेरै हट सिटमा छ भन्छु. हट सिटमा किन छ भन्दाखेरि नट ओन्ली रेगुलेटर्स, नट ओन्ली मिनिस्ट्री लाइक चाइल्ड वेलफेयर काउन्सिलहरू भयो, त्यस पछाडि आएर चाहिँ भनौँ न ल इन्फोर्समेन्ट एजेन्सी कति साथीहरू पनि हुनुहुन्छ, स्पेसल्ली नेपाल पुलिस अनि त्यसपछि आएर नेपाल आर्मी लगायतकोले चाहिँ एभ्री वानले चाहिँ के भन्नुहुन्छ नि द्याट इज द रेस्पोन्सिबिलिटी अफ आइएसपी टु डु द्याट भन्नुहुन्छ है. अनि त्यसलाई चाहिँ बुझाएर अवेर गरेर त्यसपछि आएर चाहिँ यो हो काम भनेर चाहिँ बुझाउँदै पनि समय गइरहेको छ. बुझिसकेपछि त्यसलाई फेरि प्र्याक्टिसमा ल्याउनु पनि समय गइरहेको छ. सो आइएसपानको चाहिँ बेसिकली यो चाहिँ हातमा मोबाइल घरमा इन्टरनेट भन्ने चाहिँ सरकारको नारा हो होइन, तर आइएसपानको सुरुदेखिको चाहिँ एउटा मोटो भनेको घरमा इन्टरनेट इस्टाब्लिस गर्नको लागि वर्किङ. हाम्रो फोकस भनेको अघि पनि आइसकेको छ, क्वालिटी इन्टरनेट प्रोभाइड गर्ने हाम्रो फोकस हो. र हामीले सिटिजन रेगुलेटर र सर्भिस प्रोभाइडरको बिचमा चाहिँ ब्रिजिङ गरिरहेको चाहिँ काम गर्छौँ र त्यो डटलाई कनेक्ट गर्ने काम हामीले गरिरहेको छौँ. आइएसपानको मेन मोटो आस वी कल इट एफोर्डेबल एक्सेसिबिलिटी र स्टेबिलिटी. र हामीले हेर्दाखेरि चाहिँ नेपाल चाहिँ यो एफओआई आइटियूको रिपोर्ट हो, इट्स अ फर्मल रिपोर्ट. त्यो रिपोर्टमा चाहिँ वी आर द टप 10 चेपेस्ट ब्रोडब्यान्ड ग्लोबल्ली है एफटिटिटिएसमा चाहिँ. र एक्सेसिबिलिटीको हिसाबले गर्दाखेरि चाहिँ हाम्रो एक्सेसिबिलिटी भनेको हामीले दूरदराजसम्म चाहिँ इन्टरनेट चाहिँ पहुँचमा ल्याउन सकेका छौँ. र यसको लागि चाहिँ एनटिएको जुन आरटिडिएफ फन्ड छ जहाँ हाम्रो पनि कन्ट्रिब्युसन छ, इट हेज बिकम अ गुड बुन भन्छौँ हामी चाहिँ, त्यो वरदानको रूपमा साबित भएको छ. र त्यो सब्सिडाइज भएको कारणले गर्दाखेरि अलिकति एक्सेसिबिलिटीमा हेल्प भएको. स्टेबिलिटी हाम्रो रोड म्याप छ, अहिले हाम्रो चाहिँ प्रायोरिटी पनि हो र क्युएस लगायतका कुरामा चाहिँ हाम्रो चाहिँ प्रायोरिटीको रूपमा रहेको छ. डिजिटल नेपाल यो सबैले नारामा सुन्दै गरेको होइन, तर हामीले चाहिँ नारामा होइन कि हामीले रियली चाहिँ हामीले एक्जिक्युसनमा चाहिँ हामीले डेलिभर गरेको भन्न चाहन्छौँ. डिजिटल नेपालको दोस्रो संस्करण चाहिँ अहिले डिजाइन भइरहेको अवस्थामा चाहिँ वी हेभ डेलिभर्ड अ लट फर द डिजिटल फाउन्डेसन होइन, र हामी चाहिँ फर्स्ट पिलर अफ द डिजिटल नेपालको रूपमा चाहिँ वी आर वेल स्ट्याब्लिस्ड। अलिकति अब हिस्ट्रीमा म धेरै गएन बिकज गौरव दाइले मलाई धेरै सजिलो बनाइदिनु भएको छ। सो हामी डायल अप मोडमबाट चाहिँ आउँदै त्यसपछि आएर वायरलेस वी स्टिल युज द्याट भिस्याट होइन, अनि त्यस पछाडि केबल मोडम वान गर्दै अहिले एफटिएस जिपोन टेक्नोलोजीमा छौँ। यो अगाडिको सेसनमा आइसक्यो भने मैले डिटेल भन्नु पनि परेन, र हाम्रो यो कम्युनिटी चाहिँ वेल फ्यामिलियर पनि छौँ। अलिकति इकोसिस्टमको कुरा गरौँ होइन, इकोसिस्टमको कुरा गर्दाखेरि ग्लोबल इन्टरनेट यो कम्युनिटीमा मैले धेरै इलाबोरेट गर्नु पर्छ जस्तो लाग्दैन। हामी टायर 1 टायर 2 प्रोभाइडर्सको बिचबाट कनेक्ट भएर ग्लोबल्ली होइन हामी इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चरमा को ब्याकबोन सेटअप गरेर हामी रन गरिरहेछौँ। सो हाम्रो चाहिँ कहाँबाट हामीले चाहिँ इन्टरनेटलाई भित्र्याउँछौँ भन्दाखेरि चाहिँ नर्दन साइड र साउदर्न साइडको एउटा चाहिँ यो लिस्टिङ गरिएको छ होइन, जहाँ चाहिँ हाम्रो चाहिँ ट्रान्जिट पोइन्ट्सहरू चाहिँ यिनीहरू चाहिँ रहेको छ। नर्दन साइडमा रसुवा गरी तातो पानी र साउदर्न साइडमा चाहिँ टनकपुर भैरवा वीरगञ्ज ढल्केबा रानी, र हामीले यो अपस्ट्रिममा चाहिँ टाटा एयरटेल चाइना टेलिकम र पार्टली सिफी पनि थियो पहिला चाहिँ है, त्यसरी चाहिँ हामीले युज गरिरहेछौँ। सो एपिनिक इज देयर टुडे, थ्याङ्क यू फर द्याट बिकज we've been working closely with EPNIC through NPNOG, NPIX, and we call ISPAN, NPNOG, NPIX. We are working jointly, and we don't feel that we are different organization. We share a lot of intelligence and lots of resource as well. So access को कुरा गरौँ, access को कुरा गर्दाखेरि हैन अब यो हामीले अहिले OPGW केबलबाट यिनीको इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चर युज गरेर त्यसपछि आएर पोल्सहरूबाट चाहिँ हामीले चाहिँ अब भनौँ न इन्टरनेटहरू चाहिँ प्रोभाइड गरिरहेको छौँ, र हाम्रो ब्याकहोल चाहिँ के हो त भन्दाखेरि OPGW, ADSS र अहिले हाम्रो सर्टन आइएसपीहरूले केही इनिसिएसनमा चाहिँ अन्डरग्राउन्ड इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चरहरू पनि युज भएको छ, स्पेसली प्रोभिन्स 2 मा र विभिन्न ठाउँमा चाहिँ हामीले त्यसलाई त्यसको एक्जाम्पलहरू हामीले हेर्न सक्छौँ। रुरल ब्रोडब्यान्ड इट्स क्वाइट च्यालेन्जिङ होइन, र यो केही एउटा चाहिँ जस्तै भनौँ न गण्डकी प्रोभिन्सलाई हेर्दाखेरि चाहिँ हामीले भनौँ न कसरी चाहिँ हामीले चाहिँ घर घरमा इन्टरनेट लगिरहेछौँ होइन, कसरी हाम्रो नेटवर्क सेटअप गरिरहेछौँ, त्यहाँनिर हाम्रो पोल गाड्नु पऱ्यो, पोलबाट चाहिँ हाम्रो फाइबर बिछ्याउँदै लानु पऱ्यो, अनि घर घरमा इन्टरनेट गर्नु जानु पऱ्यो होइन, केही भ्युजहरू हो है। अब जसरी एउटा अलिकति पर्टिकुलरली हेर्ने हो भने अलिक हाम्रो प्रब्लम यही हो, हाम्रो स्क्याटर्ड सेटलमेन्ट छ, जस्तै गाउँको टुप्पोमा लानु जाँदाखेरि फाइबर बिछ्याउने जुन किसिमको इन्भेस्टमेन्ट छ र त्यहाँ माथिदेखि तलसम्म लाग्दाखेरि कति इन्भेस्टमेन्ट जान्छ होला। दिस इज द रियल सिनारियो अफ रुरल नेपाल होइन। मलाई एउटा क्वेसन आइरहेको थियो कि गभर्मेन्टको साइडबाट, तपाईँहरूलाई रुरलमा त झन् सजिलो हुनुपर्ने, किन इन्भेस्टमेन्ट बढी, अर्बनभन्दा त झन् चाहिँ सस्तो हुनुपर्ने भन्दाखेरि दिस इज द एन्सर टु द्याट, बिकज वी डिप्लोय अ लट अफ फाइबर्स, लट अफ भनौँ न टेक्नोलोजी स्विचेसहरूमा पनि हाम्रो इन्भेस्टमेन्टहरू गइरहेछ। अ लट अफ इन्भेस्टमेन्ट इज बिङ मेड फ्रम द आइएसपी साइड। यो चाहिँ हरेक आइएसपीको चाहिँ एउटा चाहिँ के हो भन्दाखेरि सफरिङ प्रब्लम्स होइन पनि हो, र अपर्च्युनिटी छ नि त भन्ने कुराहरू आउँछ। अपर्च्युनिटी त छ, तर त्यसले चाहिँ क्लाइन्ट कन्भर्जन हुन्छ त। जस्तै इक्जाम्पलमा भनौँ न, इक्जाम्पल मैले वर्ल्डिङकै दिन्छु, कर्णालीमा उहाँहरूले चाहिँ नेटवर्क सेटअप गर्नुभएको छ, तर उहाँहरूलाई चाहिँ अपरेसनल्ली त्यो फाइदा भएको त छैन जस्तो लाग्छ मलाई होइन, रियल फ्याक्चुअली त्यो छैन पनि, र द्याट इज द रियल प्रब्लम द्याट वी हेभ। यो रिपोर्ट सेयर गर्नै पर्ने हुन्छ। वर्ल्ड ब्याङ्कको रिपोर्टले के भनेको छ भने 10% पेनिट्रेसन बढ्यो भने चाहिँ 1.38%ले चाहिँ जिडिपीमा कन्ट्रिब्युसन हुन्छ भनेर होइन। दिस वाज द एक्चुअल स्टेटमेन्ट, जसमा जुन त्यो टेलिकम्युनिकेसन सर्भिस चार्ज 13%बाट 10%मा चाहिँ आइएसपीले लबीबाट चाहिँ त्यसलाई घटाउन सफल भएको थियो। द्याट्स फर द कन्ज्युमर पर्सपेक्टिभ दिस इज वान अफ द स्टेटमेन्ट होइन। त्यसले गर्दाखेरि चाहिँ रियली त्यो रिफ्लेक्सन चाहिँ हुने रहेछ भनेर गभर्मेन्टले चाहिँ त्यसलाई एक्नोलेज गरिसके पछाडि त्यो चाहिँ हाम्रो चाहिँ भनौँ न हामीले त्यो चाहिँ एचिभमेन्ट पाएको थियो। यो चाहिँ एनटिएको रिसेन्ट एमआइएस रिपोर्ट हो, जसमा चाहिँ फिक्समा चाहिँ 42% चाहिँ हाम्रो छ, र त्यसपछि आएर चाहिँ वायरलेसमा चाहिँ 0.10 को छ। मार्केट डिस्ट्रिब्युसनको हिसाबले हेर्दाखेरि दिस इज द मार्केट सेयर द्याट, जस्तै लिडिङमा वर्ल्डिङ, डिस मिडिया, नेपाल दूरसञ्चार कम्पनी, एनडिसी, सुबिसु केबल लगायतका चाहिँ अरू चाहिँ रिसेन्ट रिपोर्ट बाई एनटिए, एनटिएको एमआइएस रिपोर्टलाई लिएर मैले आफ्नो चाहिँ त्यसलाई चाहिँ कन्भर्जन गरेर पाइ चार्टमा राखेको है। अब एफोर्डेबिलिटीको कुरा गरौँ होइन, हामी धेरै एफोर्डेबल भन्यौँ होइन, त्यसलाई अलिकति प्रुभ पनि गरौँ न, बिकज म चाहिँ अलिकति आई बिलिभ इन प्रुभिङ विथ द डेटा, वर्किङ विथ एनालिटिक्स। नेपाल इज वान अफ द, यो अघि आइसकेको कुरा मेरो स्टेटमेन्ट, मेरो भन्दा पनि एफओआईको स्टेटमेन्ट हो यो, टप 10मा चिपेस्ट साइड। कसरी त हाउ अहिले विचार गरौँ त भन्दाखेरि तराईमा हामीले चाहिँ यो चाहिँ अटो चलाउने 50 रुपियाँ हो कि एकचोटि चढ्दै, 50 रुपिस। बस चढौँ होइन बसको भाडा मैले देखाइदिन्छु यो चिया खाउँ होइन बसको भाडा हेर्नु त 5 किलोमिटर हामी ट्राभल गऱ्यो भने 19 रुपियाँ ग्रेटर देन 20 40 रुपियाँ चिया खाउँ 10 रुपियाँदेखि सुरु हुन्छ 20 रुपियाँ राखौँ इन्टरनेटलाई हेर्नु त यो मैले सबै अपरेटरको डेटालाई राखेर फिड गरेर सिमुलेसनमा राखेर लिएर आएको यो पिक्चर हो आई वर्क अ लट लाइक लगभग मैले 10 दिन जति काम गरेको थिएँ यसमा यो चाहिँ रियलिस्टिक अलि हेर्नु है त्यहाँ प्राइस कम्पेरिजन गर अझै कम्पेयर गरौँ न 2 चोटि चिया खाएको 40 रुपियाँ होइन 5 किलोमिटर चाहिँ आधी जाँदै गरेको कति 38 रुपियाँ इन्टरनेट हेर्नु त कति चिपेस्टमा हामी चलाइरहेछौँ सो दिस इज द रियल प्रुफ द्याट वी आर डेलिभरिङ इट एट अ भेरी चिपर प्राइस होइन एन्ड आई क्यान च्यालेन्ज दिस टु द इन्टायर वर्ल्डलाई म च्यालेन्ज गर्छु त्यति चिपेस्ट रेटमा चाहिँ हामीले इन्टरनेट दिइरहेको छौँ त्यस कारणले त पेनिट्रेसन सब पोसिबल भइरहेछ त्यस कारणले पनि आइएसपीले त्यत्रो इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चरमा इन्भेस्टमेन्ट गरिरहेछ होइन अनि त्यस पछाडि आएर चाहिँ त्यो इन्भेस्टमेन्टलाई ब्याकअप कसले गर्ने त नो पनि होइन सो लेस देन 30मा चाहिँ हामी चाहिँ आज पर डे चाहिँ इन्टरनेट चलाइरहेछौँ भन्ने एउटा चाहिँ प्रुफ चाहिँ मैले तपाईँहरूलाई राखेँ सो क्युएसको कम्प्लेन्ट्सहरू धेरै आउँछ होइन अनि त्यो क्युएस कम्प्लेन्टलाई पनि हामीले हेर्दाखेरि चाहिँ सेग्रिगेसन गरेर हेरौँ होइन दिस आर द आइएसपीको यो एग्रिगेसन हो होइन धेरै जसो चाहिँ इन्टरनेट चलेन भनेको चाहिँ 29%, स्लो ब्राउजिङ भनेको 8%, होइन फिल्ड मेन्टेनेन्स 58% गरेर चाहिँ यो दिज अल आर द कम्प्लेन्ट्स द्याट आवर अपरेसन सेन्टर भन्दा पनि जहाँ चाहिँ कस्टमर केयर सेन्टरले चाहिँ यसले चाहिँ रिसिभ गरिरहेको छ होइन र यसलाई हामी कसरी एड्रेस गर्छौँ भन्दाखेरि चाहिँ एउटा रिपोर्ट मैले सेयर गर्छु यो चाहिँ हामीले बनाएको रिपोर्ट हो होइन यो कन्ज्युमर एसोसिएसन उपभोक्ता हित संरक्षण मञ्चले बनाएको रिपोर्ट हो उनीहरूले के भनेका छन् भन्दाखेरि कम्प्लेन्टहरू चाहिँ अहिले चाहिँ एड्रेस हुन थालेको छ भन्ने खालको छ र अहिले क्वालिटी अफ सर्भिसलाई कसले डिग्रेड गरिरहेको छ भन्दा फोर्स मेजरले गर्दाखेरि चाहिँ डिग्रेडेड गरिरहेको छ भने वाट आर दोज फोर्स मेजर अहिले एक्सनमा म आउँछु सो कम्प्लेन्ट्सलाई हेर्नुहोस् लेफ्ट ह्यान्ड साइडमा राइट ह्यान्ड साइडमा रिजोल्युसनलाई हेर्नुहोस् वी क्यान सी बोथ द कम्प्लेन्ट्स एन्ड बोथ द रेजुलेसन सो एभ्री कम्प्लेन्ट्सलाई चाहिँ इट इज बिङ सिरियसली वर्क आउट थ्रु टिकेट अब कतिपय कुराहरू चाहिँ कस्तो हुन्छ भने लिगल साइडमा कतिपय कुराहरू चाहिँ रेगुलेटरी साइडमा गएर डिबेट गर्नुपर्ने हुन्छ त्यस्तो कुराहरूलाई चाहिँ वी आर स्टिल वर्किङ आउट त्यसको चाहिँ फिक्सेसहरू चाहिँ गर्ने भनेको चाहिँ के भन्दाखेरि राज्य सकारात्मक हुँदाखेरि गर्ने हो आई युज दिस वर्ड राज्य सकारात्मक हुँदाखेरि गर्ने चिजहरू हो विच वी आर डुइङ फ्रम आवर साइड अब क्वालिटीको इस्युजहरू के छ त सो अब फाइबर ब्रेक होइन मैले अघि भने नि म अप्टिमिस्टिक किन छैन त भन्दाखेरि दिज आर द इक्जाम्पल्स होइन यहाँ हेर्नु होइन यो चाहिँ अब हाम्रो अब गोर्खालीको छोरो भएर हो कि होइन माउन्ट एभरेस्ट क्लाइम गरे जस्तो चाहिँ त छिटो 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 क्लाइम गर्छ हाम्रा मान्छेहरू पनि चाहिँ होइन फाइबरमा चाहिँ हाम्रो कति खतरा मान्छे छ भने बन्चको फाइबरबाट गएर चाहिँ मेरो फाइबर चाहिँ यो हो भनेर छुट्याइदिन सक्छ कि त्यति खतरा मान्छे हुन्छ क्या हाम्रो चाहिँ होइन सो दे डोन्ट फियर एट अल अब यहाँ चाहिँ के हो भन्दाखेरि त्यो तार काट्ने प्रोसेसमा चाहिँ अब यिनीहरूले ऱ्यान्डमली ह्यापाजाटले चाहिँ फाइबर कटहरू गरिरहेछ है सो यो दूरसञ्चार प्राधिकरण चाहिँ खालि रुस्टम मात्रै हुँदो रहेछ कि खालि सो हामी नेपाल दूरसञ्चार प्राधिकरण भनेको अर्धन्यायिक निकाय हो क्या कोर्टमा एउटा केस भयो कोर्टले डिसिजन के गर्यो भने यो चाहिँ नेपाल दूरसञ्चार प्राधिकरणलाई फुल अथोरिटी छ नेपाल दूरसञ्चार प्राधिकरणले फैसला गरेर आयो कि अनि त्यसको एक्सन चाहिँ मैले हिजो के भयो भनेर एउटा आइएसपीलाई सोधेको द्याट इज स्टिल इन द एनटिए द्याट इज बिङ डिस्कस्ड भन्ने कुरा आइरहेको थियो होइन सो दिस इज द रियल सिचुएसन रुष्ट नेपाल दूरसञ्चार प्राधिकरण सायद आइएसपी पनि रुष्टै होला अब यो हेर्नुहोस् है अब नगरपालिका गाउँपालिका कति खतरा हेर्नु त नगर प्रहरी यो चाहिँ धनगढी को चाहिँ हो होइन म्युनिसिपालिटी त्यहाँ के भनिएको छ भने हामीलाई प्रतिग्राहकको चाहिँ तिमीले चाहिँ कर तिर भन्छ इन्टरनेट कति चाहिँ भनौँ डिबेटेबल कुरा क्या इन्टरनेट इज अ बेसिक चाहिँ एम्युनिटिज मोस्ट एसेन्सियल सर्भिस अनि नगरपालिका गाउँपालिकाले के भनेको छ भने यो मनोरञ्जनको साधन हो मनोरञ्जन करतिर तिमीले प्रति ग्राहकमा जति उठाउँछौ त्यो चाहिँ वार्षिक रूपमा होइन मासिक रूपमा कर तिर्दैौ कि तिमीले किन भन्दाखेरि के रहेछ भन्दाखेरि हामीलाई त यार यो करको प्रणालीमा यहाँ चाहिँ के भने हाम्रो पनि त संस्था चल्नु पर्यो म्युनिसिपालिटी चल्नु पर्यो हाम्रो पनि गाउँपालिका चल्नु पर्यो भन्ने खालको लजिकहरू चाहिँ धेरै मान्छेहरूबाट भेटियो सो दे आर अब्स्ट्रक्टिङ दिस अल दिस थिङ्स हो इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चर कम्पनी होइन अब अघि हाम्रो एउटा चाहिँ ड्रिम प्रोजेक्ट पनि हो सबै आइएसपीजहरूको किन हामीलाई थाहा छ हाम्रो अव्यवस्थित तारहरू छ होइन अलि पोखरामा पनि केही इन्सिडेन्ट्सहरू भइरहेको थियो हिजो आइएम स्टिल वर्किङ फर आउट होइन सायद गएर मेरो साहबसँग पनि भेटिन्छ होला इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चर कम्पनी हाम्रो अव्यवस्थित छ थाहा छ तर चाहिँ के भन्दाखेरि जुन रूपमा चाहिँ जुन एक्सपान्सन भयो जुन रूपमा डेभलपमेन्ट भयो त्यो एउटा चाहिँ एपेक्समा आइसक्यो। अब एपेक्समा आइसक्दाखेरि चाहिँ हामीले कसरी त्यसलाई म्यानेज गर्ने इट्स अल डन थ्रु द इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चर कम्पनी। त्यसमा चाहिँ हाम्रो एउटा मोडालिटी बनाउँछौँ, त्यसरी वर्कआउट गर्छौँ भनेर हामीले एनटिएले पनि त्यसलाई एक्नोलेज गर्यो। मिनिस्ट्रीमा छ, तर मिनिस्ट्रीमा आज अड्केको भनेको 8 वर्ष भयो कि। एभ्री टाइम द गभर्मेन्ट चेन्जेस, एभ्री टाइम वी वर्क फ्रम जिरो एन्ड द्याट इज नट बिङ पास्ड। अनि यो चाहिँ दिस इज द रियल सिनेरियो द्याट केबल म्यानेजमेन्ट मैले अघि भने नि गोर्खालीको छोरो होइन, हेर्नु त केबल म्यानेजमेन्ट हाम्रा मान्छेहरूले कति रिस्कमा काम गरिरहेछन् केबल म्यानेजमेन्ट। क्यान यु इमेजिन द्याट होइन। हामीले लास्ट टाइम भनेको लागि रूपेश सरले भन्छ जो चाहिँ पोलबाट खसे एक्सिडेन्ट भयो तिनीहरूको लागि हामी चाहिँ एक्चुली मौन पनि 1 मिनट जति मौन पनि गरेका थियौँ इन वान अफ द सिरिज इन काठमाडौँ होइन। दे रियली डिजर्भ द्याट। अब होइन यो बालेनको अहिले च्याप्टरमा अहिले इलेक्सनमा आउला केएमसी। दिज आर द फाइबर म्यानेजमेन्ट वर्क द्याट इज बिङ वर्क आउट इन्टायर द नेसन भन्छु मैले है। र अहिले हाम्रो वर्कफोर्सहरू चाहिँ धेरै यसो चाहिँ केमा पनि इन्भल्भ छ लाइक 100 of people in, if we talk about KMC, 110 people are working per day for the fiber management. Can you imagine the resources that ISPs are investing? Before हेर्नुस् है कस्तो थियो, यस्तो पो थियो, and after हेर्नुस् and aerial हाम्रो infrastructureहरू we are managing in a bit, right? And we have also got appreciation from LMC, Metropolitan City. त्यो तत्कालीन चाहिँ भाइस प्रेसिडेन्ट राष्ट्रको भाइस प्रेसिडेन्टले पनि हामीलाई त्यसमा चाहिँ एप्रिसिएट गरेर थमेलको जुन काम गर्यौँ त्यसको लागि एप्रिसिएट गर्नुभएको थियो। सो अब अलिकति अब एनइएसँग डिस्प्युट छ नि त है हाम्रो। किन डिस्प्युट भयो भने एउटा सानो एउटा इक्जाम्पल हो, 500% भाडा बढ्यो क्या होइन। हेर्नु त म तलबाट डिस्ट्रिब्युसन बक्सको पहिलाको प्राइस भनेको 0, अहिलेको प्राइस भनेको चाहिँ 600 पर इयर्स होइन। सो यसले गर्दा डिस्प्युट बढ्यो। So what we are asking, underground infrastructure को चाहिँ access देऊ न, because that is the fund from the ADB and त्यसको लागि NTA हामीले वर्कआउट गरेछ। They haven't given us the access and they haven't finalized the modality. अब underground dock लाई चाहिँ we are working at from ISPAN को र त्यसपछि ISP को हामीले हाम्रो पोल पनि राखेका छौँ right of way लाई लिएर। कमलादीमा चाहिँ एक्जाम्पल हेर्नु 25 पोल्स छ होइन। So we are also doing in that way. अब पूर्वाधार कम्पनी आवश्यक छ भन्ने कुरा नेपाल दूरसञ्चार प्राधिकरणले पनि भनिरहेको छ। यो चाहिँ के हो मलाई थाहा छैन, विनाश हो कि विकास हो आजको यो प्रश्न के विकास हो कि विनाश हो थाहा छ। फाइबर म्यानेजमेन्ट अल्टरनेट छैन। हिजो मात्रै दलमागमा हेर्नुभयो भने त्यहाँ पोल छैन, पोल नभएपछि के छैन भने रुखमाबाट तार गएको थियो त्यो पनि छैन। अहिले चाहिँ इट इज बिङ ब्ल्याक्ड आउट। सो अल्टरनेट केही पनि नदिकन के विनाश हो कि विकास हो, द्याट इज अ भेरी बिग क्वेसन, फन्डामेन्टल क्वेसन द्याट वी हेभ टु रेज। अब अपरेसनल च्यालेन्ज के छ भन्दाखेरि अब ग्रामीणमा चाहिँ वायरलेस डिभाइसहरू चोरी हुन्छ, प्रहरीमा उजुरी गर्न जाए उजुरी लिँदैन होइन। अनि कसैलाई एकजना चाहिँ इन्फ्लुएन्सियल मान्छे सम्हाल्नु पऱ्यो। सो फरेस्ट फायर दिज अल आर द प्रब्लम द्याट वी हेभ एनइएको डिस्प्युट्स होइन च्यालेन्जेस। सो करलाई हेर्नुहोस् त नेपालमा चाहिँ सबभन्दा साउथ एसिया सबभन्दा हाइएस्ट ट्याक्स होइन। तपाईँले हेर्नुभयो भने 32.6 डाइरेक्ट ट्याक्सेसन 32.6 को छ, इन्डाइरेक्ट गर्ने हो भने चाहिँ 47% चाहिँ ट्याक्सेस छ। त्यसले गर्दाखेरि इन्टरनेटको प्राइसलाई चाहिँ हाइक गरिरहेको छ कि यो आइएसपीले चार्ज गरेर होइन, कर धेरै भएर होइन। कर्पोरेट ट्याक्स एक्जाम्पल 25% छ, 30% हाम्रोमा छ। किन हाम्रो भनेको सुर्तीजन्य र मदिराजन्य पदार्थ हो क्या इन्टरनेट पनि, गभर्मेन्टले भने हो त्यो 30% छ होइन। अब एउटाको एक्जाम्पल नेटवर्क ऱ्याक भनेको चाहिँ 35%। किन थाहा छ, फर्निचर ऱ्याकको चाहिँ फर्निचर ऱ्याकमा कम्पेयर हुँदो रहेछ कि नेटवर्क ऱ्याकलाई, त्यही भएर 35% हो। सो यु पे 35% है। अब भन्सार करलाई हाम्रो यो स्टेटमेन्ट हो कि इन्टरनेट बिना प्रयोग हुने कम्प्युटर भने टाइपराइटर हो है। र त्यसपछि आएर चाहिँ अब यो 0% भन्सार शुल्क छ त्यसमा चाहिँ। अब हाम्रोमा अहिले मैले एक्जाम्पल देखाइ नै हालेँ होइन। त्यो टाइपराइटरमा 0% ट्याक्स, हाम्रोमा चाहिँ के चाहिँ यत्रो % ट्याक्सेसहरू होइन। सो क्वालिटी अफ सर्भिस वी आर रियली फोकस। यो आइटिओ पनि हो, हामीले यही चिजलाई चाहिँ हामीले एकदमै एडभान्स रूपमा चाहिँ हामीले चाहिँ अहिले नगमा पनि आइसकेका छ होइन, अरू प्रेजेन्टेसन्सहरूमा पनि। सो आइएसपीलाई बेरेर के हो भन्दाखेरि हाम्रो चाहिँ यति धेरै चाहिँ हामी चाहिँ महान छौँ कि आइएसपीहरू अब चाहिँ फ्रीमा इन्टरनेट भयो भने पनि सस्तो चाहिँ अचम्म मान्नु पर्दैन है। इन्टरनेटको चार्ज भनेको 100-200मा पनि आइसकेको छ कि 300मा पनि देखिन्छ। सो त्यो प्रेडिटरी प्राइसिङ इस्यु छ, नेटवर्क स्टेबिलिटी पनि हाम्रो इस्युज छ बिकज अब भनौँ न इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चरमा हाम्रो ब्रोडब्यान्डको लागि अब त्यसको इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चरमा इन्भेस्टमेन्टहरू हेर्ने भने हामी धेरै स्ट्याग्नेन्ट देखिरहेको छौँ बिकज अल अफ द इस्युज। अब यो प्याकेजको स्ट्यान्डर्डाइजेसन चाहिन्छ भनेर वी आर वर्किङ आउट, यो पनि हामीलाई रोड ब्लक नै कुरो छ। सो लाइसेन्स एउटा चाहिँ मैले रामसँग अलिकति टाइम बरो गरेर पनि भन्छु, लाइसेन्स रिन्युअल इस्यु होइन। जस्तै अहिले थाहा छ नि तपाईँहरूलाई कतिपय आइएसपीको चाहिँ लाइसेन्स भएन, हिजो मात्रै एउटा चाहिँ पाइनर आइएसपीले चाहिँ लाइसेन्स रिन्यू गर्यो, कङ्ग्रेचुलेसन टु द्याट। यो चाहिँ के भन्दाखेरि केही गभर्मेन्ट र आइएसपीको बिचको चाहिँ वर्कआउटमा चाहिँ केही चिजको चाहिँ त्यहाँनिर कोअर्डिनेसन ल्याक भएपछि कोर्टमा प्रवेश गर्यो, कोर्टले एउटा डिसिजन गर्यो, त्यस पछाडि आइएसपी हेज टु पे होइन। अनि पेमेन्ट अमाउन्ट भन्ने कति 40 करोड प्लस, त्यो चाहिँ अब कसरी लोन लिएर तिर्छ, नोबडी नोज। सो आइएसपी इज एट रिस्क। लाइसेन्स रिन्यू हुन्छ कि हुँदैन त्यो पनि थाहा छैन, बन्द हुने हो कि नोबडी नोज। एनईएको इस्युज, पोल सिफ्टिङ होइन, त्यो हरेक दिन हुन्छ कि, र हरेक दिन फाइबर काट्छ। एक्चुअली फाइबर कट भएको टाइममा तपाईँलाई थाहा छ कति हो? मैले निकालेको छु 80 लाख रुपियाँ, 50 लाखदेखि 80 लाख रुपियाँ चाहिँ नाश हुन्छ। त्यो भनेको हामीले बाहिरबाट इक्विपमेन्ट लिएर आउँछौँ, त्यो भनेको यो नै नेपाली पैसा बाहिर गइरहेछ र फरेक्स पनि नाश भइरहेछ रोड कन्स्ट्रक्सनमा। अनि यो म्युनिसिपालिटी ट्याक्सेसहरू होइन, त्यसपछि आएर इक्विपमेन्टहरूमा चाहिँ सेक्योर गर्न नसक्ने, प्रोटेक्ट गर्न नसक्ने, स्क्याटर सेटलमेन्ट। सो अब के त सोल्युसन के त भन्दाखेरि चाहिँ इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेभलपमेन्ट। फर्स्ट फेज यो रोड म्याप हो है हामीले। जस्तै नेसनल इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चर कम्पनी बनाएर यो डकदेखि लिएर युजीदेखि सबै कुरा हेरौँ, रोल आउटमा हेरौँ, हामीले फाइबर अप्टिक नेटवर्कलाई पनि अलिक प्लान तरिकाले लानुपर्ने छ, अन्डरग्राउन्ड नेटवर्कहरूलाई डेभलप गर्नुपर्ने छ इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चरको साइडमा। सर्भिसको हिसाबले हेर्ने हो भने चाहिँ हामीले स्ट्रिक्टर रेगुलेसन चाहियो हामीलाई अब। अनि त्यो भनेको चाहिँ एनटिएले दिने होला, अन विच वी आर इन्गेज, जस्तै प्राइसिङको पार्टमा, अरू पार्टमा, र इन्टरनेटको प्याकेजेसहरूको स्ट्यान्डर्डाइजेसन गर, र नेटवर्क अपरेटर्स अघि म्यानेजको कुरा आइरहेको थियो, म्युचुअल एग्री नर्म्स फर राउटिङ सेक्युरिटी, त्यस्तो चिजहरूमा इन्भेस्टमेन्ट गर्ने, क्वालिटी अफ सर्भिसको लागि चाहिँ जुन डिभाइसेसमा रिफर्बिस डिभाइसेसको कुराहरू छ होइन, ती कुराहरूलाई चाहिँ कन्ट्रोल गर्ने, ती कुराहरूलाई चाहिँ पोलिसीबाट चाहिँ सल्भ गर्ने भन्ने कुरा चाहिँ हामीले लिइरहेछौँ। ट्याक्सेसन पोलिसीमा चाहिँ घट्नै पर्छ। टेलिकम्युनिकेसन एक्ट सबैभन्दा पुरानो टेलिकम्युनिकेसन एक्ट छ, कहिले पनि यसलाई चाहिँ के हुन्छ भन्दाखेरि यो चाहिँ चेन्ज भइरहेको छ होइन। सो इट्स सधैँ वर्कआउट नै भएछ। यसले गर्दाखेरि पनि हामीले मर्ज एन्ड एक्विजिसन दुईवटा अब भनौँ न आइएसपीहरू मर्ज गरेर चाहिँ चलाउँछु भन्यो भने प्रब्लम कहाँ छ? क्यापिटल गेन ट्याक्समा होइन, इट्स ह्युज ट्याक्स बिङ इम्पोज। सो फरेक्सको एप्रुभल अहिले पनि भएको छैन। सो त्यो भएपछि अब एक्चुअली इन्टरनेट काटियो भन्ने समाचारमा सुन्नुभयो होला होइन, टाटा एयरटेलले चाहिँ पैसा दिन नसक्दाखेरि चाहिँ त्यो इन्टरनेट काटियो। अब कोलाबोरेसन कसरी? द फोरम्स लाइक दिस पोस्टर कोलाबोरेसन, त्यसैको अपर्च्युनिटी लिएर चाहिँ हामी आएको होइन। सो आई लाइक टु रेज द फ्ल्याग विथ फ्रेन्ड फ्रम जापान। ही वाज टेलिङ द्याट वी फेस डिजास्टर and I would say that we face disaster incidents at boat every day, every hour. So encourage sharing, knowledge sharing, the NPNOG, होइन, यो NPIX, यो knowledge sharing के पार्टमा we are still engaged on that and we will do that. Consumer awareness चाहिएको छ। मलाई एउटा चाहिँ खुसी लागेको कुरा के हो भने कन्ज्युमर चाहिँ एसोसिएसनसँग जहिले फाइट पर्ने के 3 वर्षपछि उहाँहरूले अहिले बुझ्नुभयो कि इन्टरनेटको इकोसिस्टम यस्तो रहेछ, त्यस कारणले गर्दाखेरि उहाँहरू पनि पीडित हुँदो रहेछ भन्ने कुरा चाहिँ उहाँले पनि बुझिराख्नु भएको छ। यो सबै के हुन्छ भन्दा कन्ज्युमर अवेरनेस नै हुने हो। सो लास्टमातिर आएँ म, डिजिटल फाउन्डेसन बनाउनको लागि डिजिटल नेपाल मिसन छ। यो प्राइमेरी निड हो, मोस्ट एसेन्सियल सर्भिस हो, र अहिले सबभन्दा इम्पोर्टेन्ट अफ द्याट दिस इज अ ह्युमन राइट्स। इन्टरनेट इज अ ह्युमन राइट होइन। दूरसञ्चार ऐनको दफा 47ले तार काटेर मात्रै त्यो ऐन ट्रिगर हुने होइन कि, अब तार काट्नु भने के भन्दाखेरि ह्युमन राइट्सलाई चाहिँ भायोलेसन हो होइन, त्यो कुराहरू चाहिँ इस्टाब्लिस्ड भइसकेको छ। सो लास्टमा यो हामीलाई के चाहियो भन्दा रेगुलेटर, कन्ज्युमर र सर्भिस प्रोभाइडरको बिचमा ब्यालेन्स चाहिएको छ। सो यो ब्यालेन्सको ठाउँमा चाहिँ हामी काम गरिरहेको छौँ। कहिलेकाहीँ यो डिसब्यालेन्स हुँदाखेरि चाहिँ अहिले धेरै प्रब्लम्सहरू आइरहेको छ होइन, आइएसपी नै बन्द हुने स्थिति आइसक्यो। सो मैले यो चाहिँ मैले एकदमै अलार्मली यो चाहिँ यो कुरा भन्छु। ई गभर्मेन्ट डेभलपमेन्ट इन्डेक्समा हेर्ने हो भने चाहिँ हाम्रो पोजिसन भनेको अहिलेको भनेको 119 हो। हाम्रो ह्युमन डेभलपमेन्ट इन्डेक्स भनेको चाहिँ 0.601 हो। यो तपाईँले यो लेफ्ट ह्यान्ड साइडतिर हेर्नुहोस् त, हाम्रो अनलाइन सर्भिसको प्रेजेन्स के छ भन्ने कुरा हामीलाई थाहा छ। जस्तै नागरिक एप होला लगायतको, त्यसले गर्दा डेभलपमेन्ट इन्डेक्स बढ्छ। ह्युमन क्यापिटल इन्डेक्स मैले देखाइहालेँ विच इज लो। टेलिकम्युनिकेसन सर्भिस इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चर इन्डेक्स बढेको कारणले गर्दा ई गभर्मेन्ट डेभलपमेन्ट इन्डेक्स बढिरहेछ के। त्यसको मतलब के भन्दाखेरि वी हेभ रिजिलियन्ट इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चर बिसाइड अल दोज च्यालेन्जेस, र वी आर डुइङ अ लट फर क्वालिटी अफ सर्भिस डेलिभरी। अलिकति यसलाई हेर्नुपर्छ। जस्तै हाम्रो रिजनल मिडियममा हामीले हेर्नु त नेपाल धेरै अगाडि छ क्या इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चरमा, र त्यो भनेको चाहिँ हामीभन्दा अगाडि चाहिँ श्रीलङ्का छ होइन, त्यस पछाडि आएर भुटान पनि छ। तर नेपाल हेर्नु त सिग्निफिकेन्टली यो हाम्रो रिजनमा चाहिँ वी आर द बेस्ट, बेस्टै नभनौँ, वी आर लिडिङ भन्छु होइन, रिजनल मिडियमभन्दा माथि छ। तर अरू डेभलप कन्ट्रीको हेर्ने वर्ल्ड मिडियमभन्दा हामी अलिक थोरै तल छौँ। एन्ड दिस इज अल बिकज भनेको एभ्री पर्सन इन दिस कम्युनिटी लाइक गौरव दाई, रूपेश सर होइन, समीर सर, राम सर लगायतका सबै दिव्य सर, सबै साथीहरूले चाहिँ फाइनली यसरी यस्तो किसिमको कन्फरेन्स गरेर ओभर द टाइम चाहिँ डेभलप गर्नुभएको छ। सो साथीहरू रियली निड्स अ बिग अप्रोच, मेरो साइडबाट त बिग अप्रोच छ है यो साइडहरूबाट। यो इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चर चाहिँ हामीले चाहिँ आजको दिनमा चाहिँ हामीले लिस्ट डेभलप कन्ट्रीमा चाहिँ हाइएस्ट डेभलपमेन्ट इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चर चाहिँ वी हेभ रिसिभ द्याट। सो दिज अल आर द रेफरेन्सेस। एनटिए हाम्रो आइएसपानको एनपिनोगको पुरानो साइट्सहरूबाट चाहिँ रेफरेन्स लिएको। सो थ्याङ्क यू, क्वेसन विल बी एप्रिसिएटेड।
थ्याङ्क यू सुभाष सर। सुभाष सरले चाहिँ हाम्रो अहिलेको आइएसपीहरूको चाहिँ टेलकोज आइएसपीको प्रब्लम र सोल्युसन कसरी गर्न सकिन्छ भन्ने कुरा राखिदिनु भयो। हामी एकदम समय चाहिँ एकदम लिमिटेड छ, अलमोस्ट मोर देन आई थिङ्क 30 मिनट बिहाइन्ड द आउट प्रि सेड्युल होइन। त्यसले गर्दाखेरि म्याक्सिमम् मात्रै क्वेसन्स यदि कसैले छ भने चाहिँ लिन सकिन्छ, एकदम सर्ट छ। कसैले छ केही क्वेसन छ? एनी क्वेसन्स? ओके, थ्याङ्क यू भेरी मच सुभाष सर। ओके, we have a next speaker is going to present about the future of data center infrastructures, trend in density, cooling and reliability. Vinay Heda. Welcome him.
Thank you. Hello everyone, Namaste from India. I am Vinay Heda and I will be taking you through this session. Just if you can put these slides on. So before that, quick introduction. I belong to a company called Prasa Infocom. We basically design and build data centers. After hearing the complete story from the ISPs, pains that Nepal, Japan are going through, hearing it from Mr. Gaurav, the marvelous journey, really impressive, and congratulations for that. And how the Nepal is now achieving the Himalayan peak when it comes to internet connectivity and all. Our companies, the people like us, basically help on the infra part. So I will take you through quickly what is going in that area. So at the moment, understood on the active part. Now I will be taking you through little on the passive part. And when we say a lot of innovations are happening on the IT part, that means you require an infra which will sustain that innovation. And that is where the role of the people like us comes into. So I will take you through the innovations that are happening on the infra part, mainly on the cooling technologies, because power is pretty the topic that everyone understands. You just need a correction on the power capacity to host your servers, but then the cooling is a complex space which basically need to take care in a very right way, else all the IT infra, all the innovations that are going in this field may stalls down. Yeah, so I will take you through these details. Let's make it little interactive. I understand you all guys belong to the active part, but of course to host the active part you will need an infra, and that is where it plays a key role. So please ask your questions. 15-20 minutes are more than sufficient. I will run you through the slides. Wherever you require more information, just stop me there and I will take you through more inputs on those particular sites. Yeah. Yeah, so the title I kept is sustainability because that's the hot topic. If you talk the optimization, people is like kuch to bacha raha hai, right? But then we talk sustainability because that's the topic across the world where people are trying to save energy that is going in hot hungry data centers and the server rooms, and that is where all our solutions are placed. Not sure why it is not moving. Okay, so a little quick two slides on the servers and how the chipsets are changing. maybe more area which you guys govern. I don't have much of the knowledge, just excuse me if something data you don't find is relevant, but then this is what our observation is. Every day we are talking about the innovations on the IT front, and that is mainly run by the GPUs and the CPUs, which has been basically provided by the server manufacturers. So initially in till 2020, we were seeing all the servers were used to consume in a energy range of 150 to 200 watts. But now with the innovations that NVIDIA is running, Intel is running and AMD is running, the chipsets are going in a range of 500 kilowatt, and with the H200 and chipsets that is coming from NVIDIA, the race is again reaching to the 800 to 1000 watts, and that is where per rack load, which is traditionally was in a range of 3 to 6 kilowatt, now reaching as an average 20-25 kilowatt, and we are saying there are the technologies which will basically push this rack load to 100 kilowatt, 150 kilowatt and even 200 kilowatt. And that is where the topic become very crucial, since it's a game that every server manufacturer is playing. They want to have as much as loading their server. That is where the real challenge on the temperature rise inside a server starts with. And this is where how you can basically cool down these hot chips. That theory comes into a picture on the infra part. So if you see till 2000, the technology more driven was on a single core trend. Then afterwards it was mainly driven by the multi-core, and now it is mainly power war. Everyone wants to achieve as much as possible with their chipset inside a single server, and to basically host that, the capacity is increased, power consumption is increased, and it's a normal Newton's law, right? If the power increases, you have to basically dissipate that power somewhere, and that is where cooling needs are increasing. So this is how the CPU powers are increasing, GPU powers are increasing, and that is where the traditional way of cooling your data centers. We generally cool the data center with the capacity 3 to 6 kilowatts with the air as a medium, right? But that will not gonna help, and you have to bring in water to basically cool your these hot chips. So that is where we are. Let's cool these hot chips. How we can basically enable this? That is where this presentation is based on. I'll be talking about the innovation in the cooling technology when it comes to host your servers inside a data center. So what cooling technology can take care of this kind of hot chips? That is going to be our main topic I will be discussing. So just as I'm throwing one question to the audience, if you guys are comfortable to answer, please guide on that. How many technologies that you see in our data centers are basically popular when it comes to a cooling? Any idea? Anyone? So basically two mediums, air and cooling, and there are only 5 technologies across the world you see basically takes care of the cooling inside a data center. The most prominent and the traditional way is the perimeter cooling. You have the coolers, like in this hall also you see the coolers are kept at the perimeter. They are throwing the air inside and taking care of the cooling. So it's a heat load that is humans are creating in this room. If that's working, I can take that. Hello? Yeah. So basically traditionally you have perimeter cooling. If the humans are basically like we seated in this room and cooled by the perimeter coolers, similar way in your data centers you have server racks and all the coolers put at the perimeter. They throw the air and takes care of the heating outside the data centers. So in this slide I have basically listed down all 5 types of cooling that are prominent into the data center industry. Then second column you notice the kilowatt per rack. So it's a traditional cooling, the rack with a load of 0 to 10 kilowatt, the perimeter cooling suffices the requirement. The PUE is a basically very common term in a data center when it comes to efficiency. So power utilization efficiency is a term which calculates how much power you are consuming inside a data center. And it is a simple ratio. You have a raw power which is going inside a data center, and how much power your IT equipments are consuming is the ratio of that. The power inside data center divided by the IT load, that gives you a PUE. Higher is the PUE, that means your data center is consuming more energy and you have a problem with your electricity bill. That's the simple logic, right? So with the traditional cooling you have a PUE which is in range of 1.5 or above. So that means you are energizing more, consuming more energy. So one, if you consider the energy going into your server racks, 0.5 is basically what you are consuming, which is not going to IT racks. That means the wastage, that means the power that you are utilizing to feed other external infra which is in the data center, and that is where your electricity bills are going. So the objective is to basically optimize this power utilization efficiency as well. And when it comes to a perimeter cooling, we have listed all the server manufacturers. If you notice, there is Dell, HP, NVIDIA, Cisco, Supermicro and Lenovo. So this technology is neutral to a server manufacturer, because you just have to install the cooler at the perimeter. Servers can be hosted inside a rack, and it has nothing to do with the servers, right? So it is not driven by any server technology, but a simple way of cooling. So that is where traditionally till 10 kilowatt perimeter cooling was helping to cool the data centers. Now innovations has happened where rack load was started reaching above 10 kilowatts. The people have started hosting per rack load in a range of 15 to 20 kilowatts, and that is where the innovation has happened, and people has come up with the in-row coolers. Name itself will give you a clear idea. These are the cooler which sits in between of your server racks. So you have a rack. How many people have seen the data center actually here? Yeah, so good amount of people, right? So you have a setup of the server racks which are basically kept inside a data center, and you have then this in-row coolers which sits in between of the rack. So we calculate complete heat load, and based on those calculation we put the number of in-rows in between of the rack. The simple application, it either can throw the air in the front or at the side just to cool the rack. We create the containment so that we basically host that cold air inside a containment or the hot air, and rest we throw outside. So that's the another way to cool your server racks, and it can host till 20 kilowatt very efficiently, giving you a PUE of 1.4 to 1.5. So basically, I already told you, it's power utilization efficiency. It's a simple ratio, which basically a real power which is going inside a data center divided by your power consumed inside a servers. So real power divided by the IT power, that gives you a PUE. Whatever you are seeing above 1, which is as a 0.5 or 0.4, is the energy you are wasting into a capex equipments like your chillers, transformer, DG sets, cables, UPS, batteries. Those are the power that you are consuming to basically feed in your power to a servers, and as long as you reduce down that point number, your data center is efficient, and that is govern the sustainability in data center. So with in-row coolers you can achieve 1.4 to 1.6, depends on how efficiently you are designed your solution. Again, since the cooler sits outside of the rack, you have, it is again a server manufacturer neutral. Any of server manufacturer server you can pick in, put these coolers in between, you can host in your data center. Now the real change has started from last to post the COVID period, 2020 onwards, where the per rack load is now reaching in a range of more than 40 kilowatt, 45 kilowatt, 60 kilowatt and 100 kilowatt. And this is where these two technology are now governing most of the data center with the high density rack, which is rear door heat exchangers, and the direct chip level cooling, which is DCLC. So RDHX is nothing but on your rack you have two doors basically. First doors you can basically push the servers inside, and the back door. So back door we generally remove. We put the coolers as a door on the rack itself. So it's a simple door which has the cooling coil inside it and the fans on it. I have a detailed picture of it. It will give you a clear idea how it looks like. So those coolers, since sits on the rack itself, these are very close to a servers, and that is where the efficiently cooling can happen. So with that you can host rack load of in a range of 40 kilowatt to 60 kilowatt very comfortably. You have to bring in the cooled water inside your data center, which will go through that coil, and it takes care of a cooling. A simple principle. There are a lot of engineering goes behind it, but I am keeping it little simple. So that's the RDHX. Again, since the door sits outside of your rack, no implication on the server manufacturer. Everybody servers can be accommodated inside a rack, and you can put the RDHX door on the rack itself. So that can reduce down your PUE in a range of 1.35 to 4. Again, more sustainable solution, right? Now coming to the solution which has now changed all the dynamics in the data center cooling world, which is the DCLC, direct chip level cooling. So here basically you put the cold plates on the server chipsets itself. On the server, chipsets is the only part which basically consumes most of the energy, which basically takes more power, gets heated up, and that is where you require a major cooling. So we fix the cold plates on the chipset itself, bring in a cold water, it routes on the cold plate, and it takes all the heat out of that chip, comes out. So basically it is seated on the server chip itself, and that is where it has been called chip level cooling. And now that is where the role of server manufacturers comes into a picture. So if you notice on this slide, at the moment Dell, HP, Supermicro and Lenovo are offering it. NVIDIA is still developing H200 and above series. Probably they will come up with the DCLC application itself, because the chips are getting hot day by day, and the traditional way of air, which are first three cooling technologies, will not help them. So that is where DCLC NVIDIA is also pushing for. And the last one is the immersive liquid cooling. You pick your server, completely dip inside the liquid in a tank. So that's the technology, probably little futuristic. Another 2-3 years we are seeing it will get more popular once you start reaching rack load of 200 to 250 kilowatt. That is where it will make lot of sense. It require a consent from server manufacturers, because the servers, once you decided to dip inside a liquid, the warranties probably go on toss, and that is where the server manufacturer has to allow this. So at the moment the Dell guys and the Supermicro is offering it. Question there? Yeah?
Not a question, rather remarks.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, I do agree.
Hello. Yeah. So yeah, you're absolutely right. Liquid immersion cooling is something that we are seeing on the horizon. But like obviously everything has pros and cons, and something that what we see is there are OEMs that are working with those specific liquid cooling providers, and there are the tie-up, like yeah, you won't be able to do generally what you rightly said, the specific servers that you currently have and dip it into a water, because those are typically your what do you call synthetic oils,
right?
And then the routers or the firewalls or even your servers, those are also specifically coated,
yeah,
right? So that needs a consent from the OEMs,
yes.
And we are also testing it, and we are also showcasing it across the globe. So I represent Cisco.
Oh, great, fantastic.
Thank you.
So that's in the thought process, right? So yeah, they are the practical scenario. 5 minutes only, huh? Okay, I will just rush through. So these are the cooling technologies that are there, which will basically take care of the cooling when it comes to a server rack, so that we enable IT guys like you to basically take on the modifications and the adventure that is going on in this space, and the power and the cooling infrastructure requirement, that we will solve the puzzle. So it is more elaborated version. I will just rush through this slide. So this animation will show you how the perimeter cooling works. Like I said, sits at the perimeter of the building, and the air can be thrown directly. So bottom discharge or the front discharge, two possibilities. You can throw the air and it take care of the cooling. Then you have the indoor coolers, which sits in between of a rack, generally a footprint of rack size either 600 mm or 300 mm, and you can put between the racks. Drawback is only it consumes the space in the white space area, since it sits in between of the racks. So that's the another one. Third is getting more popular day by day is rear door heat exchanger. Just sits at the back side. So like I said, it's a simple mechanism. You have a coil behind those fans which runs the all cold water, sucks the heat from the servers, and these fans basically throw it out. So once that heat pass through servers, route through a coil, converted into a cold air, thrown at the back side of the rack, settle down, since cold air is little denser than the hot air, sits down at the bottom, and through active tail we basically push it towards the front side of the rack. So that's the technicality which how RDHX technology works. And then you have a DCLC. Like we have shown, you have a chipset on which cold plate basically sits down. Blue line shows you a cold water. Red line shows you a hot water. So basically a cold water we push through the chipset, which cool that chips, and then hot water we basically take back through the other pipe, which is red in color. So that is how the water keeps on rotating, and it provides cooling to your server racks. So that is DCLC. And the last one is immersion liquid cooling. So you see this tank, you have a synthetic liquid. The liquid is free of the charge flow. So any person, even we have a YouTube video where a person has seated inside a liquid and doing actual connections, and you don't have any hazard of the power and all. So server sits inside, and basically liquids we keep on rotating. So blue line again, you have cold water coming inside, cold liquid coming inside, and the red, the cold hot liquid going outside. You also require in thermal technology there are two ways. Either the one is thermal extraction and other is evaporation. So this is where inside you have the extraction and outside you have a equipment like chiller and the dry cooler which enables you evaporation. So that is how this technology works. Will not go in much detail of the technicality, just tell you a simple principle how RDHX and DCLC works, because that's the hot topic at the moment in the market. Sorry. How I go back on this? The upside. No. No, it is going front only. Yeah, I got that. So rear door heat exchanger, like I already briefed you, sits on the back side of the rack and takes care of a cooling. The principle how it operates is has basically a door. It is connected to a piping system which carries the cold water and the hot water. At the back side you have the pumps in which you have a thermal storage system which store the cold water, and outside you have a chiller. So thermal extraction through the RDHX door, evaporation through the chillers. That is how this technology works. A very simple way we have demonstrated, but a lot of technology and the calculations goes behind it. So that's one solution. The next one is DCLC. Again, like I briefed, the cold plate sits on the chipset and how it generally works. So that's little engineered and the flow diagram, but the simple way to understand, you have basically the chipset which sits inside a server and then server racks, and you have basically a cabinet which basically hosts those DCLC servers. And since DCLC the chipset only get cooled for a servers, 70% cooling of a server racks can happen with the DCLC. So rest 30% either you have to have a perimeter cooling or the rear door heat exchanger which will take care of the other ambience that is there in a data center. So DCLC always works in a hybrid way, 70% with the direct liquid cooling and 30% with the alternate way of cooling. So that is how this solution works. And these are the practical pictures. So if you see the rack at the left side in which you have a servers which has a cold plate installed inside, the cold pipe and the hot pipe which are connecting to a CDU. CDU is nothing but the device which rotates hot liquid and the cold liquid. So you have to push cold liquid inside the rack and pull the hot liquid outside. So that is what mainly CDU does. Also CDU mix your water and the glycol. You cannot have a simple water passing through this thing because you require to increase the density of water. You need to have more time so that your chipset get cooled, and that is where glycol helps. So this technology works that way, and you have a dry cooler which acts as a evaporator. Now dry cooler and chiller, only a major difference is removal of the compressor. Compressor consumes more energy, that is where it has been removed. The unit called dry cooler, and since compressor removed, electricity saved, your energy PUE get improved. So that is where this solution is. So these are technologies basically I wanted to talk about. Few innovations I will show. So this is little more innovation nowadays going on a data center field when you want to have a host bigger data center with a floor plate of close to 10 megawatt and you don't want to consume white space area. So now the DCLC technology is coming up with the lower level distribution unit which sits into a mechanical gallery. You need not to consume your white space area, and you can basically cool your servers with the rack load of close to 100 kilowatt, 60 kilowatt per rack. That can be possible. So that's the another one interesting thing probably you guys who are working on the MEP side of data center can look into. And few of the innovations, we are delivering one of the big project in India at the moment for the National Supercomputing Mission, where we are building a complete data center which is hosting capacity close to 2.5 megawatt. It has all four types of cooling. You have perimeter cooler, you have a in-row cooler, you have a rear door heat exchanger and DCLC. So all are hosted in this. So highly engineered data centers, a lot of work is going on. Another innovation we are delivering on the GPU boxes. So if you guys are planning to host NVIDIA servers with the DGX boxes, each DGX box consume energy in a range of 10 kilowatt. So you have 40 kilowatt per rack, and to cool that you require a cooling technology like RDHX or DCLC. So that we have basically created in one single rack, and then you can host it into the containerized solution. So we also do provide the complete 40-feet containers which can host similar ambience like your data centers. So if your building is getting little time to get constructed, a lot of approvals require, so simple 150 to 200 square meter of area in which you can host the containers, in which you have a complete data center executed, and that way you can provide a simple way how beautifully it can be done. So the two videos where the deployment which is happening from one of our factory and the 8th site that our customer is hosting. So this container getting prefabricated everything at the factory itself. You can basically move it on the trailer which can carry 40-feet container, put it at the site in a record time and get it commissioned in the 15 days. So that's the beauty of this solution. This is getting popular when it comes to the 8th site or the tier 2, tier 3 installation. Whoever wants to deploy faster IT things across this country, that's the solution getting popular in India. We saw it is already popular in Europe, and now I guess the SAARC countries are taking onto it. So those are the innovations that are driving at the moment data center. So this covers my complete slides. I'm not sure if time permits, if we can have one or two questions, or else I am there only, we can have further discussion align on this topic. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Any questions? हामी म्याक्सिमम 2 क्वेसन लिन सक्छौँ हैन. We have a very limited time. Any questions? Okay, questions छैन भने thank you very much. Thank you very much all four speakers. Insightful presentation. अब हामी लन्च ब्रेकमा जाँदैछौँ. I think 2 बजे 2 बजे हामी ब्याक आउँछौँ हैन. र I will also like to hand over this coming session to Kijus Marjan.
Hello? Mic. त्यही बोल्दिन.
लन्च माथि छ है. हेलो.
त्यसलाई माइक चाहिँ
ब्याट्री रिप्लेस गर्नुपर्छ के त्यो? ब्याट्री कुन चाहिँ ड्युरासेल हालेर के छ?
त्यो एसआरभिसी वाला त्यो हेर्न तिमीले पेपर हेरेको थियो नि यो त कसले भने
हेर्यो भन्छ त
कसले यो त मलाई यस्तो बुझ्दैन के
लास्टमा तिम्रो स्लाइड हाल किन हाल्नु
यस्तो गर्ने कि अब चाहिँ के भने थाहा छ
यो पेपर त तपाईले भने
सुन न जहिले पनि
ब्याट्री चेन्ज गर्यो
तपाईले एकचोटी सबै
हुन्छ अब त्यो ब्रेकलाई पुरेर बसिरहेको थिएँ
यसमा पनि एउटा एउटा माइक जुन युज हुन्छ सेसनमा
हजुर
ब्याट्री खान्छ के
बोल्दा बोल्दा एकैछिन
यो भन्दा नि बरु टेबल बरु ब्याट्री हुन्छ
हेलो 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 चेक हे हे
खिचो यसको फ्रिक्वेन्सी भयो हैन
त्यही आइहाल्छ फेरि
Check, check. Hey, check. Hello.
Hey, hey, hey. Hey, 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 hey. Check, 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 check. Hey, 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 hey.
Of a horrible future. A future where my identity can be stolen just like that. Where I can go to prison for things that I would never do. Imagine my credit score being destroyed. Please. I don't want to become a meme, humiliated by everyone at school.
Kill yourself, you fucking loser.
And I certainly don't want this. What you share online is like a digital footprint that will follow me around for the rest of my life. I'm telling you this because I know you love me and would never do anything to harm me. So please, Mom, please, Dad, protect my virtual privacy.
check.
Okay, good afternoon. Please be seated. Let's go in. We're starting. Seat change गर्दा हुन्छ है Good afternoon. We'll promptly begin the third session. Hope you had lunch and also some rest. We have three presentations related to security and one experience sharing. So the next presentation today is on network security issues in modern infrastructure, NSP-SEC, DDoS, anti-spam and anti-malware by Jeet Narayan Yadav from Nepal Police.
Thank you, Indi Prabharal sir. Good afternoon to all. I think after lunch we have a story energy, right? So, this is Jeet Narayan Yadav. I'm working in Nepal Police, where my role is to look after system and security over there. Slide, please. This is a quick intro about me. It's been 20 years plus. I have been working in Nepal Police. And my role is to look after cyber security parts, security infrastructure and all. I'm decorated with Deputy Superintendent of Police, and we have a team who are together working with us. So today's outline would be, how we could secure our system or infrastructure, and finally, what Nepal Police is doing. So those highlight I would just share. So very first security code we would see over here. Security is, not a product, but a process. So we should trust, then only verify, and then give access to the, any systems. So if we do so, we'll be happy our system will be more prominent and best. Look at this reflection. As of April 2024, we could see the total population of world is 8.10 billion. And mobile user, we could see it's of 69%. Likewise, internet user, it's growing. it's 67, and likewise social media user is 62%. So what I'm trying to show over here is, though we have enriched in infrastructure, we are good at that, but we are lagging at what is security perspective. So this slide shows us there are many more challenges in upcoming days. Okay, have a glance at this picture. We could see at bottom, tiger is sleeping, and people unknowingly, walking over the bridge. So it's the same situation for us as being a security engineer. We don't know at what time what would happen, but we have to be careful. Some unseen person is looking after us. So if you talk about holistic system, there would be many challenges, many attacks we could see over in the screen. But most importantly, I'll just say insider threat is more dangerous than others. So most of the time what we think like malware attack or phishing attack, something like that, though most of the time external attack we do face. But we never think about internal traffic, because in our intranet system we are running so many services, and there is of course deficiency of awareness for end users. So they will make a bigger mistake inside the network itself. So there are many solutions. When you go for security perspective, so you could see like anti-spam, anti-phishing, anti-malware, DDoS, like NSPsec, and the our next generation firewall that is also putting more comprehensive work over there. So these are main security solutions. As I said in the beginning, using tool is not a sufficient task. We have to be updated as per the time frame, and we have to make more practice how our system would be more secure. So talking about DDoS and anti-spam, we could see in the screen, the same thing would happen to our infrastructure. So we don't know which system is going to be down, but unseen traffic. Okay, let me give you one example. If we know the threat, let's say someone is standing at our front and they're trying to stab us, so we could use different strategy, different pattern, we could save ourselves. But the person who is, standing at back with a knife, we don't have an instant plan. So it's the same thing. So to protect our system or services, we have to look after carefully. And these are the common, attacks we could see in DDoS, like UDP floods, then sync flood, ICMP, something like that. Look at this graph. We could see like DDoS pattern, it's increasing day by day. So when you go for DNS attack, it's 165%. So it's huge data we could say. It's more than 100%. It's a double. Every year it's being double and double and double. Likewise, we have an NTP attack. Similarly, HTTPS flood. So these are the main challenges we should look after our infrastructure. Similarly, when you go for anti-spam, it's an email protective system. So everyone, we are using email system, and those email systems should be mostly secure. So for that, we are using, Barracuda solution, or like any Cisco, different products, ThreatGrid, something like that. So those systems are not working automatically. We have to tune it properly so that we could save our system. Look at this number. So when you go for anti-spam, so like spam is even putting more effort. Like we could see 0.5%, something like that. So it's a huge challenge for us. When you go for anti-malware system, again, it's taking a lead, where we could see, I mean, threat detection, real-time protection, malware removal, proactive defense, and of course, system optimization. So these are the main, I mean, tasks. It's been done by whom? NTSPAM. But do we use so? I don't think so, because I was just listening to Gaurav sir. He was saying our infrastructure is, I mean, strong. Our backbone is also, it's, I mean, huge traffic we could, I mean, sustain. But when you think about traffic, there is comes what very first is security. So we are lagging at security. So yes, pandemic taught us somehow, but though we are not serious about that. These are the numbers. When you go for different desktops or any servers or any systems, we could see these numbers where, I mean, different impacts we can see easily on the screen. Okay, most importantly, why I'm here, just to let you know what Nepal police is exactly doing at the back. So until unless we have, I mean, registered case, we can't put on, I mean, any, I mean, investigation over there. But whenever it happens, we are at front. So as per record, I mean, in 2013, very first, the cybercrime online fraud was recorded, where it was regarding online ticketing, and already paid, I mean, 110,000 for booking the ticket. In return, she got only 15,000. So that was a fraud. Okay, if you talk about DDoS attack, we had recently, it's been 1 year plus in GIDC, where I mean, all the crucial system of immigration server were down. And not only that, all the dependency system on GIDC were also down. So here is the reference. Likewise, we might have heard Chinese group of NIPS had, I mean, withdrawn a huge amount of money from ATM. That was in year 2019. So that was a kind of what? Phishing and malware attack, where, I mean, the NEPSE, who is responsible for, I mean, transactional part for all the banks, those central system was taken control by whom? Attacker. Again, for malware attack, we could say in Agriculture Development Bank Limited, there was the same case. A lot of money was, I mean, withdrawn by the attacker, but we didn't find any footprint over there. That was the challenging part. So why I'm sharing all those facts and figures to you? Because there are so many unseen, I mean, attack which are not reported to anywhere. And regarding website, we know most of the government websites are being hacked, and we must be agree for that, because not Pichas group, likewise there are so many groups over there. They are, I mean, hiddenly working for all the system. They are cracking, I mean, all the website codes and make it shut down. Likewise, in Vianet, it had the same case. Foodmandu. Okay, now talking about cyber security, let me put more elaboration regarding our Nepal police. Nepal police has its own data center, and we have our, I mean, own network team, system team, infra team, development team, and many more. We are like an ISP. We interconnect throughout all 77 districts of Nepal. So we are working 24/7 indirectly, right? So here we can see in Nepal police, people, as I said in the beginning, they are afraid to register the case. Such a small number we could see in the screen. So 2076 to 2081, we could see these are the numbers that's been registered. Okay, this number would be for, I mean, Facebook attack or money laundering by WhatsApp or Insta. Likewise, data stealing, website hacked, something like that. So here is the exact number we could see on the screen. 2% is what? Website hacking and data breach. You can see it here. People are not, recording the case, right? Okay, in the word, sorry, is showing me, okay, alarm. Thank you, sir. So, Nepal police, I must share this fact. Nepal police is running such a secure system. I don't know how many of you are using that. So, how many of you are using mobile app of Nepal police? Please, can you raise your hand? 3, 4, 5. I just request you to go and use it, because here is the thing. Whenever you would be in trouble, it's the app which is going to help you. Believe me. Let's say you are going somewhere and you became in trouble unknowingly, and you are looking for help. So on that scenario, we could see we have an emergency number over there. You can register or anonymously you can log in that app, doesn't matter. So we could track your location, and also we have a panic mode feature. That's very interesting. So whenever you are in trouble, you just click on panic mode, your location would be registered to our system, and our system will just put alarm to nearby station, and they'll just look after you. Like TBR system, like these days, traffic police is working, paperless job, we could say. And it's like e-challan, we could say online, we can have a, different, cheat process and all, something like that. Likewise, we have a police clearance online report where you can have your own police report within 3 days. If you are emergency, of course, within 1 day, it's also possible. And it's free of cost. So security challenge, if we see in today's era, budgetary issue comes first. You don't have good system, firewall, next generation firewall, you don't have any, good infra. So that's a huge challenge. Manpower we don't have. We are looking for a skilled manpower, but most of the manpower who get trained over here, they'll go for abroad. Lack of training, as I said in the beginning, we need to have a refreshment training for all the systems we are running at. Then security device condition. This is the very important point. I was involved in ADBL case and also the NEPSE case. I was one of the investigation officer over there. What I found there is they are not using genuine operating system. They are not renewing the firewall subscription policy for different services and all. That's what totally obsolete. It was expired for almost 1.5 years. That was the case. So even we should think about, because we all are IT professional, we have a good system, but I believe somewhere we are lagging at security. So we have to take care of that. Global certification, why I'm mentioning over here is, even if for you professional, if you have a good certification in professional, you could have, good job at nice company. But not only that, this new pattern has come, security audit. So any company who is hiring you, very first he's saying that, okay, that the candidate should have achieved these certificates. So why? Because security audit have mentioned, mandatorily they have mentioned, okay, you must have ISO certified company and you must have a candidate for that, so that then only we could say, oh, you are the trusted company, wherever you are. So recommendation, it's as usual, I said in the beginning, it's the same thing, but most importantly I want to highlight here is security framework. Okay, how many of we are using ITIL, COVID, at our infrastructure? It might be new for us. ITIL. Though we have a data center, we are not following the, I mean, international standard. We are not following, you know, risk management capability, something like that. So security framework comes first when we talk about security. Likewise, central security gateway. In most of the country, what we found, they have a, whenever internet connectivity gets into the country, there is, main control system where the logs are centralized, and all the, systems, whatever they want to pass by, they are controlling beam from there. Then only they are, distributing the line to the ISP. So if we have such kinds of system, then only we could find, even sometimes what we see, people are complaining that, okay, my my laptop has lost. That time, if we have a MAC address, we are requesting to whom? ISP again. When we reach the ISP, they are saying, okay, we don't have log. So how can we work? That's the challenge. So if we make, centralized system, then visibility would be clear. Okay, very first thing comes is privacy. There is nothing, we could think about privacy because we are using Facebook, we are using Google, Gmail, something. Where is our data? Right? Not only that, in all the private organizations, we are using email system, and it's under control of whom? System admin, right? We are not doing any illegal job. So we have to think about that, and filtering level is also there. Okay, I'll just take 2 minutes. Please play the video, sir. It's a related Facebook. I believe from today onwards, you are not going to work or play for Facebook anymore. It's a reference from YouTube.
Hey Mom, hey Dad. It's me, Ella. Well, a digital version of me. Just a bit older. Amazing what technology can do these days, isn't it? All you need are a couple of pictures, like the ones you share on social media, where they can be taken and used by everybody. I know, for you these pictures are just memories. But for others, they are data. And for me, maybe the beginning of a horrible future. A future where my identity can be stolen just like that. Where I can go to prison for things that I would never do. Imagine my credit score being destroyed, Dad. Or my voice copied to scam you, Mom. Mom, I'm in trouble. I need you to send me money, please. I don't want to become a meme, humiliated by everyone at school.
Kill yourself, you fucking loser.
And I certainly don't want this. What you share online is like a digital footprint that will follow me around for the rest of my life. I'm telling you this because I know you love me and would never do anything to harm me. So please, Mom, please, Dad, protect my virtual privacy.
Yes, thank you very much.
Any questions? Quick questions? 1 or 2? Thank you, sir. Thank you. So So thanks for sharing the challenges that our businesses and our governments are facing, and the tools and how Nepal Police is working to improve the cybersecurity. So while talking about cybersecurity, I hope we also focus on our critical infrastructure security. Now, our next presenter today is Rupsan Shrestha from Fortinet. His topic of presentation is on cybersecurity mesh architecture, a new paradigm in cybersecurity. Welcome.
Hello. First of all, thank you and for this opportunity to be here and present a talk on cybersecurity and CSME, cybersecurity mesh architecture. First of all, I want to introduce myself. I am Rupsan Shrestha, currently representing Fortinet, working as a system engineer. And I also have Mr. Sabin Upadhyay with me. He's my mentor, he's my dai. And we are here to represent Fortinet. Okay, so I'm going to use mix of languages, Nepali and English. So I want to put a context over here first. So आजको digital transformation भएको society अथवा the world we're living in is something like this. Users are distributed, usersहरू जता पनि हुन सक्छ, work from home, कोभिडले जुन boom लिएर आएको थियो, remotely काम गर्ने, घरमा बसेर, अफिसमा बसेर, or even अरू sites जस्तो co-locations, branchesहरूमा बसेर. So usersहरू distributed छन्, right? So that's one thing. On top of that, the devices that we're using today, हामी एकजना मान्छेसँग आजको दिनमा केही नभए नि 2 or 3 मल्टिपल डिभाइसेसहरू छ. एउटा ल्यापटप होला, एउटा फोन होला, आइप्याड एटसेट्रा एटसेट्रा, राइट? अनि इफ यु टेक इट टु अ स्टेप फर्दर, अपरेसन टेक्नोलोजी, आइओटी यस्तो डिभाइसेसहरू छ्यापछ्याप्ती पाइन्छ, राइट? इफ यु लुक अराउन्ड हियर यु विल प्रोबब्ली सी अ बन्च अफ डिभाइसेस द्याट आर अन द नेटवर्क. हाम्रो नेटवर्क इट वाज अलवेज देयर हैन. हामीले आइटी ट्रान्सफर्मेसन डिजिटलाइजेसनको ट्रेन्डको सुरुमै नेटवर्क एउटा त सेटअप गर्नै पर्ने थियो. सो नेटवर्कमा पनि के छ भन्दाखेरि वी आर युजिङ लट अफ हाइब्रिड डिभाइसेस, कुनै भेन्डर एक्स कुनै भेन्डर वाई हैन. सो इकोसिस्टम बनेको छ जहाँ चाहिँ मिक्स अफ डिफ्रेन्ट भेन्डर्सहरूको चाहिँ हामीले डिभाइसेसहरू युज गरिरहेको छौँ. अनि एट द सेम टाइम एप्लिकेसन्स द्याट वी आर युजिङ टुडे आर डिस्ट्रिब्युटेड हैन. कुनै हेड अफिसमा होला, कुनै डेटा सेन्टरमा होला, कुनै को लोकेसन डेटा सेन्टरमा होला, डिसिडिआर कुनै क्लाउडमा होला, राइट? हाम्रो गौरव दाईले भने जस्तै क्लाउड इज बुमिङ हैन. सो क्लाउडमा नगइकन सुखै छैन हैन. हामीले नगरे पनि गौरव दाईले प्रोबब्ली हामीलाई क्लाउड युज गर्न लगाउनुहुन्छ होला इन सम नियर फ्युचर. अनि अन टप अफ द्याट, एज गौरव दाई मेन्सन्ड, ट्रेडिसनल च्यालेन्जेस मोडर्न च्यालेन्जेस भन्दा डिफ्रेन्ट छ. हामी यस्तो पोइन्टमा आइसक्यौँ जहाँ चाहिँ सेक्युरिटी इज नट समथिङ द्याट वी क्यान लुक इन अ ट्रेडिसनल वे लाइक वी डेड. टिएड आर्किटेक्चर एउटा साइलोडमा पेरिमिटर बेस्ड सेक्युरिटी मेकानिजम जस्तै हामीले फायरवल राख्छौँ, इमेल सेक्युरिटी, वेब गेटवे, यो सबै चाहिँ जेनरली हामीले ट्रेडिसनली चाहिँ गेटवेमा मात्र इन्ट्रोड्युस गराउँथ्यौँ. अनि वी एक्सपेक्ट द्याट वी विल बी सेफ जस्ट बिकज वी हेभ सेक्युरिटी इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चर इन आवर गेटवे हैन, विच इज नट ट्रु. किनकि अघि मैले भने जस्तो हाम्रो एप्लिकेसन्स डिस्ट्रिब्युटेड छ, हाम्रो वर्कफोर्स डिस्ट्रिब्युटेड छ, राइट? सो प्लस टेक्नोलोजी इन्हान्समेन्ट इज अलवेज देयर. हामी सम केबिपिएसको ब्यान्डविथबाट हामी 10 गिग इथरनेट, 400 गिग इथरनेटको कुरा गरिरहेको छौँ आजको दिनमा, राइट? क्लाउडको कुरा गरिरहेको छौँ. सो हाउ डु वी सेक्योर द्याट? So I want to introduce you to a concept called cyber security mesh architecture, जुन चाहिँ गार्टनरले 2021 मा इन्ट्रोड्युस गरेको थियो. सो यो चाहिँ एउटा माइन्डसेट हो, मोर अफ अ आर्किटेक्चरल माइन्डसेट, जहाँ चाहिँ हामीले सेक्युरिटीलाई चाहिँ मोडर्न डे इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चरलाई म्याच हुने गरी चाहिँ वी आर ट्राइङ टु बिल्ड सेक्युरिटी फर आवर मोडर्न डे इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चर. सो इट्स अ अप्रोच जसले चाहिँ के भन्छ भन्दाखेरि डिस्ट्रिब्युटेड आइटी वर्कफोर्सलाई प्रोटेक्ट गर्नलाई चाहिँ वी निड टु थिङ्क अ बिट डिफ्रेन्ट वे फ्रम द ट्रेडिसनल अप्रोच हैन. यो जुन पनि बक्सेसहरू देखिराख्नु भएको छ एट द साइड अफ यो सेन्ट्रल, यो सबै चाहिँ पुरै टेक्नोलोजिज हो जुन चाहिँ हामीले ट्रेडिसनली नै युज गरेर आइरहेको हो. हरेक अर्गनाइजेसनमा हेर्नुभयो भने दे विल ह्याभ अ फायरवल, दे विल ह्याभ अ इमेल सेक्युरिटी गेटवे, दे विल ह्याभ अ WAF, राइट? द प्रब्लम एन्ड द च्यालेन्ज विथ दिस ट्रेडिसनल आर्किटेक्चर इज वी हेभ मल्टिपल कन्सोल्स. एउटा कुरा कन्फिगर गर्नु पऱ्यो भने मल्टिपल ठाउँमा हेर्नुपर्छ. डिफ्रेन्ट प्रडक्ट्स, डिफ्रेन्ट सेक्युरिटी लेयरको आफ्नै कन्सोल हुन्छ. म्यानेज गर्न त्यस्तै प्रब्लम, स्किल सेटको च्यालेन्ज होइन. वी हेभ लिमिटेड आइटी स्टाफ. अनि एज जित सर जस्ट मेन्सन्ड इन हिज प्रेजेन्टेसन, यो सबै सेक्युरिटी मेजर्सहरू स्टेट अफ द आर्ट टेक्नोलोजी चाहिन्छ हरेक अर्गनाइजेसनलाई. तर वाइल वेयर डुइङ द्याट हामीले चाहिँ सेक्युरिटीलाई झन् कम्प्लेक्स बनाइरहेको छौँ. सो कसरी सल्भ गर्ने त? सो गार्टनरले यो कन्सेप्ट चाहिँ के भन्छ भन्दाखेरि साइबर सेक्युरिटी मेश आर्किटेक्चरमा चाहिँ वी आर ट्राइङ टु कन्सोलिडेट अ कपल अफ सेक्युरिटी टेक्नोलोजिज. जस्तै ड्यासबोर्ड्स. इमेजिन सबै सेक्युरिटी प्रडक्ट्स अथवा आइटी इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चरको ड्यासबोर्डहरू कन्सोलिडेटेड छ. म एउटा मोनिटरमा चाहिँ कन्सटेन्टली मोनिटर गर्न सक्छु के भइरहेछ. सो द्याट्स वान की कम्पोनेन्ट अफ द साइबर सेक्युरिटी मेश आर्किटेक्चर, अ कन्सोलिडेटेड ड्यासबोर्ड. सेकेन्ड इज पोलिसी म्यानेजमेन्ट फ्रेमवर्क. यसले चाहिँ के भन्छ भन्दाखेरि वेयर एभर वी आर, रिगार्डलेस अफ वेयर वी आर, हामीले चाहिँ कन्सिस्टेन्ट सेक्युरिटी पोस्चर मेन्टेन गर्नुपर्छ. किनकि म रूपसन श्रेष्ठले जे एप्लिकेसन एक्सेस गर्नुपर्ने थियो त्यो घर गएर नि मैले त्यही एप्लिकेसन चलाउनु पर्ने हुन्छ, अफिसमा बस्दा नि त्यही एप्लिकेसनहरू चलाउनु पर्ने हुन्छ, राइट? सो मैले पाउने सेक्युरिटी फिचर अथवा कन्ट्रोल्स चाहिँ कन्सोलिडेटेड हुनु पऱ्यो अथवा एउटै हुनु पऱ्यो, कन्सिस्टेन्ट हुनु पऱ्यो. सो त्यसलाई हामीले गर्न सक्ने भनेको चाहिँ पोलिसी म्यानेजमेन्ट फ्रेमवर्कलाई चाहिँ सेन्ट्रलाइज गर्न सकिन्छ. त्यसपछि आइडेन्टिटी फ्रेमवर्क, राइट? द टेक्नोलोजिज द्याट वी युज लाइक मल्टिफ्याक्टर अथेन्टिकेसन एट्सेट्रा एट्सेट्रा, जसले चाहिँ हामीले मान्छेको आइडेन्टिटीलाई प्रोटेक्ट गर्न खोज्छौँ होइन. सो त्यसलाई चाहिँ हामी एउटा युनिफाइड आइडेन्टिटी फ्याब्रिक बनाउने गार्टनर साइबर सेक्युरिटी मेश आर्किटेक्चरको एउटा भिजन हो. Similarly, security analytics and intelligence, it's more than important. हरेक सेक्युरिटी इन्सिडेन्ट प्लस नेटवर्क इन्सिडेन्ट्सको चाहिँ हामीलाई एउटा सेन्ट्रलाइज कन्सोल, सेन्ट्रलाइज ड्यासबोर्डहरू हुनुपर्छ. अनि आज मोडर्न डे प्रब्लमको जब मैले कुरा गरेँ, युजर्सहरू जता नि हुनसक्छ, दे आर डिस्ट्रिब्युटेड अनि सर्भिसेस आर अल्सो डिस्ट्रिब्युटेड. सो द आइडिया अफ साइबर सेक्युरिटी मेश आर्किटेक्चर इज रिगार्डलेस अफ वेयर द युजर्स आर, we will make them go through our cyber security mesh architecture and provide services or applications. Some of the industry challenges, किन चाहिँ साइबर सेक्युरिटी मेश आर्किटेक्चरमा जानुपर्छ भनेर चाहिँ एउटा सानो डिपिक्सन मैले गर्न खोजेको छु. कम्प्लेक्सिटी, एज आई मेन्सन, जति धेरै टेक्नोलोजिजहरू हामीले इन्टिग्रेट गर्छौँ, जति धेरै टुल्सहरूमा इन्भेस्ट गर्दै जान्छौँ, कम्प्लेक्सिटी बढ्दै जान्छ. त्यो टुल्स म्यानेज गर्न कम्प्लेक्सिटी हुन्छ, कुन टुल हाल्ने भनेर कम्प्लेक्सिटी बढ्दै जान्छ. सिमिलरली ग्याप्स इन आवर एक्सपर्टिज होइन, वी क्यान नट ह्याभ एक्सपर्ट्स अफ अल अफ द फिल्ड्स अर अल अफ द टेक्नोलोजी द्याट वी युजिङ होइन. बजेटको रेस्ट्रिक्सन होला अथवा ट्रेनिङको, अर इनफ्याक्ट नेपाल जस्तो कन्ट्रीमा त म्यान पावरकै ल्याक होला होइन, मान्छे छैन. सो यस्तो यस्तो च्यालेन्जेसले चाहिँ हामीलाई गार्टनर साइबर सेक्युरिटी मेश आर्किटेक्चरमा जानुपर्छ भनेर पुश गरिरहेको छ. नाउ एज आई मेन्सन, गार्टनर सेक्युरिटी मेश आर्किटेक्चर भनेको चाहिँ एउटा माइन्डसेट हो, आइडिया हो, कसरी चाहिँ साइबर सेक्युरिटीलाई सोच्ने भनेर. सो यसैको एउटा रियल वर्ल्ड युज केस चाहिँ स्यासे भन्ने एउटा टेक्नोलोजी छ, विच इज जस्ट अ कम्बिनेसन अफ दिज टुल्स एन्ड टेक्नोलोजी द्याट यु सी अन द स्क्रिन. सो if you look at the definition of SASE, what we're trying to do is, regardless of where our users are, we are making them go through our SASE POP and providing access to their data. होइन, यसमा साइबर सेक्युरिटी मेश आर्किटेक्चर कमनलिटी छ भन्दाखेरि we are making the users go through a single consolidated framework, which is our cyber security mesh framework. So basically cyber security mesh architecture, user jata pani hunu sakcha, hamro cloud infrastructure. So SASE is primarily built on cloud. Cloud service huncha jun चाहिँ हामीले on premise अथवा हाम्रो data center मा पनि host गर्न सक्छौं, which is a topic for some other day, right? So SASE जुन साइबर सेक्युरिटी मेश आर्किटेक्चर गार्टनरले भनिरहेको थियो, गार्टनरकै अर्को एउटा रिपोर्टले चाहिँ के भन्छ भन्दाखेरि आउट अफ 2400 CIOs यो 2400 CIOसँग चाहिँ गार्टनरले एउटा रिसर्च गरेको थियो। यसमा चाहिँ टप इमर्जिङ टेक्नोलोजिज के छ त ट्रेन्ड्सहरूमा एउटा रिसर्चमा चाहिँ के भनेको छ भन्दाखेरि आई नट गो इन्टु अदर टेक्नोलोजिज बट स्यासेको हेर्नुभयो भने द वान इज द्याट इज हाइलाइटेड 11% अफ द CIOs आर अलरेडी इन्भेस्टिङ इन स्यासे, 13% विल डिप्लोय इन नेक्स्ट 12 months भनेको नेक्स्ट इयरसम्म स्यासे भइसक्छ। सिमिलरली 15% or 16%ले चाहिँ डाउन द लाइन कतै न कतै इन्भेस्ट गर्छु भनेर माइन्डसेट बनाइसकेका छन्। सिमिलरली अर्को टेक्नोलोजिज XDR भनेर जुन हामीले मार्केटमा भनिरहेको हुन्छौँ, द्याट इज अल्सो अ कम्बिनेसन अफ डिफ्रेन्ट टेक्नोलोजिज द्याट वी युज। फायरवल, NDR, एन्डपोइन्ट प्रोटेक्सन, एन्डपोइन्ट डिटेक्सन एन्ड रेस्पोन्स, यो सबैको कन्सोलिडेसन र एउटा युनिफाइड म्यानेजमेन्ट प्लेनले चाहिँ हामीलाई XDR प्लेटफर्म दिन्छ। अनि XDR को हाइप हेर्नुभयो भने 2027सम्म चाहिँ गार्टनरले के भन्छ भन्दाखेरि 40% अफ द अर्गनाइजेसनले चाहिँ XDR डिप्लोय गरिसकेका हुन्छ अरे। एन्ड अर्को क्लाउड सर्भिस प्रोभाइडर्सहरू को पनि एउटा ब्याकएन्डमा फ्रेमवर्क हेर्नुभयो भने दे प्रोभाइड डिफ्रेन्ट टुल्स एन्ड टेक्नोलोजिज फर यु टु युज। दे प्रोभाइड यु अ गेटवे, दे प्रोभाइड यु अ नेटवर्क फायरवल, दे प्रोभाइड यु वेब एप्लिकेसन फायरवल्स एन्ड अल, राइट? सो यहाँनिर पनि इफ यु सी द आइडिया बिहाइन्ड देयर फ्रेमवर्क चाहिँ के छ भन्दाखेरि दे हेभ अ कन्सोलिडेटेड प्लेटफर्म। AWS को कुरा गर्नु भने AWS को कन्सोलमा हजुरले मल्टिपल सेक्युरिटीको कुराहरू कन्फिगर गर्नुहुन्छ, मल्टिपल एउटा सेन्ट्रलाइज्ड आइडेन्टिटी फ्रेमवर्क हुन्छ। सो द ओभरअल प्रिन्सिपल रिमेन्स द सेम, right? So if you look at, if we go back to the cybersecurity mesh architecture, what we're trying to do is we have distributed applications or distributed technologies in our arsenal, and we are trying to consolidate the dashboards, the policy and posture management framework, identity framework, and security intelligence. So Gartnerले चाहिँ 2021 मा जब यो कन्सेप्ट युज गराएको थियो, they said that by 2025 50% of the organizationले चाहिँ कुनै फर्म अफ साइबर सेक्युरिटी मेश आर्किटेक्चर अलरेडी एडप्ट गरिसकेका हुन्छ भनेर भनेको थियो। एन्ड वी आर एट द एन्ड अफ द 2024, होइन, नोभेम्बर लाग्यो। सो नोभेम्बरको एन्डमा गरेको नोभेम्बर होइन 2024 को हाराहारीमा गार्टनरले सेम सर्वे गर्दाखेरि चाहिँ रिजल्ट्स चाहिँ कस्तो देखियो भन्दाखेरि 53% अफ द अर्गनाइजेसनले चाहिँ अलरेडी साइबर सेक्युरिटी मेश आर्किटेक्चरमा इन्भेस्ट गरिसकेका छन् इन वान वे अर अनदर, राइट? त्यसै क्रममा अर्को क्वेसन्सहरूमा जानुभयो भने चाहिँ इफ यु लुक एट द सर्वे अरू क्वेसन्सहरूमा चाहिँ के भनेको थियो भन्दा आर यु सेटिस्फाइड यो माइन्डसेट यो आर्किटेक्चर लिएर, आर यु ह्याप्पी भनेर एउटा सर्वेमा चाहिँ अराउन्ड 60 or 73% वेयर सेटिस्फाइड। यो भन्न खोजेको CIOs and CTOs are investing with the mindset of cyber security mesh architecture and they are liking the idea, right? And if you look at the data, 73% of the people are happy or are satisfied भने त्यहाँमध्ये चाहिँ they are distributed globally. APAC को केसमा around 12% of the survey givers were from APAC. So यो त भयो साइबर सेक्युरिटी मेश आर्किटेक्चर भन्ने कन्सेप्ट। आई थिङ्क आई ट्राई टु डेलिभर वाट दिस इज, होइन? सो अब कसरी गर्ने त, एडप्टेसन कसरी हुने, हाउ डु वी अडप्ट टु साइबर सेक्युरिटी मेश आर्किटेक्चर, राइट? सो द स्टेप वान वुड बी टु एसेस योर इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चर, के भइरहेछ, मेरो अर्गनाइजेसनमा कस्तो कस्तो एसेट्सहरू युज गरिरहेछ, त्यसको आइडेन्टिफिकेसन के छ भनेर पत्ता लगाउने। त्यसपछि इम्प्लिमेन्ट इन अ फ्रेमवर्क, सेन्ट्रलाइज्ड म्यानेजमेन्ट फ्रेमवर्क, सकेसम्म कन्सोलिडेट गर्ने, ट्राई टु हेभ लेस कन्सोल एज मच एज पोसिबल, राइट? त्यसपछि इन्टिग्रेसन, दिस इज द की कम्पोनेन्ट अफ साइबर सेक्युरिटी मेश आर्किटेक्चर। कन्सोलिडेसन भनेको जस्ट जोड्ने एउटै कन्सोल मात्र होइन, कन्सोलिडेसन अल्सो मिन्स द्याट द टेलिमेट्री, द सेक्युरिटी टेलिमेट्री, द आइडेन्टिटी टेलिमेट्री, यो सबै चाहिँ सेयर हुनुपर्छ विथ इच अदर अर विथ अल द नेटवर्क इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चर द्याट वी हेभ, होइन? फायरवलमा के भइरहेछ भने माई एन्ड पोइन्ट सेक्युरिटी सल्युसन हेज टु नो that something is happening at the firewall level or the network layer, right? And continuous monitoring and adaptation is always there. So Gartner-कै अलिकति वर्ड्सहरू लिएर आउँछु म। गार्टनरले चाहिँ कसरी स्टार्ट गर्ने त इन्भेस्टमेन्ट भन्दाखेरि step one, they're just saying invest in a SIEM platform, advanced SIEM platform, and I myself am a very big advocate of telling this. So मलाई चाहिँ के लाग्छ भन्दाखेरि हरेक अर्गनाइजेसनले फर्स्टमा or as much as early as possible they should invest in a security incident and event management platform. किन मेरो security and analytics intelligence सबैलाई चाहिँ एउटा consolidated ठाउँमा लिएर आउनलाई, right? And this is also working really good. होइन SIM solutions-हरु, there are a lot of vendors that provide you these capabilities. The second thing Gartner suggests you to invest in is the identity fabric and consolidated policy and posture management. भनेको same. Every network devices or security devices मा चाहिँ why not use a common identity fabric? मैले एउटा particular vendor को multi-factor authentication solution use गरिरहेको छु भने why not use that for each and every security or network products that I have? त्यसपछि merge these two, identity framework र security intelligence लाई merge गर्ने. त्यसले के दिन्छ, को मान्छेले के गरिरहेछ उसको रिस्क एसेसमेन्ट के हो, रिस्क पोस्चर के हो, यो कुराको आइडेन्टिफिकेसन हुन्छ. नाउ इफ यु टेक इट अ स्टेप फर्दर, आइडेन्टिटी फ्रेमवर्क जुन हामीले नेटवर्क एन्ड सेक्युरिटी डिभाइसेसमा इन्टिग्रेट गरेको छौँ, वाइ नट इन्टिग्रेट द्याट टु यर एप्लिकेसन्स, एप्लिकेसन लेभलमा अथवा सफ्टवेयर लेभलमा लान सकिन्छ यसलाई. एन्ड एट द एन्ड अफ द डे अटोमेसन एन्ड अर्केस्ट्रेसन, द्याट्स द की. किनकि लिमिटेड आइटी स्टाफ एन्ड अ कम्प्लेक्स नेटवर्क, कुनै आइपीले मलाई डस हान्दैछ भने, डिडस अट्याक गर्दैछ भने, आई क्यान नट गो एन्ड लग इन टु अल अफ माई डिभाइसेस विच आर spread globally and apply those metrics. I need an automation framework, and SOAR is a platform that allows you to do that. Now it's a journey. आज मसँग I have a good budget, म एकैचोटि सबै कुराहरू किन्छु, I will hire a lot of people, अनि त्यसपछि चाहिँ मेरो साइबर सेक्युरिटी पोस्चर राम्रो हुन्छ भन्ने द्याट्स क्वाइट इम्पोसिबल, अलिकति गाह्रै हुन्छ, राइट? सो एउटा आइडिया माइन्डसेट चाहिँ के हुनसक्छ भन्दाखेरि वी रिड्युस द नम्बर अफ भेन्डर्स द्याट वी डिलिङ विथ, होइन? वी सेलेक्ट द बेस्ट टेक्नोलोजी आउट देयर इन द मार्केट and we select the technology that is built with the vision of cyber security mesh architecture. भनेको things like XDR platform, your SASE platform, so यस्तो कुराहरूलाई इन्भेस्ट गर्ने. And if you just move to the right at a point of time, you will have a good SOC maturity. Any good maturity हुँदाखेरि चाहिँ you will probably end up with 2 or 3 platforms, not products, platforms. So it's all easy said and right. So कसरी गर्ने त? So there are different challenges जुन चाहिँ this is the data from the research. यो challengesहरूमा चाहिँ हेर्नुभयो भने some say that होइन हामीसँग भेन्डर्सहरूको API capabilities छैन, कसैले चाहिँ आइडेन्टिटी फ्याब्रिक कसरी बनाउने, कसैले चाहिँ कन्सोलिडेसनको प्रोडक्ट्सहरू भएन. सो यस्तो यस्तो प्रब्लम्सहरू चाहिँ मार्केट रिसर्चले भन्छ. अनि सम पिपल अल्सो सी द्याट गार्टनरको डेफिनेसनै क्लियर छैन के हो त साइबर सेक्युरिटी मेश आर्किटेक्चर भनेर, राइट? सो द्याट्स बेसिकली इट. आई जस्ट वान्टेड यु टु इन्ट्रोड्युस टु अ कन्सेप्ट कल साइबर सेक्युरिटी मेश आर्किटेक्चर. सो इट्स मोर देन अ माइन्डसेट, अ प्याराडिम. इट्स नट अ टेक्नोलोजी or it's not just some other platform that you use. अनि लिटल बिट नेपालको कन्टेक्स्टमा चाहिँ आई डोन्ट ह्याभ द डेटा पोइन्ट्स टु सो कि कसरी गइरहेछ भनेर, बट आई क्यान डेफिनेटली टेल, बिहान पनि आई टक विथ अ कपल अफ पिपल, एभ्री वान इज लुकिङ फर कन्सोलिडेसन, एभ्री वान इज आफ्टर अ प्लेटफर्म or 1 or 2 platforms that provide a holistic security. So that's it from my side. If you have any questions, I'm happy to take them.
Any questions? Mike,
थ्याङ्क यू. मेरो एउटा सानो क्वेसन छ, जस्तै तपाईँको रिफरेन्स चाहिँ एउटा गार्टनर मात्रै देखेँ नि मैले, अरू कुनै रिफरेन्ससँग कम्पेयर गर्नुभएको छ जस्तै यही साइबर सिएसएमएकै कुराहरू एन्ड हाउ इट्स बिङ एडोप्टेड?
They have their own Gartner is a generic industry term.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rupsanji. Thank you. So, thanks for a good presentation on how we can use multiple tools and integrate them for our cybersecurity needs. Okay, next presentation is by Terry Swisher from NPNOG. So it's on internet security, sustainable internet development. Okay, sure.
Sound check. How's that? Oh, that's better. So, good afternoon. Just wondering, can I get you to do a quick physical activity with me? Stand up and wave your arms around. Wake up. Yes. That's it. Excellent. Now, I do that because you've had a nice big lunch and you probably need to wake up. I was actually, yawning there, and I thought, oh, goodness me, if I'm yawning, then there's a lot of people in the room who are obviously need a bit of a shake-up. So now you've got the blood running a bit, maybe a bit of adrenaline, and we're good to go. So some of you have been in the classroom with me last week and this week and know me. I'm Terry from NPNOG. I look after training delivery for NPNOG in South Asia. So I'm in Nepal, obviously, for 2 weeks and doing that right now, which is awesome. I've had some member visits as well, so it's been really, really good to get to know you. And of course, this is my first visit to Nepal as well, so I'm coming back a lot, I assure you. So NPNOG has a very big development serve 56 different economies. Bank, you may have other customers who are basically critical infrastructure. So be aware of that. And of course, even if you're not part of CI, you are running the internet, which is these Oh. It's going to become more and more and may not. You don't know where they are. Now, security is a journey. In fact, it's a continuous process. There is really nothing that stops security becoming important. You don't win the game. Okay, unfortunately, we like to call this an infinite game. You're going to be playing this one all the time until, yes. So, and of course, being a journey or a trek, because we're in Nepal, we can call it a trek, can't we? There's lots of steps involved, one step at a time. So commitments on this, well, the main commitment here is to look at how you're managing this. And one of the great frameworks I like talking about is the people, process and technology framework. Okay, people are important. People need to be trained. Okay, your processes are important. What you have as policy and business rules are important. And of course, your choice of technologies is important as well. So knowledge and awareness is where your people come in. Get them trained, get them certified, get them learning about this. Have a continuous improvement mindset, have a growth mindset, keep learning. Processes. Policy, well, you wouldn't really have a security posture unless you had a policy. Okay, your processes for enabling and executing security, very, very important. And then there are your technology choices. A lot of people do think that, okay, we're going to spend a lot of money and have a really good security solution, but then you may find that you'll invest in people and your people will pick up skills, especially with things like open source software, which actually solves this technology problem for you as well. Open source versus closed source. A lot of security people will tell you the biggest problem with anything that is closed source is you don't know where the bugs are. Okay, that's a very important point. Whereas if you're using open source tools, everyone's gone looking for the bugs already. Keep that in mind. Collaboration. For instance, this meeting today is one of those forms of collaboration. Unlike other industries where everyone is competing for absolutely everything, as internet service providers, we are literally competing for customers and that's it. Everything else we do needs to be a cooperative process. Our routing, our peering, this is a cooperative process. Okay? Anyone who makes the ecosystem unhealthy is doing all of us harm, so keep that in mind. Cybersecurity ecosystem in general. Well, we are here, we are the Network Operator Group meeting. We have representatives here from law enforcement. Okay, I'm not sure if we have anyone here from NP Cert, but keep this in mind. Everyone needs to be at the table to talk about these issues. And I think it's awesome that we have the Nepalese Army here, we have network operators here, we have Nepali police here, okay, and security people, and vendors with security products as well. Very important. Everyone needs to be in the room. So, as network operators, what do you care about? I like the way they emphasize security and stability. If you're talking to your CFO, it's normally profit and customer experience they emphasize, isn't it? So we often find ourselves in these situations where we make trade-offs. Something has to be cheaper, so we make more money, or we can reduce the cost of the product, or we can do better pricing, and so on and so forth. So those trade-offs happen all the time. Now, DDoS attacks, we've already talked about this. One thing we haven't seen today, hijacks, BGP hijacks. Big impacts. One thing that I've learned over the last 2 weeks here in Nepal, everyone has signed their hours, but no one's doing validation. but every single upstream provider that you're using is doing validation. So if someone does a BGP hijack in Nepal, it's not going to actually escape Nepal, but it's going to affect all of you. So keep that in mind. So best practices for network operators. There are so many BCPs on this list coming up now. I'm tempted to race through the slides, but consider every BCP number that we're about to see on your shopping list, on your checklist for your network security. So recommended security services, and so 46 is where you start. And these are very basic. Things like don't have an open SNMP relay on your network, okay? Filter routes, okay? You should not trust anyone sending you BGP updates, even if it's your best friend in life. If they route leak, they hurt you, okay? Keep that in mind. Ingress and egress filtering. So we'll talk about BGP 38. This is the important one. This is one of those issues where when you're unhealthy, you make it hard and difficult for everyone else. So you should never let traffic out of your network that looks like it's not from your network, i.e. you want to filter the source. So when you send traffic out to the rest of the internet, it has to be from your network. It can't be spoofed, it can't be faked. Once you filter that network traffic, you'll be doing the rest of the internet a great service. And you should probably place that expectation upon everyone else you peer with, transit with, and so on, because it will clean up a lot of the traffic that we have to deal with, especially amplification attacks on DDoS. If everyone did BCP 38, those would not exist. End of story. Packet filtering. So again, this is something that's very difficult to do at scale, so you do it at the edge. For your customer-facing routers and networks, that's the best place to do it. So your customers can't spoof to you, and then while it's transiting your network, you know it's clean. Then you can hand it off to your peers and your transit providers. So again, we can look for various prefixes to filter. The obvious ones are things that aren't routable, things that should not be routed, okay, especially, and also look for that coming in. You're not going to accept 192.168 on a BGP feed from a peering point, are you? RPKI. I was talking about this before. We have phase 1 done for Nepal. And I've had some talks with a couple of you who are APNIC members over the last 2 weeks. We need to get you guys working on a project next year in 2025, start doing validation. Okay, get validation up and running. MPIX. Get your root servers running validation, okay? That will help a lot. The minute someone has a root leak of any kind, okay, you're still very susceptible. One of my favorite ones to do with route origin, BCP 185. This is something that comes up a lot when I'm doing analysis of ROAs that are signed. What we're actually asking you to do with BCP 185 is if you announce something, you sign it. If you signed it, you're announcing it. You do not sign anything else, okay? If that means you have to do a lot more ROAs to do your coverage of what you're advertising on BGP, then you do so. APNIC now has an API. You can automate this. Very, very easy, okay? The live API came out on the 10th of October this year, so it's been there for just over a month, and we know already that people are automating their ROA corrections, okay? This is very important. Why? Because if you oversign, if you sign for things that you do not advertise, someone else can do what we call a fake origin attack on your routing, anywhere. Doesn't have to be Nepal, it can be anywhere. And what they do is they not just spoof your address range, they also spoof your ASN. And of course, with what RPKI does with that right now, it will validate. So you want something you do not advertise to be invalid, no matter what. So don't oversign. AS0 ROAs. I would very seriously encourage you to make use of this. Maz had this in his presentation this morning as well. Okay, APNIC has a towel for AS0. Why is it really useful? Because you don't know what's been allocated. BGP has no way of actually working out if that has been an allocated address space. But if you use the AS0 towel in your validation, you'll definitively know that that address space, while it looks public, shouldn't be out in the wild. You can immediately invalidate it and do not let it, enter your BGP routing tables. Very, very handy. IPv6 security. Definitely come and do some security work with us at some stage. We'll run this again next year online, and we'll probably do it again at several NOG meetings. IPv6 has the same security profile as v4 in all instances. Why? Because v4 and v6, while they don't coexist, are interchangeable. Okay, the internet wouldn't work if IPv6 required you to use a different web browser or a different BGP or a different OSPF. Okay, which means all the security threats you know and love and are fighting right now exist for IPv6 as well. Okay, and I'll add the other one on top of that. v6 dispenses with NAT in most environments. Okay, which means you now have to be more careful with your firewalls. Your firewalls have to filter your IPv6 traffic more carefully. Okay, you get rid of the NAT box, which has cost you a lot of money, but now you need a more expensive firewall. Okay, trade-offs. So yes, you can be DDoSed on IPv6, and yes, there are plenty of IPv6 bogons to filter out as well. And of course, don't forget BCP 38. Outbound traffic from your network has to come from your network address space that you're advertising. Manners. You saw Dash today. If you are ready to do something with manners, please go ahead, sign up, have a look at it. This is a great way of being certified for routing security. DNS. Kindness is another one. Kindness is awesome. This is one of those acronyms I really love. Doing DNS right. Okay, and it's an ICAM initiative. Manners was with ISOC, it's now with GFE. Those of you who have more work or do more work in the cybersecurity space will know who GFE is, okay? Yeah. So DNS security, yes. Be careful with your TSIGs, okay? Start using DNSSEC. Use DNSSEC validation, okay? Start signing things in DNSSEC. Hey, .mp is not signed. Okay, you have no DNS security in Nepal for your own top-level domain. You need to start working them over to get .mp signed. Stop doing DNS queries and relays and everything else you do in clear text. Start doing it DOH. So DOH is DNS over HTTPS. Make your DNS queries secret. DOT, DNS over TLS. Very important. Enable that, okay, on all your resolvers and all your authoritative servers, so when you do any sort of DNS transaction anywhere at all, it's encrypted. Why? It's safer. Someone can simply snoop your DNS traffic and work out what you're doing, and they don't have to be on the network with you to do that. And of course, look at how available your DNS service is, which brings up DNS best practices and BCP 16, where you put your DNS secondary servers and where you're doing Anycast. Okay, Anycast is very, very handy. Okay, you will have multiple places where you'll have DNS resolvers in your network. As service providers, you have a DNS service you provide to your customers. Putting that on an Anycast address or a range of Anycast addresses and replicating it will make it more redundant and more reliable. BCP 140, recursive name servers. Do not leave your resolvers open to the world. They'll be abused and used to DDoS people. Keep that in mind. Logging. Now this is again very interesting because it's very pertinent to a few of our stakeholders in the room here. Logging is essential. It's essential for good cybersecurity because you need to be able to process logs and see what's going on. Okay? It is essential in several jurisdictions around the world for tracking down perpetrators. Our friends here from the Nepali police will probably be very grateful if you are logging things properly. Okay, getting the time zones right, getting TCP ports right, UDP ports right on NAT logs. Okay, the thing that makes enforcement on the internet most difficult is there is a lack of network level information. Okay, keep that in mind. In Australia, we have something called mandatory data retention. Every single ISP has to keep a log of every single thing connected to through NAT. Okay, every single customer record associated with a port on TCP has to be logged. Hopefully, you won't be subjected to that anytime soon. It cost me, in the last role I had in ISP, quite a lot of money to deploy that. But it also meant that tracking down perpetrators on the internet became a trivial exercise for our police. Okay, and unlike Nepal, we have 22 different agencies in Australia with access to that. You know, we have crime commissions, anti-corruption commissions, state police, federal police, security apparatus. They all wanted access to that and they all use it. OWASP, those of you in CyberSec will recognise OWASP, the top 10. If you're going to start anywhere with mitigating something, you start with the OWASP's top 10. And of course, zero trust. This has been mentioned here today a few times. I would say if you have anything in the public, including your office Wi-Fi, you would want to start looking at going zero trust. What does this mean? Treat your office, treat your network like it's an internet cafe and anyone can connect. Open Wi-Fi. Which means that when someone's connecting to it, you do not trust them. You do not give them access to your system. You do not give them access to anything, okay, until they authenticate themselves. Okay, that means you have an SSO or an Okta or something similar running to make sure. APNIC implemented this recently with Okta. So even if you're sitting in our office, unless you log in, you get access to nothing. Okay, zero trust. Security preparedness, certs, yes, I think we need to have a more discussion at the NOG level about SANOG cert, NP cert, so I encourage you to do that. And of course, different varieties of certs. It may be a suggestion to the community here to see what you can do about obviously having a NOG-based cert, but also encouraging your government to have a cert as well for government services and so on. And of course, NOGs in general. So I think I'm in a captive audience here. I don't need to tell you how good NOGs are, do I? Okay, good. Okay, and a quick one about APNIC. Global, open, stable and secure internet. And I think I'll put the emphasis on secure. You cannot get open and stable and reliable into a sentence and not also have security in there, okay, as a necessary ingredient. And of course, internet development, which is what this is supposed to be about, this particular presentation. We are here to help with all this, with training, okay? We're also here to help with security stuff. We're also here to help with IXPs, root servers, HoneyNet, Ripe Atlas. I'm here representing Ripe Atlas to a certain degree, so if you want actually to talk about probes in your network, talk to me. APNIC also helps out with MRET deployments. You also have Debbie here from PCH, that's ENF route. And the list goes on, we can help with all of those. APNIC Academy. Those of you who did our workshop in advanced routing this week, you saw virtual labs. Awesome stuff. We love it. It makes it so easy to train people, okay? And of course, Apricots next year in Malaysia. Please come along. I believe the fellowships have just closed. So there's a few people in the room I know have applied, so good luck. And final remarks, take it seriously. Start now. Hire good people, listen to them. Okay, all good advice. Now, but thank you, and questions?
Any questions? Okay, here.
A question and as we were telling that in terms of manners, SPAN and NPNOG has worked out detailedly. So in terms of CERT itself, telco CERT is under the provision of Nepal Telecommunication Authority. Mm-hmm. So my question directly is like, I'm also representative in National Cybersecurity Policy Implementation Committee of Nepal. So the problem oftenly we discuss is on the side of, especially in terms of like, there are many APT groups, and also the zero-day attacks are also risingly up. So from your perspective, from EPNIC and Australia, what are the, you obviously have tell about the best practices. Can you say some of the instances where these APT groups and new zero-day attacks are dealt properly?
Well, I'll admit freely, first of all, I'm not the expert on that. I will point you to maybe make contact with Adley and Jamie at APNIC on that. Yeah, it's not within our purview to track those groups per se. And if you do like join one of the organisations like Shadow Server, you will find that a lot of that information fits into the red light, yellow light, green light protocol. So green light meaning we can speak freely about it, yellow light means we only have people in the room to talk about, or red light means it's me talking to you and no one else. So a lot of the information about APTs, that's red light or yellow light minimum. So even if I had that information, I probably wouldn't discuss it with you in an open forum anyway. Okay? No worries. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks, Terry. Nice presentation. Just like to recall, you mentioned that implementing a BCP 38 that prohibits to spoof the IP address and generate the DDoS attack, right? It goes away, right?
Yes.
But how do we protect our network using volumetric attacks using botnets, which basically use the legitimate IPs?
Yeah. So I think we're now talking about something that's more like a malware infection on PCs and so on, as opposed to someone making use of your network. So, yeah, look, if the botnet's being used to generate spoofed attacks and you're BCP 38 compliant, the botnets won't succeed on your network. End of story. Yeah. Whereas if they use your address space, you're going to find out about it pretty quickly, aren't you? If you're part of a volumetric attack on someone, they're going to be contacting you pretty quickly. So I would not call that a drawback on BCP 38. I would call that a plus, because instead of you being blind to what's going on because you're not filtering, you are filtering, and now someone's going to give you the courtesy call of saying, well, I think you're sourcing some of this volumetric attack on us. So yeah, and that's why you keep your IRT records up to date on the APNIC who is, so people can contact you and let you know that something's going on. Yeah, I'd say too, on your end, I would encourage, as a network security part of network security on your operation, you want to see if a particular IP address or address range is receiving too much traffic. Given that you're mostly running customer access networks, if you're suddenly seeing a gig or 10 gig going to a particular IP address or IP address range off your network, you would have to classify that as a seriously unusual event and chase it down straight away. So again, that's doing your traffic studies, doing your traffic profiling, and looking at what's going out of your network. So it's an often ignored part of the equation. Yeah.
Any more questions? Okay, thank you.
Awesome.
Thank you, Terry. Yeah, that was quite insightful presentations, lots of information there. I believe many of the ideas he talked about and the BCPs and the technologies, tools he talked about, it's also applicable for other parts like your infrastructure, IT security, and overall security stuff. So it will be sure to download the presentation and go at it again. If you have any questions, I think you can email him directly. And thanks, Terry, for sharing the insightful presentation. Next, we have Nirajan Parajuli from NREN talking about Ethereum implementation and how it's helping academic collaboration.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nirajan Parajuli. I am working in NREN. Nepal Research and Education Network for 14 years. Beside NREN, I also volunteering several organizations, NPX, NPNOG, and other organizations. And thank you, NPNOG, for establishing ED-room connection here in NPNOG venue. NPNOG is continue promoting ED-room for several years. Yeah. Yeah, I will be talking English and Nepali. So, first of all, ED room, there are 7 words. EDU means education and roam means roaming. It is a secure worldwide roaming access. अब यो ED room को चाहिँ ED room को स्थापना चाहिँ 2002 मा भएको थियो कार्ल सोरिङ्गा सर्फनेट जुन नेदरल्यान्डको एनरेन बाट चाहिँ त्यहाँ चाहिँ अब जुन यो 8021x रेडियस बेस अथेन्टिकेसन जुन त्यो प्रोटोकलको चाहिँ प्रयोग गरेर चाहिँ ED room को चाहिँ सुरुवात त्यहाँबाट भएको थियो अनि त्यसपछि युरोपका देशहरू नेदरल्यान्ड हैन जर्मनी हुँदै यो युरोपको 5-6 वटा देशमा चाहिँ सुरुमा चाहिँ त्यो परीक्षण गरियो अनि त्यसपछि जुन युरोपियन युनियनले चाहिँ एउटा फन्डिङको व्यवस्था गर्न थाल्यो जुन त्यो फन्डिङले गर्दा चाहिँ एसिया हुँदै यो विश्वभरि नै ED room को चाहिँ एक्सेस पहुँच पुग्न थाल्यो र हामीले जुन अहिले एनरेनले चाहिँ प्रोभाइड गरेको छ यो पनि एउटा जुन युरोपियन युनियनको चाहिँ फन्डिङबाट नै हामीले चाहिँ यो जुन डिभाइसहरू जुन इम्प्लिमेन्ट गरिरहेका छौँ यो जुन हार्डवेयर एक्सेसहरू पाएका छौँ अब जस्ट हाइलाइट हेर्दा चाहिँ अब यो ED room चाहिँ एउटा सेक्योर वायरलेस नेटवर्क हो हामीले चाहिँ अब यो एक ठाउँबाट अर्को ठाउँमा जाँदाखेरि अटोमेटिक चाहिँ हाम्रो वाइफाई एक्सेस चाहिँ पाउँछौँ र त्यसमा चाहिँ हामीले पासवर्ड मागिरहनु परेन अटोमेटिक जुन हामीले अर्गनाइजेसनबाट जुन चाहिँ हामीले युजर नेम र पासवर्ड पाएका छौँ त्यो पासवर्डलाई नै एकपल्ट युज गरेपछि हामीले जुनसुकै ठाउँ जुन अहिले विश्वको चाहिँ लगभग 100 वटा भन्दा देश माथिमा चाहिँ ED room को एक्सेस छ त्यहाँ चाहिँ हामीले अटोमेटिक एक्सेस पाउँछौँ अब यसमा चाहिँ यो चाहिँ सुरुवातमा चाहिँ जुन बिल्ड गरियो जो स्टुडेन्टहरूको लागि रिसर्चरहरूको लागि यो जुन कम्युनिटीहरू छ जो चाहिँ मुभमेन्टहरू हुन्छ नि अब त्यसको लागि चाहिँ यो एकदम सहज हुने भयो अब ED room नै किन चाहिँ हामी मोटिभेसन ED room नै किन चाहिँ चाहियो भन्दाखेरि अब सुरुमा चाहिँ जुन एउटा त अब जुन टेक्निकल पर्सनलाई चाहिँ अर्गनाइजेसनमा अब वाइफाईको चाहिँ वाइफाईको SSID चाहिँ क्रिएट गरिरहनु पर्यो फेरि डिलिट गर्नु पर्यो हैन एउटा त्यो ठुलो चाहिँ एउटा टाउको दुखाइको विषयवस्तु थियो हैन ED room जुन अब ED room आएपछि चाहिँ त्यो चाहिँ सहज भयो हैन जुन एकपल्ट चाहिँ युजर क्रिएट गरेपछि त्यो भयो सबै जुन एडमिनिस्ट्रेटरलाई चाहिँ कुनै पनि कठिनाइ भएन सहज भयो हैन अनि अर्को चाहिँ जुन मुभमेन्ट हुन थाल्यो हैन अब ठाउँ ठाउँमा ट्रेनिङहरू हुन थाल्यो विभिन्न प्रोग्रामहरू अर्गनाइज गर्न थालियो हैन त्यो पछि चाहिँ यसको आवश्यकता चाहिँ महसुस हुँदै गयो अब यहाँ बेनिफिटहरू देख्न सक्नुहुन्छ यहाँ अब धेरै छ बेनिफिटहरू हैन एउटा अब कन्भिनियन्स छ अब सेक्युरिटी चाहिँ यसमा एडभान्स इन्क्रिप्सन छ जुन रेडियस बेस अथेन्टिकेसन भएको हुनाले जुन रेडियसले चाहिँ त्यो डेटाबेसबाट चाहिँ जुन युजर डिबीबाट चाहिँ युजरको इन्फर्मेसन लिन्छ र त्यो भ्यालिड हो कि होइन भन्ने कुरा चाहिँ प्रमाणित गरेर चाहिँ इन्फर्मेसन पठाउँछ त्यो भएर चाहिँ यसलाई चाहिँ अत्याधिक अब सेक्योर मानिन्छ अनि अर्को कस्ट इफेक्टिभ छ हामीले चाहिँ अब जुन ED room को चाहिँ एक्सेस पाएपछि अब त्यसमा हामीले कुनै पनि पे गर्नुपर्ने अवस्था हुँदैन। अब यो चाहिँ वाइडली एभाइलेबल छ, अब धेरैवटा देशमा छ। अब हामीले देख्न सक्छौँ अब युरोपमा त सामान्य कफी जुन अब रेल स्टेसनहरूदेखि लिएर हरेक ठाउँमाहरू पनि जुन इडी रुमको एक्सेस भइसकेको छ। अब यसमा टेक्नोलोजी चाहिँ यहाँ देख्न सक्नुहुन्छ, इडी रुम चाहिँ IEEE 8021X टेक्नोलोजी हामीले युज गर्छौँ होइन, जुन रेडियस बेस अथेन्टिकेसन हो। अनि यसमा चाहिँ अब लेयर 2 पोर्ट बेस नेटवर्क एक्सेस भयो। अनि युजर जुन न्यासले चाहिँ जुन पोर्ट एज युजर जुन अथेन्टिकेसन छ होइन, त्यसको चाहिँ भेरिफिकेसन गरेपछि मात्रै चाहिँ हुन्छ। अर्को AAA छ जुन अथेन्टिकेसन, अथराइजेसन एन्ड एकाउन्टिङ, यो चाहिँ यसमा जुन टेक्नोलोजी युज भएको छ। अब यो हामीले चाहिँ कस्तो युज गरेका छौँ, अहिले हामीले अपग्रेड गरिरहेका छौँ जुन NPNOG-मा चाहिँ अहिले हामीले डेबियन बेसको चाहिँ डेबियन 12 फिचर युज गरेका छौँ इडी रुम सर्भरको लागि। रेडियस फ्री रेडियस भयो, अनि माइस्कुल MariaDB NGINX युज गरेका छौँ। र एप्लिकेसन चाहिँ यो डालो रेडियसलाई चाहिँ त्यसलाई कस्टमाइज गरेर पोलारिस भनेर नाम दिएका छौँ। यो हामीले नै नाम दिए हौँ। त्यो अब यो जस्ट यो कसरी चाहिँ यो 3 स्टेपमा कसरी काम गर्छ भन्ने कुरा छ। यहाँ देख्न सक्नुहुन्छ, यो जुन पहिला त हामीले रेडियस एउटा सर्भर सेटअप गर्छौँ र त्यसलाई चाहिँ जुन युजर डेटाबेस LDAP-सँग चाहिँ कनेक्ट गराउँछौँ। अनि अर्को चाहिँ हामीले एक्सेस पोइन्टमा चाहिँ जुन रेडियसको कन्फिगरेसन छ, IP र NAS को जुन पासवर्ड राख्छौँ, त्यो चाहिँ एक्सेस पोइन्टमा हामीले राख्छौँ। अनि फेडरेट रेडियस हामीले कन्फिगर गर्छौँ। जस्तै नेपालको केसमा चाहिँ नेसनल रोमिङ अपरेटर NRO भनेर राखेका छौँ होइन। NRO-ले चाहिँ अनि जुन FLR जुन रिजनल सर्भरहरूसँग चाहिँ जुन कनेक्ट पेयरिङको काम हुन्छ। यो रेडियस अथेन्टिकेसन कसरी हुन्छ भन्ने कुरा छ। यो जुन सिम्पल यो जुन सप्लिकेन्टबाट चाहिँ हामीले एक्सेस गरेपछि यो AP स्विच अथवा AP हुँदै चाहिँ हामीले यो जुन रेडियसको क्वेरी चाहिँ यसरी जुन युजर डेटाबेसबाट लिएर चाहिँ अब भ्यालिड युजर हो भने चाहिँ एक्सेस पाउँछ र होइन भने एक्सेस पाइँदैन। अब नेपालको केसमा चाहिँ हामीले अहिलेसम्म चाहिँ 45वटा अर्गनाइजेसनमा इडी रुम कनेक्सन गरिसकेका छौँ, जसमध्ये अब त्रिभुवन युनिभर्सिटीमा 220वटा एक्सेस पोइन्ट छन्। यो चाहिँ लार्जेस्ट हो, यो अहिलेसम्मकै सबभन्दा बढी होइन। त्रिभुवन विश्वविद्यालयमा चाहिँ हामीले त्यो इडी रुमको चाहिँ एक्सेस हामीले त्यहाँबाट जुन गेटबाट छिर्ने बित्तिकै नै पाउँछौँ होइन। अब काठमाडौँ युनिभर्सिटी अरू जुन खोपो कलेज भयो, त्रिभुवन युनिभर्सिटीहरूले चाहिँ यो जुन इडी रुमको सर्भरै त्यहीँ हामीले त्यहाँ होस्ट गरेका छौँ होइन, लोकल सर्भर हामीले त्यहीँ होस्ट गरेका छौँ। अनि यहाँले जुन इडी रुमको कहाँ इडी रुम छ भन्ने कुरा हेर्न चाहिँ हाम्रो यो वेबसाइट छ idiroom.org.np छ। अब यसमा चाहिँ म्याप सहित हेर्न सक्नुहुन्छ कुन कुन अर्गनाइजेसन यहाँ कनेक्टेड छ भन्ने कुरा चाहिँ। अब यहाँ देख्न सक्नुहुन्छ यो कुन ठाउँमा कति चाहिँ इडी रुमको जुन भइरहेछ एक्सेस होइन भन्दाखेरि काठमाडौँमा धेरै छ, यहाँ झन्डै 14-15वटा अर्गनाइजेसन छन् भने अब काठमाडौँपछि ललितपुर छ। अनि अरूमा चाहिँ लगभग 2-3 त्यस्तै छ रिजनल यो सिटीहरूमा चाहिँ हाम्रो इडी रुमको एक्सेस। अनि अर्को चाहिँ यो कुन अर्गनाइजेसनमा बढी छ भन्दा यो कलेजमा बढी छ, र त्यसपछि युनिभर्सिटी हस्पिटलहरू होइन। त्यही अनुसार हामीले रिसर्च सेन्टरहरू, नासहरू भयो, राष्ट्रिय आविष्कार केन्द्र, यिनीहरूमा चाहिँ जुन इडी रुमको एक्सेस छ। यसरी चाहिँ हामीले यो म्यापमा हेर्न सकिन्छ। यो इडी रुमको कभरेज यहाँ देख्न सक्नुहुन्छ। यो हामीले यो जुन गुगल म्यापलाई चाहिँ म्यापमा चाहिँ यो हामीले यसरी यो जुन इडी रुमको जुन डेटाबेसहरू यो कनेक्सन स्ट्याटसहरू चाहिँ यसरी राखेका छौँ। यो यहाँले चाहिँ idiroom.org.np मा गएर चाहिँ यसरी हेर्न सक्नुहुन्छ। यहाँ देख्न सकिन्छ जुन सबैभन्दा धेरै चाहिँ काठमाडौँ आसपासमै छ होइन। अनि बाहिर पनि बिस्तारै ग्रोथ भइरहेछ। यो चाहिँ काठमाडौँ भ्यालीको हो, यहाँ देख्न सक्नुहुन्छ। यो काठमाडौँ भ्यालीमा चाहिँ इड रुमको एक्सेस निकै राम्रो देखिन्छ। यो एउटा चाहिँ यो सबभन्दा हाम्रो चाहिँ अहिलेसम्मकै सबैभन्दा ठुलो उपलब्धि मान्नुपर्छ। यो त्रिभुवन अन्तर्राष्ट्रिय विमानस्थलमा चाहिँ इड रुम सेवा उपलब्ध छ, जसमा चाहिँ टिआइए जुन त्रिभुवन अन्तर्राष्ट्रिय टर्मिनल बिल्डिङमा 45वटा एक्सेस पोइन्ट छन् त्यहाँ, अनि डोमेस्टिक टर्मिनलमा 12वटा एक्सेस पोइन्ट छन् र यसमा चाहिँ 1 Gbps को चाहिँ इन्टरनेट जुन क्यानले चाहिँ प्रोभाइड गरेछ सिभिल एभिएसन। अनि हामीले सुरुवातमा चाहिँ अब इड रुमको टेस्टिङ गर्दा चाहिँ हामीलाई वर्ल्डलिङले चाहिँ जुन सपोर्ट गरेको थियो, त्यो वर्ल्डलिङबाट चाहिँ हामीले लगभग 6 महिना जति चाहिँ टेस्टिङ पनि गऱ्यौँ। त्यहाँ इड रुम चाहिँ बाहिर पनि उपलब्ध थियो, जुन बाहिर टर्मिनलहरूमा। अब यसमा हाम्रो केही च्यालेन्जहरू छ। अब इड रुमलाई विस्तार गर्न अझै अलि काठमाडौँ बाहिर चाहिँ अलिकति कठिनाइ पनि छन्, जस्तै युजरलाई ग्रोथ गर्नु छ, युजर बढाउनु छ हामीलाई होइन, युजरहरू एड गर्नलाई। अनि अर्को चाहिँ डिभाइस म्यानेजमेन्ट, डिभाइसहरू नै छैन, अब राउटर नै छैन, ठुलो जुन कोर राउटरहरू कुनै नेटवर्क नै छैन युनिभर्सिटीहरूमा होइन। अब त्यसलाई चाहिँ हामीले ग्रोथ गर्दै बढाउँदै चाहिँ लानुपर्ने छ। अनि युनिभर्सिटीहरूमा चाहिँ सकेसम्म हामीले त्यहीँ लोकल इड रुमको सर्भरै त्यहीँ होस्ट गर्न चाहन्छौँ होइन, जुन अथेन्टिकेसनको लागि NPNOG चाहिँ पुग्नु नपरोस् भन्ने छ हाम्रो चाहना। अनि अर्को ट्रेनिङहरू चाहिँ अब बिस्तारै हामीले बढाउँदै लगाएका छौँ र ट्रेनिङहरू अर्गनाइज गर्दै जान्छौँ। द्याट्स अल फ्रम माई साइड। सबैजना अब यसमा चाहिँ सबैजनाको सहयोग को अपेक्षा गर्दछु।
Any questions for Niranjan? Thank you.
क्वेसन भन्दा पनि त धेरै कुराहरू हाइलाइट भयो। जुन एडुराम प्रोजेक्टको चाहिँ जुन सुरुदेखि यहाँसम्म आउँदाखेरिको जुन जर्नी छ नि, त्यहाँ धेरै अप्स एन्ड डाउन च्यालेन्जेसहरू थियो, त्यसलाई सेयर गरिदिनु चाहिँ मेरो अनुरोध।
हजुर।
Any more questions? टाइम अभावले गर्दा अब अरू यो एक्सप्लेनेसनलाई हामीले उसमा लानुपर्छ होला। थ्याङ्क यू निरञ्जन।
ओके ओके।
हजुर
यसमा चाहिँ अब हामीलाई कठिनाइ भन्नाले अब इड रुमको चाहिँ जुन विस्तार गर्दाखेरि सुरुका दिनहरूमा त अब एक्सेस पोइन्टकै जुन अभाव थियो होइन, जुन त्यो एक्सेस पोइन्ट चाहिँ जुन हामीले आफैले पनि प्रोभाइड गऱ्यौँ, जुन एनरेनले चाहिँ जुन युरोपियन युनियनको जुन फन्डिङ थियो त्यसबाट चाहिँ एक्सेस पोइन्ट आफैले प्रोभाइड गऱ्यौँ। अनि त्यो सर्भरहरू थियो, त्यो सर्भर चाहिँ अब युनिभर्सिटीहरूमा छुट्टा छुट्टै राख्दाखेरि त्यहाँ अनेक कठिनाइहरू आउने देखेर हामीले चाहिँ एनरेनको नेटवर्क अपरेसन सेन्टर NPNOG-मै चाहिँ राख्यौँ र जसले गर्दा धेरैभन्दा धेरै अर्गनाइजेसनहरू अहिले इड रुममा कनेक्सन हुनुहुन्छ। यस्तै गरी नै हामी अगाडि बढ्दै गएका छौँ र सबैको साथ सपोर्ट रहेको छ, यसमा एकदमै हामी खुसी छौँ। हस्,
थ्याङ्क यू। थ्याङ्क यू निरञ्जन फर सेयरिङ द एन्ड एक्सपिरियन्स। अर्को सेसन हामी 2:05 रिज्युम गर्छौँ। त्यो सरी 4:05। मोस्ट अफ यु आर स्लिपिङ, रुपेश मात्रै रहेछ फ्रेस। सो सर्ट टी ब्रेक लिएर फेरि फर्किहालौँ, किनभने हामी अलिकति टाइम एक्सिड गरेको छौँ, त्यसलाई रिकभर गर्नु छ।
Hello, 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 hello. Hello, hello, hello. प्रेजेन्टरलाई दिनु पर्यो नि हेलो सबैलाई सो गुड इभिनिङ अनि अब चाहिँ हामी यो फाइनल सेसनमा जाँदैछौँ हाम्रो यो कन्फरेन्सको यसको लागि चाहिँ सबैजनालाई चाहिँ भित्र आइदिनु भन्ने रिक्वेस्ट गर्दैछु यो हाम्रो फाइनल सेसन हो एक्चुअली दिव्य सर यसो हेल्प गरिदिनु होला सबैलाई कल गर्न ल स्टार्ट गरौँ होला फाइनल सेसन हाम्रो है यो सेसन सुरु गर्नुभन्दा अगाडि एउटा कोटेसन छ जुन चाहिँ हाफ चाहिँ मैले डाउनलोड गरेको र हाफ चाहिँ आफैले क्रिएट गरेको होइन सो यही कोटबाट स्टार्ट गर्न चाहन्छु सो यो कोटेसन चाहिँ के हो भन्दा चाहिँ गिभिङ अ प्रेजेन्टेसन इज अबाउट 50% टकिङ एन्ड अबाउट 50% प्रेइङ द्याट द टेक वन्ट फेल यु सो आई होप अल द टेक गाइज आर रेडी सो हाम्रो फर्स्ट स्पिकरलाई बोलाउन चाहन्छु यो सेसनको उहाँ हुनुहुन्छ हि इज मुक्तदिर रहमान चौधरी who is going to present on new technologies revamping the SP landscape. He is currently working as solutions engineer at Cisco Systems and who has over a decade of experience. Out of his many achievements, to name a few, he was the Club Cisco 2022 winner and also has received MPV award for systems engineer in FY 2019 in APJ region. I would like to welcome him to present his ideas through this platform. Welcome.
Thank you. Can we have the slide on the screen, please? And I don't think the mic is working. Hello? Yeah. Oh no, now it's up. All right. Can you please have the slide on the screen? So, just before I start, I also have another slight intro, which is the young guy on the far left, that's me. I started off with SANOG and now NOG association way back in 2013. That was SANOG 21. And Shumon Bhai on the far left, he was there. He basically took the IPv6 training. And I personally attended, where is Ram sir? I don't see him. Ram sir, he was my trainer for MPLS. So it's a pleasure and a privilege to be here after all these years. And yeah, that's the whole short intro. All right, I hope folks you have got the coffee in you. So let's go for a quick session. All right. So while choosing the topic, I wanted also to be a bit catchy. So I'm going to be talking about two things. One is RON, another one is ARPON. So rolls with the tongue very well. So basically it's a routed optical network and a routed passive optical network. So the whole idea was I think few sessions earlier, someone was talking about the sustainability and how we can actually make an impact with the service provider network, ISP network. So pretty much these two topics is something that we see in last 2 years are making a dent or at least trying to improve the situation. So without wasting further time, let me just go into RON. RON is basically routed optical network, but what that routed optical network is. So in general, we have been building transport network for a while. It's been more than a couple of decades that we are building IP, DWDM, and OTN based networks to carry traffic from one place to another, right? And yeah, obviously it works. It has been supporting the entire globe's traffic, connectivity, all that stuff. But it also has some of the key issues or some of the things that have creeped up over the year, right? Multiple layers. Layers don't have, direct synchronization with one another. There would be, 3 separate discrete teams, 3 separate discrete, your forwarding layer, management layer, control layer, right? But is there a different approach? Is there something else that we can do to, solve some of those problems? That's one area. The other area that has happened in last, I would say, 4 to 5 years is one, the NPU or the silicon that basically forwards your IP packet or Ethernet packet. The capacity has grown drastically. We used to have something like 4 tera per NPU. Now that sits at around 51 Tbps capacity, right? So it's the same size of an NPU, roughly similar your power consumption, but then you are getting a huge amount of capacity from the similar 800 millimeter square silicon, right? Because of the enhancement of the process node, technology, other stuff that has happened. So that opens up another area how we can think about designing the network. The other key aspect that also has happened is the miniaturization of the optics, right? We used to have, even today, we have dedicated 1RU transponders, right? 100 gig, 800 gig, 1.2 tera, 1.6 tera. But generally, those transponders would be, first of all, have a larger footprint because that's like 1RU that goes into a dedicated shelf, and it generally consumes a lot of power, right? 150 watt, 200 watt-ish, based on what sort of a transponder we're using. But again, in last couple of years, 4 to 5 years, what we have seen is there has been the industry evolution with things like Open OIF initiative, Open RODAM, Open ZR+, TIF project, whereby there has been an industry-wide effort to sort of deconstruct the DWDM systems, right? It used to be a single system whereby your transponder, your line systems, your line side, everything was in a single black box kind of a way, and there was no standard way of mixing and matching different line system with different transponders. But with open communities involvement, that has basically evolved into something like your QDD ZR or your ZR blazed coherent DWDM optics. So these comes in variants form factor. It can also be in CFP2, it can be ZR. Even now what we see some of the industry trend is it is something, it's going to also come with QSP28 very shortly, right? So that opens up another area whereby all of a sudden, not only on your existing router, but also the routers that are able to host 400 gig and above, you can actually originate the lambda right from the router, right? And the third shift that has happened is if you look at the kind of a network that we used to build where it was mostly 10 gig, the cost of, if we want to build a traditional network with 3-tier model, the cost of the router versus the optics, it was mostly biased toward the router cost. But now if you want to carry that same architecture for a 400 gig network, when I say 400 gig network, that means all your NNI links are 400 or you're using 400 gig lambdas, right, for your NNI connectivity. All of a sudden that economies of your entire TCO goes out for a flip. Your routing cost becomes probably 10 to 20% and rest becomes all your optical cost. So is there a better way to probably reduce that cost, right? Not only cost, but also power footprint, because sustainability is on everybody's top of mind. So that's where this whole idea of routed optical network came to be. Disclaimer, it's not a specific technology, rather I would term it as a framework. Different OEM call it by a different name, but at the end of the day is exactly the same. Someone call it CORA, coherent optical routing, someone call it routed optical, someone call it routed optical network. Essentially it's all the same. So what we're trying to achieve is basically a simplified network architecture whereby your coherent optics gets plugged into a router, so your transponder functionality gets decoupled from a traditional DWDM system, and that transponder functionality gets built into a router, and then in turn we have a very simplified line system. Ideally, you can have hop-by-hop architecture that generally simplifies the most of the complexities, but obviously there are going to be scenarios where you need to integrate with your existing DWDM system, or even you would want to do something like a lambda bypass to achieve higher capacity, just more than hop-by-hop kind of architecture. But however, any way you look at it or slice it or dice it, if you look from some of the industry research papers that are available, you are looking somewhere roughly around 40 to 60% TCO savings. Obviously, based on what kind of a model you are going for, that savings is there. We can either go for a full hop-by-hop architecture, whereby generally the TCO savings is on the higher side, or we can even do simplified line system or lambda bypass. In that case, since you are also going to be investing some line systems, obviously your TCO savings as compared to a traditional might not be 60. It might be 40, it can be 35, based on different scenarios. Now, I'm again stressing the fact that it's one part. Obviously, I said it's a framework, so I'm just initially talking about how the physical part looks like. Then I'll also briefly touch upon the software stack, where also it is simplifying your how we build the network. So this is generally how we typically build a network. You'll have a router, you'll have gray optics, you'll have some sort of a patch cord. Again, on the it gets connected on your DWDM system line side. You'll again with the gray optics, you'll have a transponder where your lambda is going to originate. You will also have some sort of a optics for the transponder, and then it will go fit to your ROADM based system or line system, right? Now, what we are essentially saying is, because the silicon is capable and we have miniaturized the SFPs, we don't need all those middle layers, right? We can basically remove that, and we can basically simply plug these coherent optics directly into the router. So that's like a straightforward simplification, right? No brainer. But RON as a whole, as a framework, it doesn't stop there, right? This is something we were also doing in the days of what we used to call IP over DWDM, right? But RON has taken it farther, because with simply plugging in DWDM optics into a router, you're probably solving a part of the network issues. Because with traditional IP MPLS, we cannot solve the sub 50 millisecond failover. We cannot solve some of those real world traffic engineering issues. Yes, RSVPT is there, but like when we try to scale it, because of the inherent scaling issues, it becomes a challenge, right? So with RON, we are not only talking about collapsing the layer, introduction of coherent optics into the router, but at the same time we are preaching and we are talking about adopting some things like segment routing, be it like your with your MPLS as a data plane or as IPv6 as a data plane for your transport, and also EVPN for your services layer, right? So that you can also do all those active, passive, all those kind of layer 2 services that are needed in day-to-day high-speed traffic delivery. And what that in turn gives us, it gives us a very simplified network. You are only dealing with a single layer, a single management plane, single control plane, single data plane. So all those automation, all those programmability, that gets much more simplified. Because the days when we were having 3 layers, even if you want to do some sort of automation, some sort of programmability, at the end of the day, you were actually doing it at 3 different layers, right? Because though you were provisioning an IP service on the top, but then just to augment the capacity in the layers below, either on the DWDM layer or on the OTN layer, you also had to do some sort of a provisioning, right? Now, when we are doing hop-by-hop based architecture or simplified architecture, yes, you can simply provision the services on top of the IP. So generally, you would be needing a couple of the key components. Number one, you would need high capacity NPUs or routers. Why? Because previously we were doing all the restoration and protection on the optical layer, right? So we were needing the capacity on the router to do the active, passive, 1+1, 1+1+R. Those things were getting taken care of the optical layer. But all of a sudden, when we are bringing it out up to the routing layer, obviously you need that excess capacity available at the router or the NPU to do all those protection. Obviously, coherent optics, they come in wide shape of forms. You can use CFP2DCO, QDTZR, even QSFP28. whatever choose your, if it's your specific requirement. Simplified line system. So we are looking at something like your ETFAs, your ILAs, your DCM, if you choose to go with PAM4 based optics. And then you would need a modern software stack. What we mean by modern software stack is we would need to evolve to something like SRv6 or SR, and then we need to adopt EVPN for the service layer delivery. And some of the case studies that we have done across the globe, this is also available in some of the public domain that we published. So these are real numbers. I'll just skip the details and all that. Other slide that I chose, I intended to include, which was, it's not something specific to Cisco. Everybody has it. It's just that everybody calls it by a different name. So another point I wanted to touch is, so then where do we start? Is it like, okay, it's a new thing, we have to throw everything away? The answer is probably no. So based on your scenario, you can start in either one of these three cases. If it is a greenfield, it makes no brainer. That means if you are building a new location, new sites, or new region where you really don't have any DWDM or IP presence, then it's a no-brainer. You should adopt to this kind of architecture for simplicity. But then again, if you have existing DWDM layer, then probably the first step is what we were doing in the IP over DWDM era, right? You can always carry a coherent lambda on top of your existing DWDM system. Yes, you have to obviously check, but for last 2 years, this I would say RON has taken off across the globe. We have around 350 customers deployed RON end-to-end in their network, and out of those 350, 75% of the customers are running RON on top of third-party line system. That means the line systems are not from Cisco. It's either from Nokia, Ciena, Infinitas, Ericsson, ZTE, Huawei's of the world, right? So it's not like that. It's not supported. It's just that generally customer has to take that initiative and talk to also the line system vendor to get that handshake done, right? And then obviously we also have our own line system, simplified line system, so we can also help out on that front. Now obviously on top of mind, the factor is simplicity. The more you simplify the network, the more you simplify the protocol stack, that's gonna save a lot of TCO for all the customers. And then on top of that, some of those DCO pluggables that consume almost 1/10 of the power. The dedicated transporter that I was mentioning was like 150 watt per 100 gig per lambda, whereas this 400 gig DCO only consumes around 18 to 20 watts. Right, so 4 times the capacity, 1/10 the power consumption. So those are real world scenarios, real world example. So now when we are in an era where we need to deliver more power for cooling, for servers and all that, we have to think how do we build network smartly so that we can deliver the capacity, but at the same time we consume less power, right? Because probably that power is needed someplace else. So that was a short brief on routed optical network. Now I'll sort of quickly roll on to another one, which is basically sounds similar, RPON, but again in the lines of consolidation multiple layer, right? So this mostly addresses some of the access issues, right? Mostly for ISPs and GPON based deployment, we have something like on the topology which looks something similar on the left, right? You would have a routed layer for carrying the traffic from all the access sites to a BNG location or BRAS location generally. And then you will also have your dedicated OLT chassis where all your GPON network gets terminated and then gets connected to your router. But in last 1.5 years, what has happened is we see a lot of convergence is also happening on that front. A lot of standardization has happened. That's the reason why we are seeing a lot of convergence is happening. So nowadays what we see is instead of having 2 boxes for all these sites, you can actually have a router. And then instead of having those OLT chassis, you can have pluggables which are smart and which are enabling you to design software-defined broadband network. So how does that fit in, right? Because generally, if you look at a metro architecture, you would be having some sort of router which is also catering to your typical business VPN connectivity needs. Your if anyone is doing wireless, that is also typically gets hooked up to that particular router. And then from that router itself, we can also support the GPON based connectivity. So it fits right into your existing transmission network architecture. So you don't need to redo anything. Rather, you're collapsing another access layer with the router itself. So what are those components? Obviously, you would need a router. And then these routers are something which are also able to host application. Nowadays, a lot of the routers have the capability because most of them are Linux based. So most of the routers have Linux based capability to host containers. So what a lot of OEMs are leveraging is that containerization feature, and that PON controller is now containerized and lives as a container on a router itself. That's one innovation. The other innovation is the pluggable OLT itself, right? So that gets plugged into your router port, and then from there you will probably also have some sort of PON manager sitting somewhere in the centralized location as a VM, through that which you can actually provision all those PON. And till now it's more like a XGS PON, so starts at 10 gig, and some of them are going to be coming up with 25 gig shortly. And the other piece would be service assurance. There are OEMs are also deliberating how they can embed service assurance in some of these OLT or ONU devices, so that when a service gets initiated for a customer, you can also do remotely service testing or assurance and provide assurance that whatever SLAs that are getting committed to for those customers are actually being met, right? So some of those details, obviously there are different variants available. I just included this to give you an idea. It's just a typical SFP plus pluggable, which has those specific feature set which can be leveraged to do all the PON, and generally it supports 1:32 and 1:64 kind of a split, right, which is also typical of your existing system. It's also standardized, so I mean typically this kind of a OLT pluggable would also work with your typical G9207 standard ONU and ONT devices, right? So it's not like that. It's a closed coupled or closely standardized. You have to have, if you want to do pluggable OLT, you also have to get the ONT or ONU from the same OEM. No, the answer is no. As long as they are adhering to this standard, it's fine. Thanks. I'm almost at the oh sorry, I'm going at the wrong direction. Sorry for that. Another key point that I wanted to touch upon is it also supports two types of protection, because even for your access you would want to have some sort of a protection. So it supports typical type B protection, which is like single chassis protection. That means you will have two ports connected to your splitter from a same router, which is generally the easiest one. At the same time, it also supports your router level redundancy. So from your same splitter, you can have uplinks to two different routers. One will act as active, and the moment that connectivity is down or the router is down, it will switch over, and the other router will act as a, it'll take over basically, multi-chassis protection. So even for your access, your protection is ensured, right? So these are the things that we see are coming up, and something that can help to consolidate multiple layers, both at the access as well as your transmission network, because at the end of the day, consolidation and simplification is the name of the game. With that, I thank you for listening in, and would happy to take some queries or questions.
Any queries, any questions from anyone? Thank you, Muktadir. Thank you. It was lovely. Yeah. Okay, done with this wonderful presentation from Muktadir. Now for the second speaker, I would like to welcome Mr. Abhishek Singh Okeda from Worlding Communications. He is going to present on namespaces and C groups, and he is currently working as principal system architect in Worlding Communications, and has over 12 years of experience in this field. Let's welcome him with a big round of applause.
So, how is Pohara going, guys? Thank you, NPNOG, for giving me this opportunity to present here in NPNOG10. And today I'll be explaining how the ship carries containers overseas. Oh, just joking, I'm just joking. I'll be explaining about how containerization, which is trending tech right now, right? अघि भर्खर पनि अघि अर्को स्लाइडमा पनि गयो हैन कन्टेनराइजेसनको बारेमा. सो ब्याकग्राउन्डमा कसरी काम हुन्छ त्यो कुराहरू अलिकति हामी डिटेलिङमा हेर्छौं. सो म चाहिँ यो स्लाइड चाहिँ स्किप गर्नु पर्ला जस्तो है. पुनित दाइले डिटेलमै इन्ट्रोडक्सन दिइसक्नु भयो हैन. सो वर्ल्ड के भइरहेछ प्रेजेन्टेसनको बारेमा अघि भनिहालेँ हैन मैले. यो के भइरहेछ स्लाइडै स्किप भयो के होइन स्लाइडै स्किप भयो क्या त्यहाँको. ठिक छ त्यो स्लाइड अहिले स्किप भयो. म त्यसमा के लेखेको थिएँ अहिले यहीँ भन्छु होइन. कन्टेनराइजेसन सिस्टममा अपरेटिङ सिस्टम लेभलबाट चाहिँ ब्याकग्राउन्डमा के हुन्छ अलि टेक्निकल डिटेल्सहरूमा छ. आजको मेरो टक चाहिँ अलि टेक टकै छ है. ब्याकग्राउन्ड स्टोरीहरू खासै छैन. डाइरेक्ट टेक टर्म्सहरू युज गरेछ होइन. सरी. अनि यतैबाट प्रेजेन्ट गर्छु है म. सरी मलाई हेर्न गाह्रो भयो उतातिर. ए ओके सरी. ब्याकग्राउन्डमा हेर्दाखेरि चाहिँ होइन कन्टेनर्सहरू किन आएको भन्दाखेरि चाहिँ हामी ह्युमन बिङ्सहरू चाहिँ अलि सेटिस्फाइड हुने ऊ होइन के. एसनको लाइट वेट भर्चुअलाइजेसन भन्छ होइन. पनि होला यहाँ होइन. हुन्छ भनेपछि भर्चुअलाइजेसनले चाहिँ पहिला हार्डवेयरै इमुलेट गर्नु पर्थ्यो आइसोलेट गर्नलाई रिसोर्सेस होइन. कन्टेनर्समा चाहिँ दे जस्ट आइसोलेट दि प्रोसेसेस होइन बाई सेयरिङ द सेम अपरेटिङ सिस्टम कर्नल. अनि लिनक्स नै हो मोस्ट अफ देम. हुन त सपोर्ट अरू ओएसमा पनि छ होइन. तर अहिलेको वर्ल्ड वाइड ऊ हेर्दाखेरि चाहिँ लिनक्स नै हो है कन्टेनराइजेसनको. त्यसैले लिनक्स कर्नलमा चाहिँ कन्टेनराइजेसनलाई चाहिँ पोसिबल बनाउनलाई के टेक्नोलोजिजहरू युज हुन्छ त्यसको बारेमा छ होइन. अब त्यसैले गर्दाखेरि मैले अघि भनेअनुसार कर्नलको बारेमा छ अरू डिटेल्सहरू. त्यसैले कर्नलको म एकदमै ब्रिफली भनिदिन्छु है. माथि चाहिँ हजुर यो प्रोसेसरहरू जुन छ नि पिएचपीहरू एनजिनेक्सहरू जुन प्रोसेसरहरू छ त्यसलाई चाहिँ हार्डवेयरसम्म इन्टरेक्ट गर्नलाई बिचमा कर्नल चाहिन्छ नि होइन. अनि हार्डवेयरसँगको इन्टरेक्सनमा सेपरेट गर्नलाई चाहिँ सिस्कल इन्टरफेसेसहरू युज गर्नुपर्छ क्या उसले है. अघि बिगिनिङमै थियो नेम स्पेस र सी ग्रुप. त्यो चाहिँ कर्नलकै पार्ट भयो होइन. अनि नेम स्पेसेसहरू हेर्दा चाहिँ कर्नलको जुन अघि भने नि भर्चुअलाइजेसनमा पनि भर्चुअलाइजेसन यो कन्टेनराइजेसन सबैमा हामीलाई रिसोर्सेस सेयर गर्नलाई आइसोलेटेड इन्भाइरोमेन्टमा अनि कन्ट्रोल लगाएर चलाउनु पर्ने भएको हुनाले होइन त्यसको लागि चाहिँ नेम स्पेसेस भनेर आएको हो. यो चाहिँ लिनक्समा आई थिङ्क अराउन्ड इन 2002 आई गेस 2.6 कर्नलबाट एउटा नेम स्पेस एड भएर आएको हो होइन. अनि 3.8 कर्नलमा चाहिँ कन्टेनर्सलाई पोसिबल बनाउने सबै नेम स्पेसेसहरू एड भइसकेको थियो. 8वटा जति नेम स्पेस हुन्छ होइन. 8 नेम स्पेसेस हुन्छ. त्यसैले गर्दा चाहिँ सबै एड भइसकेको थियो है. अनि अब यसले के गर्छ भने चाहिँ माथिको जुन प्रोसेसहरू हेर्नुभएको छ है हजुरले त्यसलाई चाहिँ स्पिन अप गर्नलाई चाहिँ क्लाइन्ट युज हुन्छ जसले चाहिँ कर्नलको चाहिँ 3टा सिस्कल्सहरू युज गर्छ क्या. क्लोन सेट एनएस एन्ड अनसेयर. नेम स्पेसेसहरू प्रोसेसेसलाई नेम स्पेसमा राख्नलाई है। अब प्रोसेसेसलाई नेम स्पेसमा राख्दाखेरि यहाँ अलिकति कमान्डको आउटपुट छ होइन, यसमा पोइन्टर पनि छ, यसमा हामी कमान्ड लाइनको अलिकति मैले आउटपुट राखेको छु होइन। प्रोसेसेसलाई चाहिँ जुन प्रोक फाइल सिस्टम हुन्छ नि यहाँ लिनक्समा युज टु भएकोहरूलाई थाहा हुन्छ होइन। प्रोक फाइल सिस्टममा चाहिँ एभ्री प्रोसेसमा कुन कुन नेम स्पेसमा छ त्यो प्रोसेस भनेर त्यहाँ लिस्ट हेर्नु मिल्छ कि। त्यसको लागि चाहिँ अब प्रोक फाइल सिस्टमसँग इन्टरेक्सन गरेर कमान्ड लाइनमै आउटपुट निकाल्नलाई चाहिँ एनएस भनेर छ, लिस्ट नेम स्पेसेस कमान्ड चाहिँ युज हुन्छ है। यसमा चाहिँ अब यहाँ हेर्नुहुन्छ भने साइडमा जुन डायग्राम छ नि त्यसमा एउटै प्रोसेसेस प्रोसेस आइडी नेटवर्क मल्टिपल नेम स्पेसेसहरू कम्बिनेसन गर्न मिल्छ क्या। त्यसको डिटेल चाहिँ अब नेम स्पेसेसहरू हेर्दाखेरि चाहिँ पिआइडी नेम स्पेसेसमा चाहिँ प्रोसेस आइडिजहरूलाई चाहिँ म्याप गर्छ होइन। भित्रबाट बाहिर ओएस लेयरबाट हेर्दाखेरि प्रोसेस आइडी एउटा हुन्छ, त्यसलाई कन्टेनरभित्र हेर्दाखेरि चाहिँ त्यसको म्यापिङ फरक हुन्छ क्या। किनभने उसले चाहिँ त्यो म आफ्नै अपरेटिङ सिस्टममा छु भनेर बुझ्नुपर्छ होइन, त्यसको लागि उसलाई फरक प्रोसेस आइडी दिन्छ। त्यहाँ हेर्दाखेरि बाहिर 8 भन्ने प्रोसेस आइडी छ भने एन्जिनेक्स मैले कन्टेनरमा रन गरेँ भने एन्जिनेक्स विल बी गेटिङ प्रोसेस आइडी 8 इफ एन्जिनेक्स इज गेटिङ द प्रोसेस आइडी 8 इन द अपरेटिङ सिस्टम होइन। भित्र चाहिँ वी विल बी सिइङ इट एज 1 सो इनसाइड द कन्टेनर है। अनि अर्को नेटवर्क नेम स्पेसेस भनेर हुन्छ। अब इन्टरफेसेसहरू पनि छुट्याउनु पर्यो होइन, त्यसको लागि चाहिँ नेटवर्कभित्र चाहिँ मैले चाहिँ अलिक बढी भनेर जस्तो लाग्यो सरी नेटवर्क नेम स्पेसेस हुन्छ, इन्टरफेसेसहरू भित्र चाहिँ अर्कै देखिन्छ है। त्यसको लागि जस्तो यहाँ हेर्नुहुन्छ भनेपछि नेटवर्क नेम स्पेस 0मा भएको इन्टरफेस जुन कन्टेनर नेटवर्क नेम स्पेस 0मा छ त्यसमा इटिएच 0 भनेको अर्कै कन्टेनर के अरे इन्टरफेस हुन्छ। अर्को प्रोसेसमा पनि इटिएच 0 नै देखिन्छ तर सेम इन्टरफेसेस होइन क्या, उनीहरूको आफ्नैलाई बनेको इन्टरफेसेस हो। अनि त्यसको लागि सेयरिङ कनेक्सन गर्नु पऱ्यो, अब कनेक्टिभिटी चाहियो मल्टिपल कन्टेनरमा भनेपछि चाहिँ भिएथ भर्चुअल इथरनेट त्यो पनि कर्नलकै फिचर हो है, कर्नलकै फिचर हो। भर्चुअल इथरनेट युज हुन्छ, भिएथ पेयर्सहरू बनाउँछ क्या उसले। अर्को माउन्ट नेम स्पेसेस भयो है। माउन्टले चाहिँ फाइल सिस्टम लेआउट बाहिर होस्ट अपरेटिङ सिस्टम र इच इन्डिभिजुअल कन्टेनर्समा चाहिँ फरक देखाउँछ क्या। होस्ट ओएसमा रुट जुन हुन्छ कन्टेनरभित्र जुन लिनक्समा हाम्रो हायरार्किकल फाइल सिस्टम हुन्छ नि त्यसमा चाहिँ कन्टेनरभित्र चाहिँ अर्कै पाथमा हुन्छ क्या त्यो, तर उसले देख्दाखेरि मेरो रुट चाहिँ यही पाथ हो भनेर देख्छ फाइल सिस्टममा है, कन्टेनरभित्रको इन्भाइरोमेन्टमा चाहिँ। अर्को आउँछ हाम्रो युजर नेम स्पेस र युटिएस नेम स्पेस होइन। भर्चुअलाइजेसनमा पनि अब हामीले मसिन एउटै छ तर इन्डिभिजुअल भिएमलाई डिफ्रेन्ट होस्ट नेम दिनु पऱ्यो नि त। डिफ्रेन्ट होस्ट नेम अब भर्चुअलाइजेसन नै मिमिक गर्ने हो तर बेटर तरिकाले भने त्यो फिचर सेट त स्टिल चाहिन्छ हामीलाई होइन। त्यसैले युटिएस नेम स्पेसले चाहिँ होस्ट नेम र डोमेन चाहिँ फरक दिन्छ कन्टेनर्सहरूमा। एउटा कन्टेनरमा कन्टेनर 1.some डोमेन राख्न सक्यो होइन, अर्को कन्टेनर 2.some डोमेन राख्न मिल्छ। त्यसै गरेर युजर पनि बाहिर होस्ट अपरेटिङ सिस्टममा भएको युजर चाहिँ भित्र अर्कै युआइडी भएर म्याप हुन्छ क्या। त्यसको हामीलाई युज केस चाहिँ एउटा एक्जाम्पल लिने हो भने चाहिँ होस्टमा कुनै अनप्रिभिलेज्ड युजर छ होइन, कन्टेनरमा चाहिँ उसलाई चाहिँ हामीले प्रिभिलेज्ड युजर नै हो भनेर देखाइदिन्छौँ कि रुट भनेर देखाइदिन्छौँ। बाहिर होस्ट अपरेटिङ सिस्टममा चाहिँ त्यो के अरे प्रिभिलेज्ड युजर चाहिँ हुँदैन, अनप्रिभिलेज्ड हुन्छ भनेपछि उसले रिसोर्सेसहरू एक्चुअल एक्सेस गर्दाखेरि फुल प्रिभिलेजेसहरू पाउँदैन। त्यो युज केसको लागि पनि युजर नेम स्पेस युज हुन्छ है। अब सिएलआईको अलिकति आउटपुट थियो, मैले यहाँ पोइन्टर चाहिँ युज गर्न पाइनँ होइन। त्यहाँ हामीले हेर्न सक्छौँ है, अहिले मैले चाहिँ एक्जाम्पल लिँदाखेरि यसमा एनएसहरू छ। अब यसमा डकर रिलेटेड डकर इन्स्टलवाला भएको भए डकरको आउँथ्यो, तर मैले डकरको भित्र के हुन्छ भनेर प्रेजेन्ट गर्नु खोजेको हुनाले डकर इन्स्टल नभएको भिएमको बेलाको आउटपुटहरू राखेको छु यसमा। डकर इन्स्टल नहुँदाखेरि पनि नेम स्पेसेस चाहिँ हुन्छ क्या त्यहाँ। डकर अहिले डिफ्याक्टो स्ट्यान्डर्ड भए पनि कर्नलकै फिचर हो भनेर प्रेजेन्ट गरे हो होइन। अघि मैले भनेको अनुसार जुन सिस्कलहरू छ नि सेट एनएस अनसेयर र क्लोन, त्यो सिस्कल युज गर्नलाई अब हामीले कोडै लेख्ने कुरो त भएन होइन। त्यसको लागि सिएलआई टुल्सहरू जुन छ डकरले पनि ब्याकग्राउन्डमा त्यही युज गर्ने हो होइन। त्यसको लागि चाहिँ एलएसएनएस अनसेयर भन्ने चाहिँ अघि सिस्कल पनि थियो, टुल पनि हुन्छ। अनि अर्को चाहिँ कुनै नेम स्पेसमा एन्टर गर्नु पऱ्यो भने चाहिँ एनएस एन्टर हुन्छ। अलरेडी रनिङ कुनै प्रोसेस जुन नेम स्पेसमा छ त्यो नेम स्पेसमा बाहिरबाट फेरि एक्सेस गर्नु पऱ्यो भने चाहिँ एनएस एन्टर भन्ने कमान्ड युज हुन्छ क्या। लिस्ट नेम स्पेसले अघि त्यहाँ पिआइडी नेम स्पेस जुन कुरा भएको थियो नि त्यो चाहिँ अहिले एउटा देखाइरहेछ होइन। अनि मैले अनसेयर गरेर चाहिँ के गर्छ भनेपछि करेन्टली कुनै एउटा एक्जिक्युटेबल यहाँ फर्क ब्यास भनेर लेखेको छ होइन, ब्यासलाई चाहिँ यो करेन्टली रनिङ प्रोसेसलाई चाहिँ आफ्नै नेम स्पेसेसहरू क्रिएट गरेर त्यो प्रोसेसलाई त्यहाँ एट्याच गरिदिन्छ है। त्यसैले यहाँ हेर्दाखेरि अघि मैले त्यो पिआइडी चाहिँ आफै कन्टेनरले आफ्नै पिआइडिजहरू देख्छ भनेर भनेको थिएँ नि, होस्टमा त प्रोसेस नै हो नि त, त्यो होस्ट ओएसमा प्रोसेसै रनिङ भइरहेछ, उसले एउटा आइडी पाउँछ। 1 भनेको त हाम्रो इनिट हुन्छ जहिले पनि होइन, सुरुमा बुट हुँदाखेरि जुन प्रोसेस रन हुन्छ त्यही हुन्छ कि 1 चाहिँ। अनि यसमा चाहिँ अब हेर्दाखेरि यहाँ इनिटै देखिँदैन है, ब्यास कमान्डलाई मैले अनसेयर गर्दाखेरि ब्यास नै पिआइडी 1 भएर बसेछ कि कन्टेनरले चाहिँ मेरोमा के अरे यो होस्टमा चाहिँ अहिले एउटा मात्र प्रोसेस रनिङ छ भनेर बुझिरहेछ है उसले, एक्चुअली ब्याकग्राउन्डमा धेरै प्रोसेस रन भए पनि। अनि अब मैले अहिले चाहिँ यता होस्ट नेम सेट गर्छु होइन, होस्ट नेम कन्टेनरभित्र कन्टेनरको नेम स्पेसमा छिरेर मैले होस्ट नेम चेन्ज गरेँ होइन। अनि बाहिर आएर मैले अब माथि अनसेयरबाट अर्को नेम स्पेस बनाएँ नि त, त्यो अनसेयरले नेम स्पेस बनाइदियो। अघि एउटा मात्र थियो नेम स्पेस, अहिले पिआइडीको नेम स्पेस अर्को पनि बन्यो है। त्यो नेम स्पेसमा मैले यता एन्टर गरेँ एनएस एन्टरबाट नयाँ बनेकोबाट, अर्को बाहिर सिएलआईबाटै होस्टकै सिएलआईबाट। त्यहाँ हेर्दाखेरि होस्ट नेम चाहिँ NPNOG10 VM चाहिँ एक्चुअल होस्टको भयो, कन्टेनरभित्र चाहिँ कन्टेनर 1 भनेर देखियो क्या है। नेम स्पेसेसले हामीलाई त्यही आइसोलेसनहरू प्रोभाइड गर्न हेल्प गर्यो यता। अनि हाम्रो अब कन्टेनराइजेसनको कुरा गर्दा होइन, कतिलाई त डकर नै हो जस्तै लाग्छ होला अहिले पनि होइन, डकर नै डिफेक्टो स्ट्यान्डर्ड भइसक्यो क्या कन्टेनराइजेसनको। त्यसैले डकरको पनि डकरले चाहिँ ब्याकग्राउन्डमा के गर्दो रहेछ भनेर हेर्दाखेरि मैले यहाँ एउटा रनिङ कन्टेनरको पिआइडी सुरुमा लिए, होस्टमा चाहिँ त्यो पिआइडी कुन हुन्छ भनेर लिए होइन, प्रोसेस आइडी। त्यसपछि त्यसको त्यो प्रोसेसको कुन कुन नेम स्पेसेसमा छ त्यो प्रोसेस भनेर लिस्ट गर्दाखेरि टाइप अफ नेम स्पेसेसहरू अघि जुन कुरा भएको थियो टाइमको चाहिँ मैले भनेको थिएन होइन, टाइम अहिले रिसेन्टली नै इन्ट्रोड्युस भयो कर्नलमा। एमएनटी युजर युटिएस भनेको होस्ट नेमको लागि भयो, अनि आइपिसी भनेको कम्युनिकेसनको लागि भयो, अनि प्रोसेस आइडी अनि नेटवर्क नेम स्पेस। त्यो प्रोसेस चाहिँ अहिले डकरको जुन एन्जिनएक्स रन भइरहेछ त्यो प्रोसेस चाहिँ अहिले यो नेम स्पेसहरूमा छ, उसले आफ्नो आइसोलेटेड इन्भाइरोमेन्ट पाइरहेछ है। अब अर्को फिचर, अब नेम स्पेसले आइसोलेसन त दियो होइन, होस्टको रिसोर्सेसहरूमा आइसोलेसन दियो, तर अर्को फिचरले चाहिँ अब हामीलाई के गर्नु पऱ्यो, सेयर भइरहेछ नि त रिसोर्सेस होइन, सेयर भएपछि लिमिट्सहरू लगाउनु पऱ्यो, नभए होस्टको सबै रिसोर्स कुनै एउटा प्रोसेसले खाइदियो भने फेरि सिस्टम नै पुरै ह्याङ हुनसक्छ होइन। त्यसको लागि चाहिँ सी ग्रुप्सले चाहिँ अकाउन्टिङ गर्छ रिसोर्सको, पहिला लिमिट लगाउनलाई रिसोर्स युज भइरहेछ भनेर पनि लेख्नु पऱ्यो नि त, त्यसको लागि उसले रिसोर्सेसलाई अकाउन्ट गरेर पनि बस्छ, अनि लिमिट्सहरू लगाउनलाई फिचर सेट दिन्छ है हामीलाई कन्टेनराइजेसन पोसिबिलिटीको लागि। अनि स्लाइडै स्किप भइरहेछ, ठिक छ। यसमा चाहिँ तल उठ्यो रिसोर्सेसहरू कुन कुन चाहिँ लिमिट लगाइरहेछ भनेर, त्यसमा चाहिँ के अरे सिपियु भयो, मेमोरी भयो, यो हुन त नोन नै हो होइन, रिसोर्सेस के लिमिट हुन्छ भने सिपियु मेमोरी भयो, डिस्क आइओ नेटवर्क आइओहरू पर कन्टेनरलाई लिमिट लगाउन मिल्छ कि है। अनि सी ग्रुप चाहिँ हाम्रो होस्ट ओएसमा युजरले इन्टरेक्ट गर्नलाई चाहिँ भर्चुअल फाइल सिस्टमबाट एक्सपोज गर्छ होइन, उसले आफ्नो कर्नलको कोडमा त्यो चाहिँ भर्चुअल फाइल सिस्टम हो। एक्चुअली हामीले कुनै डिस्क माउन्ट गरेको चाहिँ होइन, कर्नलको डेटा स्ट्रक्चर्सहरू चाहिँ उसले फाइल सिस्टममा एक्सपोज गरिदिन्छ क्या सी ग्रुपले चाहिँ। त्यो माउन्ट पोइन्ट अनि उसले माउन्ट गर्दाखेरि फाइल सिस्टम टाइप नर्मली यहाँ हजुरले ext4 होइन, माउन्ट टाइपमा चाहिँ ext4 अनि XFSहरू देख्नुहुन्छ। यहाँ चाहिँ टाइप हेर्दाखेरि सी ग्रुप 2 भनेर छ है, फाइल सिस्टमको टाइप चाहिँ उसले त्यसमा माउन्ट गर्दाखेरि सी ग्रुप 2 फाइल सिस्टम चाहिँ नर्मली चाहिँ sysfs सी ग्रुपभित्र राख्छ। V2 देखि V1 मा अलि फरक हुन्थ्यो, V2 देखि चाहिँ sysfs सी ग्रुपमा माउन्ट गरेर हुन्छ है उसले। त्यही त्यो फोल्डरभित्रको कन्टेन्ट हेर्दाखेरि कन्टेनराइजेसन कसरी रन भइरहेछ, के लिमिट लागिरहेछ सबै कुरा थाहा पाउनु मिल्छ। डकरले फेरि म ब्याक टु डकर आएँ, प्रेजेन्ट गर्न सजिलो हुन्छ। कन्टेनराइजेसन डकर सँग रिलेट गर्न सजिलो हुन्छ भनेर डकरमा मैले एउटा कन्टेनर रन गरेँ यहाँ एन्जिनएक्स भनेर मेमोरी मैले 20 MB लिमिट लगाएँ कमान्ड लाइनबाट जुन रन भएछ नि अब त्यो कमान्डले जुन कन्टेनर रन गर्यो उसको प्रोसेस आइडी मैले पहिला लिएँ होइन अघि भनेको अनुसार प्रोफाइल सिस्टममा त्यो प्रोसेस आइडीले कुन चाहिँ सी ग्रुपमा छ त्यो प्रोसेस आइडी भनेर यहाँ मैले पत्ता लगाएँ पहिला सी ग्रुप कुन असाइन गरेछ उसलाई आफ्नो सी ग्रुप असाइन गर्छ कन्टेनर्सहरूलाई होइन कुन असाइन गरेछ भनेर यहाँ लिस्ट गरेँ त्यसपछि चाहिँ एक्चुअल त्यो लोकेसनमा गएर सिस एफएस सी ग्रुप अनि त्यहाँ आएको लोकेसनलाई हेर्दाखेरि पछाडि चाहिँ यहाँ मेमोरी डट म्याक्स भनेर जुन छ नि त्यस्तै गरेर सिपियु डट म्याक्स होइन अनि जुन अरू लिमिटहरू लगाउँछ त्यो फाइल्सहरू त्यहीँभित्र हुन्छ हेर्दाखेरि ठ्याक्क त्यहाँ हजुरले चाहिँ अघि माथि राखेको 20 MB लिमिट जुन छ होइन त्यो 20 MB लिमिट नै त्यहाँ लिस्ट भयो कि बाइट्समा हो त्यो चाहिँ माथि 20 MB छ 20 MB यो चाहिँ मैले किन राखेको भन्दाखेरि डकरले एक्चुअली त्यहाँ हामीले हेर्दाखेरि त मेमोरी लिमिट लगाएको छ एक्चुअली ब्याकग्राउन्डमा चाहिँ कहाँनिर हुन्छ त्यो कुरा भनेर हेर्नलाई चाहिँ यसरी हेर्नु मिल्छ भनेर हो मेरो स्लाइड चाहिँ सक्यो होइन अब यसमा के छ भनेपछि यो एक्चुअली डे टु डे युज गर्ने कुराहरू चाहिँ होइन होइन त्यसैले अब सायद बोर चाहिँ हुनु भएन कि जस्तो लाग्छ मलाई हुन चाहिँ यो एक्चुअली डे टु डे युज गर्ने होइन तर सम ब्याकग्राउन्ड नलेजले हेल्प होस् होइन एक्चुअली गर्दो के रहेछ जो इन्भल्भ हुनुहुन्छ कन्टेनराइजेसनमा उहाँहरूलाई अलिकति केही थपियोस् कि भनेर यो प्रेजेन्टेसन राखेको हो आज होइन थ्याङ्क यू है सबैलाई क्वेसन छ र कुनै टाइम यदि बाँकी छ भने मैले अलि चाँडै भ्याइदिनु खोजेको कि फेरि बोर हुनुभयो भने चाहिँ हुन्छ भनेर क्वेसन छैन अलिकति लिदिउँ न टाइम नभए छैन है ल थ्याङ्क यू
थ्याङ्क यू अभिषेक सर तपाईँको टेक्निकल प्रेजेन्टेसन चाहिँ राम्रो थियो भन्ने बुझ्छु होला है वर्डहरू खतरा थियो होइन कन्टेनर रे डकर रे नेम स्पेस एउटा कुरा चाहिँ अब्जर्भ गरेँ कि नेम स्पेसमा नै स्पेस छैन रहेछ कि है एउटै वर्ड रहेछ कि ल अब लेट्स मुभ टु नेक्स्ट स्पिकर होइन उहाँलाई नि बोलाइहालौँ अभिषेक सरले जस्तो म पनि अलिक कम टाइम लिनु खोजिरहेको छु सो फर आवर नेक्स्ट प्रेजेन्टेसन आई वुड लाइक टु इन्भाइट मिस्टर अमित धीरज दावे आई बिलिभ इट्स दावे so apologies if it's a mistake for presentation on Ethernet virtual private networks EVPN. Thank you. Over to you.
Is working? Hello. So good evening everyone. I am Amit and I am feeling very honored to be part of this event. And today we are talking about an emerging technology which is a Ethernet Virtual Private Network, EVPN. So in this, what is the today's challenges of the today's network is, in the L2 network mostly you will prefer that broadcast issue is there. Then you will have LTP, STP issue is there in your L2 networks. So how we can resolve that issue, that challenges can be avoided with the help of Ethernet VPN solution. When you talk about the MPLS also, so MPLS we are having MPLS VPLS solution. In that also we are having issue with the help of no control plane. So lots of broadcast will be there. It will consume your network and bandwidth. So that solution we can give a solution, EVPN solution. Hello, this is working. So this is today's agenda, EVPN overview. What are the benefits of EVPN and EVPN applications? How we can use it, and what is the takeaway? So I'll talk you set the context. So in the L2 network you are having an issue. So this is a solution for the L2 network, where EVPN is a next generation solution for the full barrier VPN solution. And what is the EVPN is nothing but you are stretching your L2 network over L3 network. And how you are doing it with the help of control plane, which is a BGP. And it also separates your forwarding plane from the control plane. So in this, what is the difference between VPLS and EVPN? These are the some differences. So what benefits actually EVPN gives is all about this optimal label consumption it will use in the MPLS. Also, it will works on the load balancing. It will also give the fast conversions compared to VPLS, so with the help of mass withdrawn. And your bump traffic flooding also get reduced and get separated. Also, it is IP, it works on the proxy ARP, and host MAC address mobility also possible. And last is the control MAC learning that can be possible with the help of BGP, export and import policy, and simplified configuration. So these are the advantage of EVPN over EVPN. Hello. So why do we need EVPN? So in that we are having a superior multi-homing capability, and we are having improved security, control MAC learning with the help of BGP, L2 and L3 awareness in the L2 bridge domain, and reduction in the bump traffic because of your control plane protocol. And host mobility is one solution which can be provided, and L2 and L3 forwarding integration, whether it is unicast or multicast. And it can be used in WAN and DC environment also. And universal control plane framework for each kind of service, not only for VPLS. So that what we are showing in this slide. So unified service delivery in the new world. So earlier it was just Ethernet was built only for the VPLS solution. But Ethernet VPN is emerged so much that it will now use for the different services. Like earlier in the old world, different protocol and use for the each services. So VPLS, BGP, UDP, VLL, BGP, LDP. So different services we are putting different protocols in the network. So in the current scenario, with the help of EVPN, we can run this all services with one control plane protocol, which is a EVPN. So that is the flexibility EVPN solution gives across the network. And what are the applications? It can be used starting from your access layer to the cloud layer, from the data center to connecting to interpod connectivity in the data center. Third, it will be used in the unicast normal L3 VPN also. So this all solution can be possible with the Nokia MPLS router. And this is a takeaway, fourth one is here. So in this, you can see in the first earlier VPLS, VPWS or any solution on the L2 network can be done with the help of that. But now with the EVPN also, you can run ELAN and E3 services, just your multi-homing. So what is the advantage that you can do multi-homing at the access side also. So your OLT or any CP device you can connect on the P router, and you can use active at a time. So it can be load balancing, you can provide these services. So that can be stretched with the help of BGP control plane protocol up to the core layer, and you can stretch your L2 network over that. So next is how EVPN be used in the DC and DCI. So in that can be possible, let's say you are building your data center network with the help of leaf layer, spine layer, data center layer. And if you are running a VX layer in between for the virtualized servers and all, so in that case also you can extend your VTAP from the leaf layer up to the interpod connectivity from the other leaf layer. So that in that case also for VX LAN, EVPN will be a control plane protocol. So that can be reachable. Another use case is that connecting your DC network interpod connectivity also, you can use this EVPN solution, starting from your DC gateway to DC gateway. So that solution also EVPN you can solve it. Third one is the EVPN for the unicast L3 VPN solution. It is there in MPLS, but here also with the same control plane protocol, you can do unicast services and L3 multicast services also you can run between this EVPN from DC gateway to DC gateway between the service provider network. And what is the takeaway from EVPN is like with the 50% of service provider had EVPN deployed somewhere in 2022, and now it is growing and growing every year. So EVPN is a popular solution in the service provider as well as broadband service provider network. Second, it is having a globally ENTC, one organization which is working on the interoperability test. In that case also, it is not only just not only for the product of the particular company, but it is a vendor agnostic solution. So whether it is Nokia, Cisco, Juniper, Huawei, everywhere this solution can work interoperability. So this I can say this 8 vendors also tested and 24 test cases already tested by interoperable in that case. So in that case I can sense if you are having any hardware across the network, any brand, you can connect your network with the help of EVPN solution. So with that I can say there is a vendor agnostic multi-vendor solution EVPN which will be useful in today's network. Thank you. Any questions? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Amit. So let's quickly move on to the another session. So for this, अब त नेपालीमै भन्दा हुन्छ होला है सायद सकिएछ इङ्ग्लिस बोल्ने पार्ट गाह्रो भइरहेको थियो अब चाहिँ एज एन एनपिनोगले जहिलेबाट यो प्रोग्राम स्टार्ट गरेको थियो हरेक एडिसनमा चाहिँ एउटा लर्निङ अपर्च्युनिटी दिइरहेको थियो एज अ फेलोसिप भनेर होइन सो एभ्री इभेन्टमा सर्टेन नम्बर अफ पार्टिसिपेन्टहरू चाहिँ एज अ फेलोज आउनुहुन्छ होइन अनि एज एन अब्जेक्टिभ चाहिँ फेलोजहरू चाहिँ पछि गएर एज एन इन्स्ट्रक्टर ट्रेनर होस् भन्ने नै एउटा अब्जेक्टिभ हुन्छ लर्निङ अपर्च्युनिटी पनि हो सो यहाँ कस्तो एक्सपिरियन्स भयो त फेलोसिपको एज अ फेलोसिप पर्सपेक्टिभ चाहिँ भनिदिनु हुनलाई चाहिँ हाम्रो पोखरा इन्टरनेटबाट पूरण राईजीलाई चाहिँ स्टेजमा आमन्त्रण गर्न चाहन्छु प्लिज
सबैलाई नमस्ते and thank you, sir. I would like to draw your attentions for this. I'm quite nervous, so I would like to present my presentation in Nepali. Okay? के अरे म चाहिँ पूरण राई है पोखरा इन्टरनेटमा काम गरिरहेको छु एज अ सिस्टम एडमिन र म यहाँ अहिले चाहिँ NPNOG10 र SANOG 39 BDNOG 16 मा एज अ फेलो रिप्रेजेन्ट गरेर गएको थिएँ त्यसकै बारेमा म आफ्नो प्रेजेन्टेसन दिन गइरहेको छु ओके फर्स्ट NPNOG7 है यो चाहिँ यही पोखरामा भएको थियो है यहाँ सबै डिटेल पनि छ जसमा चाहिँ जनवरी 20 देखि 3 दिनको लागि भएको थियो होइन त्यसमा चाहिँ दुईटा ट्र्याकहरू थियो नेटवर्क एडमिनिस्ट्रेसन र सिस्टम एडमिनिस्ट्रेसन एज अ सिस्टम गाई म चाहिँ सिस्टम ट्र्याक चुज गरेको थिएँ है त्यसमा चाहिँ हाम्रो चतुर साक्य हाम्रो सर यहीँ हुनुहुन्छ है उहाँलाई पनि फेरि पनि थ्याङ्क यू सर भेरी मच जस्तै रुपेश सर हुनुहुन्छ है त्यस्तै आशिष सर हुनुहुन्छ उहाँहरूलाई धेरै धेरै थ्याङ्क यू मैले सिस्टम एडमिनको रूपमा चाहिँ के सिकेँ भन्ने कुराहरू चाहिँ जस्तै यो टेक्स्ट एडिटरहरू कसरी युज गर्ने कसरी अझै इफेक्टिभ तरिकाले युज गर्ने भन्ने कुराहरू होइन जस्तै पासवर्डलेस एसएसएच कसरी गर्न सकिन्छ अस्ति भर्खरै के अरे हाम्रो अहिलेको वर्कसपमा पनि यही कुराहरू पनि भइरहेको थियो जस्तै डिएनएस ट्रीहरू हायरार्कीहरूको बारेमा पनि एकदम डेप्थमा डिस्कसन भइरहेको थियो त्यतिखेर है अनि लेट्स इन्क्रिप्ट भने हाम्रो वेबसाइटहरू कसरी सेक्युर गर्ने भन्ने कुराहरू पनि त्यहाँ प्र्याक्टिकली हामीले गरिरहेको थियौँ जस्तै स्क्रिप्टिङहरू जस्तै सिस्टम मोनिटरिङ टुलहरू कमान्ड्सहरू पनि हामीले त्यहाँनिर हेरिरहेको थियौँ है जस्तै मेरो त्यो NPNOG7 मा सिकेपछिको इम्प्लिमेन्टेसन एउटा एक्जाम्पल भनेको चाहिँ लेट्स इन्क्रिप्टबाट मैले मेरो मोनिटरिङ टुल क्याक्टी सबैलाई थाहै होला त्यसलाई सेक्युर गरेको थिएँ होइन त्यस्तै SANOG 39 BDNOG 16 चाहिँ बङ्गलादेश ढाकामा भएको थियो है त्यसको चाहिँ 13 मेदेखि 5 दिनको लागि भएको थियो जसमा 4 दिन चाहिँ वर्कसप र 1 दिन चाहिँ कन्फरेन्स भएको थियो है डिटेल त अब यहीँ छ है त्यसमा चाहिँ मैले खासमा 3वटा ट्र्याक थियो है BGP एन्ड IPv6 डेभलपमेन्ट नेटवर्क सेक्युरिटी र नेटवर्क अटोमेसन्स म चाहिँ नेटवर्क सेक्युरिटीमा आफूलाई पार्टिसिपेट गराएको थिएँ एज अ फेलो है जसमा चाहिँ मैले लर्न गरेको कुराहरू चाहिँ यहाँ जस्तै नेटवर्क सेक्युरिटी फन्डामेन्टल्सहरू थियो है प्याकेट एनालाइसिसहरू डिभाइस एन्ड इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चर सेक्युरिटीहरू BGP राउट्स लिगहरू होइन जस्तै हनीपटहरू यो नेटवर्क सेक्युरिटी यिनीहरू कुराहरू नै मैले त्यहाँनिर सिकिरहेको थिएँ त्यसमा चाहिँ हाम्रो इन्स्ट्रक्टरहरू वारेन फ्रेन्ड्स फ्रम एप्निक होइन जस्तै समिम रेजा फ्रम बङ्गलादेश उहाँ आफै हुनुहुन्थ्यो है पाइपलाइनदेखि त्यस्तै त्यहाँ मैले खासमा चाहिँ यो चाहिँ सिस्टम सेक्युरिटीतिर नभए पनि यो चाहिँ कस्तो भने मैले त्यहाँनिर जाँदाखेरि नट ओन्ली वर्कसप होइन त्यो सँगसँगै मैले त्यहाँ हाम्रो म जस्तै फेलो फ्रम श्रीलङ्का आई वुड लाइक टु नेम आई वुड लाइक टु रिमेन इन नेम अमिला है आई थिङ्क हि नोज वेल उसले चाहिँ मलाई रिप्लाई एनएमएसको बारेमा एकदम मजाले गाइड गरिरहेको थियो है तिम्रो कम्पनीमा युज गरेर यसरी यसरी युज गर्न सकिन्छ भन्ने कुराहरू गरिरहेको थियो अनि त्यसरी नै मैले इम्प्लिमेन्ट गरेको थिएँ र यो चाहिँ मैले किन प्रेजेन्ट गर्ने यो किन इम्प्लिमेन्ट गरिरहेको छु भन्दाखेरि चाहिँ हामीले वर्कसपबाट मात्रै होइन यो चाहिँ एउटा कम्युनिटी बिल्ड गर्ने हो होइन त्यसरी नै कम्युनिटी बिल्ड गरेँ एउटा मैले नयाँ कुरा नट ओन्ली फ्रम वर्कसप होइन फ्रम द कम्युनिटी फ्रम द फ्रेन्ड्स यसरी इम्प्लिमेन्ट गरेँ भनेर चाहिँ देखाउने चाहिँ एक्जाम्पल पनि एकदम उत्साहित भएर प्रेजेन्ट गरेको हो है त्यस्तै मैले ओभरअल यो NPNOG र SANOG BDNOG-मा पार्टिसिपेट भइरहँदाखेरि मैले पाएको आफ्नो बेनिफिट्सहरू चाहिँ नेटवर्कहरू मैले राम्रो तरिकाले हाम्रो सरहरू इन्स्ट्रक्टर्सहरू एप्निकदेखि नै यहाँ सरहरू हुनुहुन्छ है सबैजनालाई जस पर्सनल्ली चिन्ने अवसर पाएँ होइन त्यस्तै स्किल डेभलपमेन्ट त अवश्य भइहाल्यो होइन त्यस्तै करियर ग्रोथहरू है पहिलेभन्दा अहिले म आफूलाई अलिकति कन्फिडेन्स फिल गरिरहेको छु होइन त्यस्तै कम्युनिटी बिल्डिङहरू भयो यो साथसाथै मैले आफ्नो अर्गनाइजेसनमा पनि आफूसँगैको कलिग्सहरूलाई पनि यस्तो यस्तो हुने रहेछ यस्तो यस्तो कम्युनिटी हुन्छ तिमीहरू जाऊ प्रेजेन्ट गर भनिरहेको छु यो अहिलेकै यो NPNOG 10मा पनि पहिले हामी 2जना मात्रै एटेन्ड भएको थियौँ अहिले 4जना भइरहेको छौँ होइन यसरी नै डेभलप गर्न प्रयास गरिरहेको छु मैले मेरो ठाउँबाट नट ओन्ली मेरो अर्गनाइजेसन पोखराभरि नै पनि मेरो सँगसँगैको साथीहरूलाई पनि यस्तो यस्तो हुन्छ भन्ने कुराहरू चाहिँ सेयर गरिरहेको छु होइन अनि अघि ठ्याक्कै अहिले फेरि सम्झेँ होइन अहिले चाहिँ म NPNOG 10मा पनि पार्टिसिपेट भएको थिएँ होइन अघि हाम्रो अभिषेक सरले देखाइरहनु भएको थियो कन्टेनराइजेसनको बारेमा एकदम त्यो पनि मलाई एकदम इम्पोर्टेन्ट एकदम इफेक्टिभ हुन्छ जस्तो लागिरहेछ अब भोलि त छुट्टी भयो पर्सिदेखि नै त्यसको लागि म अझै मोर डिस्कसन मोर रिसर्च गरेर त्यसलाई इम्प्लिमेन्ट गर्छु भन्ने एकदम म यहाँदेखि नै सरहरूलाई पनि इन्स्ट्रक्टरहरूलाई पनि के भन्नु प्रुफ गर्न के भन्छ अब त्यो गर्न चाहन्छु है यो चाहिँ हाम्रो बङ्गलादेशमा हुँदाखेरि है त्यहाँ 1-2वटा फोटोहरू खिचेको थियौँ जस्तै यहाँ हाम्रो फेलोहरू हुनुहुन्छ है हाम्रो इन्स्ट्रक्टर फ्रम बङ्गलादेश समिम सर है हाम्रो इभेन्टहरू भएको थियो बिचमा है अनि हाम्रो जस्तै हाम्रो वारेन्स हाम्रो इन्स्ट्रक्टर हुनुहुन्छ है अनि यहाँ चाहिँ हाम्रो अलिअलि घुमघाम पनि भएको थियो है त्यसकै प्रेजेन्टेसन अलिकति फोटोहरू अनि अलिकति हटाउनु भएन रहेछ सरी सर Okay, at the last, I would like to give gratitude to those entire NPNOG community है जसले मलाई एज अ फेलोसिपमा यसरी अवसर दिनुभयो होइन जस्तै SANOG कम्युनिटी जसले मलाई SANOGमा पनि फेरि फेलोसिपमा जानको लागि अवसर दिनुभयो जस्तै NPNOG स्पोन्सर्सहरू SANOG फेलोसिप स्पोन्सरहरू अनि SANOG होस्ट आइसप्याबहरू NPNOGहरू के अरे BDNOGहरू है एट द एन्ड अनि नट द लास्ट एप्निक फाउन्डेसन है at last but not the least, I would again want to thanks NPNOG for organizing such events for the people like us who are working as a what शब्दै आएन क्या okay, thank you.
थ्याङ्क यू पुरन रमाइलो थियो तपाईँको एक्सपिरियन्स सुन्न होइन अब चाहिँ हामी प्रेजेन्टेसनको रूपमा चाहिँ एउटा फाइनल प्रेजेन्टेसन चाहिँ फर्मल प्रेजेन्टेसन चाहिँ एउटा बाँकी छ। त्यसको लागि चाहिँ म हाम्रो केपी भण्डारी सरलाई चाहिँ आमन्त्रण गर्न चाहन्छु क्लोजिङ किनोटको लागि। हजुर।
Thank you very much. Puran bhai, your presentation was amazing. And you embodied what this kind of program is all about. It is all about encouraging people like you who will be the standard bearers in the coming years. When people like us start to retire and enter that golden phase of life, if the higher power wants it, and carry the memories forward, it is people like you who will be bearing the torch forward and become the standard bearers and become experts. And actually, to be frank, I am feeling more nervous than you did. And I loved the candid nature in which you presented your remarks. You outlined your experience in the various programs you have participated, the way you learned and the way you gained from these interactions. So that is what these programs are all about. This is not about making money. This is not about these people from Cisco or Nokia making tremendous amount of market over here or creating a lot of business. It is about sharing experiences and enriching our own learning so that we can go back to our organizations, solve our problems, and then when events are organized like this, come back here and pay back, contribute more. And you paid back amazingly, because looking at you, I am feeling energized. I thought people have given me this keynote speech out of nowhere, and I do not have any qualification to be giving a closing keynote in such a program wherein almost 14 presentations have been made in a single day, and all of them were packed with a lot of knowledge, experience, messages, and the way forward in terms of solving the problems, in terms of identifying the areas of improvement, and in terms of making sure that our networks, our infrastructures are robust, our customers are happy, our systems are running well, and our people, our administrators, our security guys have good night's sleep. So, having said that, I'd like to draw your attention to a small number of slides, which were again drawn from the internet, to be frank. If you search once, it becomes a search. If you search again and again, it becomes a research. So that is how I came up with these slides. And recently, I've been in Nepal Telecom, as many of you might know, many of the old guys might know, and many of the new guys should know from now. I've been there since 1999 August. Maybe that is the longest anybody here is in any organization. Terry, are you there longer than that? Okay. I am the second one. Anyways, that's pretty long. I celebrated Silver Jubilee of graduation last year and Silver Jubilee of Nepal Telecom enrollment this year. Thank you for that. So recently what has happened is that we network people and we service provider people are always worried about running our infrastructure, keeping our customers happy, and as many people outlined earlier today, this business is becoming more and more challenging in terms of the shrinking revenues, in terms of those practical challenges from the regulation or the environment or the change in the socio-economic environment, or nowadays cutting of those wires by different authorities and so on. And most of the revenue is flowing out of the country in terms of OTT services. So we are basically raising the rent of the raising the toll of the road, but we are not getting anything in terms of the services being carried on the road. We are basically road toll carrying nowadays, isn't it, Ramakrishna ji or Subhas ji? That's what they also feel, and that's what I also feel, because telco is not that different from ISP nowadays, because voice is gone, almost going zero, SMS is gone, so we are basically selling data pipes. And telcos are ISPs and ISPs are almost telcos, because all the voice runs everywhere in terms of OTTs, and nobody gets any money out of that. Still, security is there. When the pipe breaks, when the broadband connection breaks, when you do not have 4G connection or 5G connection for that matter in your handset, what you blame is the telcos or ISPs. And these security challenges are increasing in such a way that every day new things are coming up. 25 years ago, a couple of guys staring whole day on a black screen would be enough for security. Rupesh, isn't that true? It was. Because all they did was some ACLs and routers and some IP table policies, and we have done. There are nothing called firewall, nothing called, there are so many firewalls and security solutions at the moment, but they were not there. As Gauravji in the morning pointed out, the complexity rises when we have to achieve scale. And with that complexity, the complexity in terms of solutions also rise. And the options open to you also rise. And the word conundrum is related to confusion, as you might know. People like us who have to select the solutions or convince our management to select a particular solution are in confusion, whether the solution is appropriate enough for my particular situation, or whether am I being guided like in a departmental store or queue that this is something bought by that person, should I also buy it or not? Am I missing something by not buying it? Am I missing something by not adopting this particular architecture or technology or solution? So that is the confusion that people like us have all the time. And I thought, can we talk about this? And I asked Ramakrishnaji, can I talk about this? And the graceful person that he is, he said yes. So let's see how it goes. There are not many slides, all are from, I don't know where to point this. I think the device is there, isn't it? Can you switch the slide? Okay. See, the most unnatural remarks about security is coming from business people or from groups which are not related to the internet operation or security and so on. If you search security related quotes, you would get quotes from Forbes, you would get quotes from the World Economic Forum and people like that, not from people like Nokia or Cisco or even Checkpoint like that. So fundamentally I like this because it talks about complexity, it talks about the rising skills that people were talking about in the morning also, and complexity is something that is exploited by the attackers. And complexity is something that is making our lives very difficult, because नेपालीमा भ्यागुताको धार्नी भन्छ के, it's like weighing frogs. If you try to want to weigh a kilo of live frogs, you put 20 of them and see it is 950 gram, you put one more and one jumps out. It is always less than what we want to weigh. So the solution, security orchestration solution, designing of the architecture is also like that. That's my personal feeling. I think it is supported by a few other people as well who have been working in this area. And as the situation gets more complex, the more holes that you have, the more bolts and nuts that you have in a house, the more points of vulnerability are there for the attackers. That's what I'm going to talk about. Okay, I'm going backwards. Okay, this is exactly what I was talking about earlier. 25 years ago, everything was simple, network was less, people were running ISPs on 2 Mbps satellite pipes, and nowadays 500 times that is given to a single customer. So that scale has given rise to a lot of different services, different infrastructure, different systems that run on those infrastructure and services, and then that has commoditized the pipe. So if people cannot eat, do not get to eat for 2 days, they won't complain, but if they do not have Wi-Fi, they will complain. And they also need less advertisement, less security, less hacking, but more of that service. That's what the situation is at the moment. And nowadays this AI thing, it has own risks. People said that artificial intelligence would solve a lot of problems, but now we realize that it is a Pandora's box of another set of large number of problems, and maybe AI will help solving its own problems or create more problems. That is to be seen. See, this is part of what I wanted to highlight. I was talking about an IP tables policy page on a Linux screen, or a list of access list on a router terminal, again on a black screen. But this is the situation at the moment wherein there are so many things, top 10 security solutions, top 20 security solutions, top 50 security solutions, and people like us, people like Rupesh, Samit, probably not Gaurav because his area is pretty focused at the moment, and people like that Bhai earlier, will have a hard time deciding what to do and what not to do. As in Hamlet, the character says, to be or not to be, or to do or not to do. And this has also created a lot of career for people. Earlier there was nobody called Chief Information Security Officer, and whatnot. And it has created an entire line of career for people. That's a good thing, but for employers, that's a headache. And look at how security officers or security operations center people are behaving at workplace and at home. They are bashing their kids, they are throwing their goods around, they are banging their heads, and still not able to find a proper solution that do not have to throw away tomorrow because something new pops up. And guys, it's all about money. People out there are innovating, of course, that's a good thing. The area of innovation in terms of capacity, in terms of bandwidth, in terms of CPU are almost done, at least for people like us. So what we can do is find the new areas of vulnerabilities, amplify them and create a solution for them, create a market for them, and create a feeling in people like us that, am I missing something here? Am I creating a situation of vulnerability for my organization? Am I a culprit of indecision or lack of choice, or not being able to patch a hole in time so that my business is protected? And I end up spending more than I am supposed to protect in terms of my earning there. So security industry is more than $1 trillion industry. You can see at the various infographs later when you have time or if you have intentions. So long story short, those good old days wherein people like Gaurav were starting their career, I was doing internship in Mercantile, they were running Linux user groups, I was just trying to figure LS and PS on a Linux machine, or IP basics on a router. Those were very simple lives. ACLs, IP tables, it might sound familiar for people of those old days, but not so much for new people. Role-based access control on a Unix machine, then scripts, pure scripts, shell scripts, and then a lot of monitoring, a lot of gawking on those black screens, whole days. I was in WorldLink office one of those days, and there were a lot of people, 3-4 people looking at the black screen almost for entire day. Was it Samitji? because they are trying to pinpoint whether some anomalies would be seen on the live log of systems, and then try to catch, wherein if some customer went wrong or some link fell down, there was nothing called a dashboard. Even MRTG was not that fashionable, wasn't it? So people had to gawk at the black screen all the time. But nowadays, A to B is a lot more complicated than those days. We have a lot more choices, and that's where the problem is, and that's where the solution is as well. Because if we have been able to move from 2 Mbps pipe on a Intelsat, incidentally, Nepal Telecom Internet started with a 2 Mbps pipe, as Gauravji earlier outlined. It was from our station in, not here, but in Kathmandu, where I stand, it is on that direction. So I thought it is in that direction. In Malambu, on the highway, on the side of the highway. Okay. And it was carried by a satellite. It was a big satellite, not DVB, or it was called SCPC satellite, and it landed in Hamburg, and from there it rode an undersea cable to New York, and so much khichdi was cooked for a single 2 Mbps pipe. And it was around 2009 or so that we had a cross-border connection, even again in E1 levels. Then we moved on to other higher capacity. So that's how we have moved. But nowadays, see, the BYOD, personal device issues, then DDoS, a lot of people talked about DDoS earlier today, and IoT, again, individual devices being hacked and being used as gateways into the network, into the home network, into the enterprise network, and social media. Gentlemen from police talked a lot about social media being a very dangerous thing, and so on, and online gaming security, and then people are talking about containerization. There are VM isolation related securities, containerization related security issues, cloud related securities. Oh my God, the more solutions, the more hangabina branches, hangabigas means branches, Mr. Terry in Nepali. The more hangabigas there are in technology, in services, the more security risks are there. So that is basically the spirit of it. So we talk about clouds, we talk about audit and response, and the bottom 3 lines. We talk about the human errors, configuration drifts, and then misconfiguration, and then attacks evolving. Somebody, attacker also keeps on monitoring you. And we have seen in real life also, chore is always ahead of police, isn't it? The thief is much more smarter in terms of finding vulnerabilities in people's houses, in their offices, in their wallets, and then try to figure out how to capitalize on that. And police, they just follow a lot of the time. They chase the chore up and try to catch, and then figure out how that person did what he did. So this is how it goes. Again, we can move on from there. It is all about a cloud and intangible. It is something you cannot see, touch, but it is there. It's like God nowadays. You see, everything is happening, but you don't know how it is happening and where it is happening, where the silicon is, where the power is, where the data center is, and it is happening, and somebody comes, sir, you have to adopt this solution to secure your VMs or secure your applications, and make sure that the data stream between your mobile application and the cloud server is safe and secure and sound, and you end up buying that, isn't it? Please tell me if I am wrong. I'll be happy to acknowledge. And let's skip IoT, let's skip how you secured it, again the same story. And then nowadays, they say computing has been commoditized. We get everything as a service. We get security as a service as well, don't we? We get security as a service, we get security operation centers as a service, everything as a service. And then maybe now down the line, managing those as a service as well. And then it will be hard to figure out how people like you and us will do, what people like you and us will do. Again, maybe we might be employed by people like them. basically the baseline, again, this is again tricky stuff, because these are identified and recommended by people who have an easy life. They do not have to run a telco or ISP. They just sit there, study people's behaviors, new threats, study white papers, and then prepare reports, carry out those stupid things called security audits, go into people's networks, and then create reports and draw their dollars out of that. And these are good things, by the way. They tell us where to look at, how to look at, how to identify issues, what to do to solve those issues, and how to know if those issues are really solved or not. But again, the red ones might be skipped and the other ones might be important. Let's study them in detail later on, because we all must be tired. I am, at least. And this industry of fear and in industry of having whether I've missed something. Have you ever felt that when you stand on a departmental store payment line, you have a couple of bags of shopping, those are essentials, and then people start picking from those front racks, the polos, the chocolates, the batteries and so on, and the people on your side picks up 5 things, and you also itch to pick at least 4 or 5 of those. And it's only after you reach home that you realize you bought 5 things that are needed and 10 things that are not actually needed. And that is how this situation is also, because you come into forums like this, you have a chat, guys, what you are doing for security in your solution. How are you securing your VMs? How are you securing your SD-WANs? How are you ensuring that your VPNs are stable as well as secure at the same time? How are you ensuring that your databases are safe and sound and SQL injection is not killing them? And every people will have a different set of experience, solutions, tools, practices that are in place in their own context. And suddenly every other person will feel, I might have to do this as well. And then again that FOMO thing comes up, and again you end up buying something that is entirely useless, or useless to some extent, but not entirely necessary. That's what the whole spirit of this is about. And then there are people to look up to, experts who might be experts but not really suited to your own particular to your own particular situation. Somebody was telling earlier, I think Gauravji it was, that situation in USA and situation in Japan and situation in Europe are different. Even though it's all about traffic, the situations, actual practices, actual things to do, or even the traffic patterns in front ahead of a football match or American football match are different. So we have to keep our eyes and ears open, but we may not need necessarily to be guided by all of those people. So for that also gathering like this will be important. I had a conflicting remark regarding this gathering, but rest assured these gatherings open up the possibilities, and what we have to do is map those possibilities into our own situations and not guided by competition to be fashionable, to be savvy, to be seen as complex or whatnot. And again, those certifications, qualifications, accreditations, let's skip those. These are all economic stuff. Let's not delve too deep into it. Fine. Towards the end, as Socrates said, know thyself. In our own Sanatan tradition also, it is important to know your own self. I think it is there in every ancient philosophy. The connection here is that you, after participating in these discussions, sharing these experiences, hearing from the experienced people who have done wonderful stuff in different places, what we have to do is go back and see our own individual situations, our own infrastructure, systems, networks, how they are done, what are the good practices that are suitable for us, rather than following what others are doing, because that will create problem, and that conundrum that we have been talking about will keep on increasing without getting solved. As many people have said today, not one solution fits all. So every operator is same in some respect, that it has risks and challenges, but different in terms of strategies, tools, people's practices, and other stuff that is. So it's kind of a unity in diversity at the same time. And what I have seen over the years is that experiences like this tend not to give us concrete takeaways when we exit this hall, but what it gives us is that it is unique to all of us. It is unique to all of our situations, because I might be running one box per server, another box for router, another box for WAN, another box for VPN. Somebody else might be running entirely different thing. In principle, those are same, but in practice, those are different. So it's basically adapting that experience and our expanded horizon in terms of know-how into the real solutions for that is suitable for us. See, in those golden old days, I would not say golden, but old days, every generation has told the new generation that old days are good, but they are not, because people had to keep staring at the black screen all the time. And nowadays, a list of possible security solutions will not fit in that screen. There are so many of them. So situations are like that, and what we have to do is adapt. And it's physics. Being a science student, I love physics, at least superficial part of it, not deep. And it says that disorder will keep rising. That is the natural law. And what people like you and us are here to do is to keep on trying to decrease that entropy by adding some kind of control. And security, orderliness are all, or management are all part of that. So basically that's what we do, that's what we are here for. And then guys, ultimately we all are employed by somebody, and that somebody or some organization or some entity or somebody's business survives because they provide service to their clients and get revenue. So that service is powered by infrastructure, again computing, then networking, and so on. Nowadays all is computing, basically SD-WAN, software defined networks, virtualization, cloud. It all comes down to, ultimately it will come down to few silicon chips, CPUs in some customized boxes. And what we have to do, what we need to do, what we cannot survive without doing is protect our infrastructure, protect our customers' data, protect our business information, make sure that our infrastructure is not used to damage somebody else, to make sure that somebody else, rogue person out there, is not able to damage our infrastructure. It's all two-way, because all attack originate in some network or the other, and that again is provided by one service provider or the other. So it's all mutual and it's all synergetic. So let's focus on how we protect these essential parts of what we do, what our careers are around. And ultimately I talked a lot about rising number of choices, confusion, conundrum, but as Gauravji and other people outlined earlier today also, scale means rising complexity. Rising complexity means new innovations, more choices. While choices may confuse us, it may also give us choices. And it is like, it is from forums like this, from sharings like this, from coming together of brains like this, that we get the know-how, we get the capability, and like that why out there, we get the confidence to decide what is best for us. And that multiplicity of the choices is also a freedom for us. We are able to cherry pick what is good for us, and to be able to cherry pick in a good way, we have to come together again and again. Thank you for inviting me.
Any queries? Yes, sir.
Firstly, it's my privilege to be in your session. It was very insightful.
It's my privilege.
Okay. So a question was coming in my mind that you are the witnesses for the technological changes, bureaucracy, and the changes going around, at least in context of Nepal. So in context like 5Gs are coming and different aspects of security horizons are also being expanded. So my question particularly is, from your side, how do you see the 5 years journey in terms of security, where there are policies, where there are bureaucracies, where there are risk appetite, piggybacking of investment and things? So what might be your perspective?
Okay, Subhas, I think he deserves an award for highest number of questions today. Thank you, Subhas. I love that. We should also have an award for that, because it's all about interaction. Talking about 5 years down the line and innovation versus the adaptability, I think let me know if I am trying to capture your correctly, capture your remarks correctly. See, in a field like this, wherein the pace of innovation is so high, regulation cannot predetermine what's coming down the line. Regulation always follows innovation in every sector, and more so in IT sector, wherein the pace of development is so much. And especially in places like ours, wherein a single piece of regulation takes a lot of time, it has to go through different layers of red tape and a lot of confusion, and then a lot of infusion of confusing ideas from different sectors, different interest groups. And people, decision makers there do not have an easy life, because they are always trying to do the best thing, but end up making a camel out of their creation by listening to too many things and trying to focus on everything at the same time. So in terms of security, innovation is always good. Philosophically, innovation is always good. And as people tend to say, human life and society has not been better in entire history compared to what we have today. But we also have challenges, because new challenges, AI challenges. We saw the video from a gentleman from police today, the social media challenges, the challenges of this confusion of technology that we just talked about. These will be part of life for us, and as we consolidate those different streams of IT sector into a single box of silicon running multiple software on a virtualized platform, I hope at the physical layer, at the data centric layer, the security solution will converge. It will be highly simple, highly consolidated. We talked about a single dashboard for multiple solutions earlier today. That will happen. But what will increase in terms of challenge is that on a single box of silicon, we will be running 1,000 applications. And those 1,000 applications will have 1 million different kinds of audiences and services, and their own QoS challenges, availability challenges, and so on. And that will pose an increasing challenge for people. Nowadays, people will, from now onwards, I think people from Nokia or Cisco and stuff like that can explain better. We will move into an area wherein a lot of development will focus on software part, wherein actual silicon will be done by 2 or 3 big people out there. Everybody will try to adopt them, and application related challenges, and Terry was earlier talking about open source and its own security benefits. So maybe the open source will again have a resurgence in terms of its adoption by people out there, because recently we moved away from open source to licensed regime. Maybe we have more open source talking, open source having more of a sway. I don't know. That's just a speculation, and you might have to invite me 10 years down the line to verify. And I might be retired by that time. I'll have an easy life.
Any more? Anyone?
Any simple remark will do. I don't need questions because I might not be able to answer, but any good remark will be useful. I would love to hear from participants.
Thank you, sir. That was really.
You had an amazing presentation earlier today.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So, sir, by your experience and your wisdom, what would you suggest the next generation in terms of the growing technology? What would you suggest us to focus on, or how would you suggest us to move ahead in this ever-evolving threat landscape or enhancements?
Okay, I'm not a Jyotish, by the way. See, as we also talked earlier, things are moving away from devices to services, because devices would be done by somebody else. If we adopt cloud in this space and keep on adopting everywhere in every part of life, in businesses, in personal and in professional life, then it's like nowadays if you ask a person, ask a child from an urban area, where does milk come from, you'll say that it will come from that poka of milk. You will not say milk comes from a cow or a buffalo or whatever. In the same way, down the line we will say that I need Google Apps, I need Facebook, I need X or Twitter or whatever, but I don't know where it resides, where that photo comes from, where that particular text is stored, or whether it is stored or not. So people will have to move into applications and services development. So hardware will become more and more abstract, more and more invisible, and people like us again will have to diversify our services into being a platform or a connectivity provider to service and content provider. That's what is likely to happen, because it was in 2014 or so. We have a gentleman from Japan. Somebody from Sumitomo told me in my company during a meeting that KDDI, I think it was KDDI person told me that we are no longer a telco company in Japan. We are a lifestyle company. So telco pipe or connectivity is only one of our businesses. And I think in Nepal, that's what we are lagging behind. We are still focused on the selling of the pipes, from which revenue is rock bottom now, isn't it? So what we may have to do down the line is create our own content services, and that again is a challenge, because as we talked about earlier today, most of the contents being used by people are from the cloud and from the big three. So how do we create a new service or content, and then make sure that it competes against those guys and is able to create revenue? So that's a big challenge, but it is in challenge that people thrive. So let's see. I don't have a good answer to that question. Sorry.
Okay, thank you, KP sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your session was mind-blowing and hilarious at the same time. Thank you, we enjoyed it. So let's move on. It's now time to recognize the efforts that were put in. So for that, I would like to invite Managing Director of NPIX, Chair of SANOG, the dashing and evergreen, Rupesh Shrestadai. Please welcome him. And with this, I'll hand over the session to you.
Thank you, Puneet. Excellent moderation. यो अब लास्ट अलमोस्ट लास्ट पार्टै भयो. अब यत्रो इभेन्ट गर्दाखेरि स्पिकर्सहरूले टाइम दिनुभयो, तपाईँहरू सबैले नै टाइम दिनुभयो, स्पोन्सर्सहरूले पैसा दिनुभयो. सो सबैजनाले केही न केही कन्ट्रिब्युट गरिदिनु भएको छ. सो आई थिङ्क इट्स टाइम टु गिभ सम काइन्ड अफ ड्यू रेस्पेक्ट टु वाट एभ्रिवान्स डन. म स्पिकर्सहरूबाट सुरु गर्छु. प्रब्ली वी क्यान, आइ एम नट स्योर लाइक कतिजना स्पिकरहरू यहाँ हुनुहुन्छ अहिले पनि. सो मेबी फ्रम देयर सुमन छैन. सो फर्स्ट लेट मी इन्भाइट मिस्टर गौरव समित जना over here so that he can give away this token of love. यो राम्रो क्यालेन्डर जस्तो एउटा बनाएको छ. So this is something that we are going to give this year. First of all, I would like to invite Mr. Gaurav Rajupadhyay to come up and accept this token of love on behalf of NPNOG. Thank you, Gaurav, for flying all the way from America, US, and then giving this keynote presentation. ताली चाहिँ बजाइदिनुहोस् है. Next, I would like to request KP Bhandari sir to come up front for his important keynote presentation. Next, Pubudu Jayasinghe from NPNOG. Pubudu, if you can come up and accept our small token of appreciation. Next, Yoshinobu Matsuzaki. Matsan, as we call him with love, Matsan. Thank you, Matsan, for flying all the way from Japan. Next, our beloved trainer and training manager, Mr. Terry Switzer. Thank you, Terry. It's been like, 3 weeks? For the first, probably. 2 weeks? So it's been 2 weeks, Terry. So thank you very much for staying this long, and I hope you had good stay, enjoyable stay in Nepal, and had good momos. Did you? Did you like it? Did you learn any Nepali? Thank you, Terry. Next, Nirajan Parazuli. Nirajan? I think he's not. Oh, yeah, he's there. Nirajan, thank you, Nirajan. It was a good presentation today. Vinay Heda. Vinay, are you there? Yeah. Jeet Naran Yadav.